Tēnā koutou. Tēnā koutou. Tēnā koutou katoa. Nā mai haere mai kei Kawaiicon. Please join me in a short karakia to start our day. Kia hora te marino. Kia whakapapa punamo te moana. Hei huarahi mā tātou. E te rangi nei. Aroha atu, aroha mai. Tātou ie, tātou katoa. Hui e, taeki e. No reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
That's one small hoof step for a sheep. One giant leap for even-toed ungulates. Although, I was sitting out the back, like, is a llama an ungulate? Yeah, so I went and read the Wikipedia page. They're both even-toed ungulates, but they're camelids. All right, I'm getting confirmation from the audience. Anyway, hello. I spent 10 minutes reading Wikipedia pages about camelids instead of figuring out what I was going to say. But nevertheless, my name is Adam Boileau. Some of you may know me as Metalstorm, which is what happens when 14-year-old self picks the name that you end up being known professionally as quite a lot of years later. And yes, you may recall me from such events as KiwiCon. This is not KiwiCon. This is Kawaiicon 2, and I am so very glad to see you all in this room. I honestly did not think we would be back here. The pandemic times, the idea of having a room with 1,000 people, for many of you, is probably quite terrifying. This is probably the biggest group of people you've been in a room with in the last 3 years. So thank you for coming. Thank you for accommodating the very strange requirements, having to show ID at a hackathon, like, it's wild times. But that's what it takes. And obviously we want to keep you safe. We want this event to be as much fun and as important for the community as any of the previous cons that we've run, but it's different times. So please respect your friends and neighbors. Sit around, enjoy the show. It's a slightly different format than in previous years because of some of these restrictions, but we're very, very glad to have you here, and we're very, very glad that all of you seem to be vaxxed, which is nice, and wearing masks and following the rules that, when we tried to structure, how we would possibly do this event in these times, there were a lot of difficult choices to make. We hate excluding people, but it is an unusual and exceptional time. Now, I will be your MC today and tomorrow. One of the things that people have often asked about the evolution of KiwiCon into Kawaiicon is kind of what's changed. And the main thing that's changed is I stepped back, and everything that I used to do is done by Spud, who is lurking, lurking in the wings. So, all you people who are going to come up and say, hey, Metal, thanks for... No, I didn't do anything. I'm just standing on the stage. I got shown up and given the script this morning, and that's all. I'm just the talent. For very small valleys of talent. Anyway, so there is a few items of housekeeping for us to run through before we get on with the show. So, briefing item number 1. The requirements for your mission are to wear a mask unless you are speaking. In which case, I hopefully, request that none of you breathe on me while I'm speaking, or any of the other speakers. So yes, masks on at times in the venue, the wristband that indicates that you have been checked for your vaccine status is also a requirement. If you feel unwell, please do leave the con. We are live streaming, which is kind of new for us. So if you feel unwell, you feel like even just being here is challenging, right? If you find that the pressure of all the people around you is difficult, feel free to leave the con or watch the live stream. We have 800 rat tests available at the reception desk. If you do need some, feel free to go past reception and grab one of those. There are very few events this year. Obviously, having a big enough space to safely have you all in, does kind of limit what we can do outside of the main foyer, the main auditorium and the foyers. So there's the House CTF up in the Renouf. There's also some lock sport up there. We will have a movie here tonight, the Andromeda Strain 1971 version. We'll be screening in here. If it does get all a bit much for you, the Lion Harbour lounge, which is upstairs around the back on the top floor, is available as a kind of quiet place to go chill out, get away from the crowds, get away from some of the social interaction, because we are all a bunch of poorly adjusted nerds. If you need that, that is available to you. There are t-shirts available for sale from midday. I think there are also some cookbooks left, if you'd like to see what we did in our off time whilst not organizing a con for the last 2 years. And, of course, there are the sponsors that pay for the venue, pay for the equipment, pay for the rope to pull the llama out on. It's very sophisticated stage props. So yes, our Emperor Tamarin tier sponsors, or Information Security, CyberCX, Spark, and Google, thank you very much. The Norwegian Forest Cat tier sponsors. This Bogan's doing. He's the one who chooses the sponsorship tiers, so this is what we get. Xenic, InfoSec, Pulse Security, the Instillery, and Cyber Research also contributed mad stacks. And the Mary River Turtle tier sponsors. Canva, Elastic Co, Red Shield, Blacklock, CyberGala, and PrivSec. And finally, the Pygmy Raccoon tier sponsors. It's very, very cute. Mindshift, Trenchant, and Arachne Digital. So thank you very much. Look, these helmets don't just come for free. We have to pay for them. So they only had child-sized ones, so I had to slip them back to get it over my head. But, it fits the llama. That's the important thing. Right. So I think that's about it for housekeeping things. We will move on with the show. And I just thank you so much for making the effort, flying when it feels uncomfortable, traveling, staying away from home, away from family, to come and join us. And I hope you have a wonderful time. And if you need anything, you have any questions, if there's concerns, there's problems, feel free to talk to one of the volunteers who'll radio the crew, and we will do our absolute best to take care of it for you. So, it's now my pleasure to introduce the first speaker of the day, Mr. Darren Bilby. Now, Darren has been kicking around the InfoSec scene for a very long time. I actually worked with him back at securityassessment.com in the mid-2000s. He left, went overseas, went off to Google, where Darren has been involved in some little things you might have heard of, like the Aurora breach, where China hacked Google, and a few other bits and pieces over the years. So he has a lot of very interesting insights and Google scale understanding of the problems that we face. And of course, Google has some interesting solutions to some of these. So, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, non-binary pals, Mr. Darren Bilby.
Okay, I think we're set up. Hey, Kawaiicon. It is fantastic to be here. It's just incredible to kind of actually be able to stand in this place with this many people actually in person after so much time. I'm a Kiwi, but have been living kind of overseas for about the last 15 years. But I've always kind of managed to come back kind of semi-regularly to KiwiCon originally, and now coming back for Kawaiicon. And over that time, just seeing the incredible kind of growth in the community here, and just seeing, you know, both the passion and community that's been built here over the years is just incredible to see. And I know that that's been done kind of under the stewardship of some incredible InfoSec leaders like Metal, but Spot, and a whole bunch of the crew here. And I just want to say, firstly, a massive thank you to them for bringing this community together over the years. So thank you. So this morning I want to talk about kind of 3 significant incidents and talk about the impact that they've had on the InfoSec industry. And I want to do this, you know, over the last 18 months we've had a bunch of stuff that's going on. It's been somewhat unprecedented in the number of people and the size of the companies and everyone that's been hacked. And I want to spend some time talking about that, but I want to spend some time talking about what we learned from that. And I want to spend some time thinking about what our role is in ensuring that the InfoSec industry evolves. And so let's kind of talk about that. Quick thing on me, yes, I work at Google. I've been there for about kind of near on 15 years or so. I've worked across a bunch of roles. I was tech lead for the incident response team for a while. I did pen testing for them. I've done software engineering for them. And I now run a team called Enterprise Infrastructure Protection. And our job is to stop Google from getting hacked on the protection side of the house. So that means that we kind of invest our time, whether that being our developer infrastructure at Google, whether that be kind of the production hardware that underpins a bunch of the Google infrastructure, whether that be, you know, how access control works at Google. I take care of a lot of that with a team of over kind of 200 people spread across the world. That's a non-trivial job, but luckily I work for a company that's well-resourced and has kind of security built into the DNA. It's very much a core understanding at Google that security is a part of the infrastructure and what makes the company work as a whole. So one of the key things that I talk about with my team, and one of the things I try and instill in my team, is this idea of solving classes of problems. We have a huge amount of work to get done to kind of secure a company like Google and all of its subsidiaries, you know, as a set of companies. But one of the things that we talk about is, to do this, we have to kind of focus on solving classes of problems, not individual problems. And what I mean by that is, you know, when we have XSS bugs in our infrastructure, right, that folks can exploit, we don't go and hire a team to go and find all of those bugs. Instead, we invest in a team that builds web frameworks that ensure that we basically eliminate those kind of bugs from happening. They just can't happen in our core standard infrastructure. And that's what I mean by solving classes of problems. And I want to talk about that. One of the ways that we do that, and one of the key techniques that we use for this, is what we call the blameless postmortem. Hopefully, if you work in tech, you've come across this phrasing before. It's pretty simple. The idea is, when you have an incident, go and understand exactly what happened, build the timeline of what happened, go back and understand what went well, what went poorly, but really understand the root causes, and then go and do something about them. And that's pretty critical, and you can only really do that if you do it in a blameless way, which is to say people that are thinking about that aren't worried about whether they're going to keep their jobs, whether they're going to be fired because they made a mistake, but because everyone understands how that works. So I want to kind of take that and apply the same principle here. Not to an individual company, not to kind of how these companies handled their incidents, but how we did as an information security industry in handling these incidents. Now, I'm not going to bring you a bunch of new facts. If you're familiar with these incidents, if you were involved in them in some way, I'm not going to tell you anything interesting, but I want to bring everyone along on the understanding of what happened in these things, because I think each of them generated a shift in the industry, and our response kind of was interesting. And as we talk about these things, yes, we'll talk about what went well and a bunch of things that went really poorly, but I also want you to hear, as we talk about this, your role, whether you're an IT person, whether you're a new grad considering a role in InfoSec, whether you work in InfoSec and have been doing so for 20 years, consider what your role is in handling this and dealing with it and improving the industry as a whole. So firstly, let's talk about the Solarwinds hack. So what happened? So the Solarwinds hack was a software supply chain compromise of Solarwinds Orion. So Solarwinds is a large company. They produce some really nice enterprise software that does monitoring and a bunch of things in enterprise environments. Okay, they're a pretty kind of popular vendor. There's a lot of companies that have got them. Chances are there's one in most of the companies that you work for. There might be a copy of this sitting around somewhere. Now, the problem was that they got compromised via a supply chain attack, which is now widely attributed to kind of state-sponsored kind of activity by the Russian government. We know that they compromised the SolarWinds build servers, so the place where the SolarWinds software gets built, right? So where it gets compiled, they compromised those servers, and then they injected a malicious payload into legitimate signed binaries. So they modified the build server, made sure every binary that gets produced by that environment has their malicious payload in it, and then they waited for that to get distributed out to everyone. Now, that worked pretty well. It managed to get distributed to a very large number of companies. And then at some point, they kind of decided to turn on. So as that malicious kind of payload started to connect back out to them, they would look at them, decide which companies they wanted to hack and which companies they wanted active kind of connections on. They would use those to then go and do interesting things on their network. A lot of espionage activity kind of happened through this. You'll notice in the timeline on the right-hand side for this, there was a pretty big gap of 9 months between kind of when this landed and when it started appearing on these networks and when it got first detected by FireEye. And there was a huge number of government agencies and large corporations that got affected by this. Now, this is problematic because it turns out this is really hard to defend from. So let's talk about what went poorly in this case. So firstly, in our initial response, one, detection of this kind of attack is really hard. It's software that you trusted, that you've been running for a bunch of years, that suddenly turned hostile on you. That's a really tough thing to detect. You know, once you knew it was a problem, the idea was let's go find where SolarWinds is. That requires an inventory of software in your network. That's not always easy to do either. But let's talk about the bigger things, the long-term response and the root causes. And this is some of the things that you hear from the industry, and chances are you've said some of these things, right? This will be fine if you only run software from trusted vendors. Not true. SolarWinds is absolutely a trusted vendor, right? It was already in your network. That's how it worked. We've said things like, just don't use SolarWinds. It was just them. You know, they're the only ones that are possibly vulnerable to this, right? Not true at all. What's come out, you look at the network, you look at how they're run. They run like every other enterprise software company ever, right? There's nothing specifically unique about them in this instance. You know, don't run the malicious software. Sure, run SolarWinds software, but just don't run the malicious ones, right? If we'd solved that problem, we would be in a very different place. We've got an AV industry that's been working for 30 years to solve this problem. We haven't, right? We don't know how to do that. This is not useful advice. And then turn off automatic updates, right? Right? If you don't get the new software that has the malicious code, then you'll be fine. That has other problems, as hopefully you all understand. Now you're running vulnerable software. So let's talk about some of the things here. One, software supply chain. This is a really hard problem to solve. Now, this is a very badly drawn diagram of like the basics. You have a computer, you have a whole bunch of software installed on it, you have a bunch of auto updaters which are connecting over the internet, pulling down software, and then you have a vendor on the other end, and they have a bunch of infrastructure. And so if we think about this from the numbers, say you have 400 pieces of software installed on your average machine, probably a whole lot more. Say that comes from 100 different vendors, right? And then we talk about how many people are involved in that. Well, maybe there's 20 developers that work on that piece of software. Maybe there's 200 people that have access to the software repository that software is built in. Maybe there's a build server, some infrastructure, some distribution servers. We add up all the people that have access kind of to do that. You've got, say, 300 people. Okay, 100 vendors. We've got 30,000 people that if any one of them gets hacked, it leads to compromise of your computer. Okay, that's not great, but maybe 30,000 we can do. The problem is that every one of those developers and every one of those servers is also a computer, which is full of software. And so every one of those also has this problem. All of them have those same 30,000 people who do it, and it very quickly expands until the entire software industry, through 1 or 2 degrees of separation, has the ability to execute code on your computer. That's a real problem, and it's not a problem that you're going to solve by not running malicious software. So let's talk about some of the things that actually went well here, though. So one, the initial response, there was no victim blaming. Everyone knew this was hard. That was nice. Threat intel sharing kind of worked, right? This is actually a new thing. We didn't have that 5 years ago. People that wanted to know about what SolarWinds was, what happened, build a response, we could actually do that. That's actually a big change in our industry. But long term, the root causes, what are we doing about those? So, one, software bill of materials, supply chain industry, and app stores. I want to talk a little bit about each of these, because I think these are things that are actual responses that started to happen in our industry that are actually changing some things. So one, the software bill of materials. So some of you might have heard of this. It's suddenly become a much bigger deal. It's really, the idea is you should have a manifest. So when you get a piece of software, you should come with a manifest that tells you how it was built, where it was built, and everything that went into it. Every piece of source code, every library that was part of it, all of the things that went into it should come with that software. This has actually been done as part of an executive order on improving the nation's cybersecurity, which in part was a response to SolarWinds. And included in this was this idea that you have to start doing SBOMs. If you want to sell software to the US government, you have to start including this. And it's really interesting because it's actually kind of starting to solve some of these things of, is this piece of software vulnerable? Do I know what went into it? Can I do that? And having a lot of experience working with software vendors, I know how hard this is to do. It's not a, we'll just go turn on SBOM. It's a, we need to think about everything about how our software is built. The reality today is even for large enterprise pieces of software, a lot of it is built on one person's machine, hand-patched on that machine, and then sent to the distribution server and ends up on millions of computers. That's the reality today, and that requires a significant shift if we're going to change it. And I believe this is actually something that is starting to do that and change those incentives. 2, SALSA. So this is something that's relatively recent out of Google, but we're seeing massive adoption. And the idea is, what does it actually look like to have a sane supply chain for your software? What does it look like to build that well? And how do you get to a level of maturity? One of the options here is SALSA. It's a framework. And we're seeing a lot of teams now being hired, and their explicit goals in these large enterprise software companies is get to SALSA level 3. That's the goal, right? And this is starting to give you a good idea of kind of what good looks like in this environment, and that's starting to shift things. And lastly, we're seeing a lot of progress in app stores. Now, app stores are problematic. I'm not going to tell you that app stores don't have any problems, but some of the things that they do solve is they give you one place to look for malicious software. They also give you this idea of sandboxing, right? So when I accept a piece of software from a vendor, the idea that it can do anything on my computer, which is still the standard on most Macs, Linux, Windows machines, a piece of software can do anything. But we actually have models for this that don't do that. In iOS and Android and Chrome OS and a bunch of these other environments, we actually have a model that says explicitly what should this piece of software should be able to do. Should it be able to contact anyone on the internet? Should it have full access to my file system? No, probably not. So we actually have a model for how that's doing, and we're seeing that in the Mac app stores, we're seeing that in the Windows stores, and a bunch of these other places that are starting to build the sandboxing in. And that's actually a really positive thing. So, looking back at SolarWinds, do we have a plan to solve the root causes of SolarWinds? No, not really. But we're getting there, right? The current standards for good aren't good enough to really solve supply chain. The incentives are still weak to drive that change. The companies that build software for you and deploy it to your machine, currently that's invisible to most folks. Whether or not they're doing a good job, whether they're likely to get hacked by SolarWinds, there's no way of you knowing that, right? The incentives aren't there for those companies. And local investments you make to try and solve software supply chain don't really pay off easily. But, there's legislation coming that's starting to set incentives here, and that's a big deal. And the technology to actually make it work for those that care about it is actually happening. And I think that's actually a significant shift. Okay, let's talk about a different incident, Log4j. So Log4j was a critical remote code execution vulnerability in a Java software library. I know there's probably a number of folks in this room that lost a good chunk of time to their holidays kind of end of last year dealing with this thing, right? And so what happened is Java is obviously extremely popular. If you're doing logging in Java with any kind of complexity, chances are you imported this open source library, right? It's used by pretty much everything. So, and the problem with it was, if you log any user input, whether that come from a web front end or anywhere, if you attempt to log user input, it leads to code execution. Now that's a really bad look. It's obviously led to a huge number of systems being exploitable. It was a reliable, remote exploitation and extremely ubiquitous. This ended up in the appliances that you bought. It ended up in your cloud systems. It ended up absolutely everywhere. And one of the really tricky things about it is it was really hard to predict how you were going to get exploited by this. Because, you might have a web front end that takes some user input and stores it in a database, and that's written in some other language and not exploitable, and then you've got some internal processing systems and a back end, and you've patched all those, but there's somewhere, someone on someone's desktop has a customer support tool that which is written in Java, that reads from the database, logs it, and suddenly you're owned, right? And that kind of trying to track all those down and making sure is actually a big problem. So let's talk about what went poorly. So one, in the initial response, we found a bunch of vulnerabilities in quick succession. That was problematic. A bunch of people kind of found the bug, figured out where it was in their environment, patched it, redeployed, and the next day we got a new one. And everyone got to start again. And that was not fun for anyone involved. But that's part of the deal, right? Once you find a bug, everyone's going to start looking and you're going to find new ones. There's no inventory. Attempting to find all of the places that Log4j might be in your network, finding every piece of Java, in your corp systems, in your production systems, in your cloud, how many containers are hiding out somewhere in your environment that someone's going to spin up one day and turns out you're vulnerable again? All your software as a service kind of providers, how many of them are vulnerable? How many appliances are there hiding in your network running Java that are just waiting to get exploited by this thing? Those are tricky problems to solve. But long term, thinking about the root cause here of SolarWinds, do we have a plan for that? And again, some of the things that we say, right? Just review all the source. I don't know about you, but this isn't realistic in any way, right? Because the dependency tree that spans out from the one piece of software, you look at Log4j, and I'll show an example of this, but you look at Log4j and you look at all of the pieces of software that it includes, even as a very base library. And the number of lines of code that are being submitted in any week, now you apply it to something like a Kubernetes, right? There's 10,000 lines of code landing every week in this thing that you're executing, and the idea that you can review that is laughable, right? We talk about one of the open source mantras of, given enough eyeballs, all bugs are shallow. The reality is there's no eyeballs. No one's doing this for free, right? No one's, folks that do security code review know that this is not always fun. Looking through, 5 million lines of code for a Kubernetes, that's not actually a scalable solution here. And even just down to this, hey, we know that there are these vulnerabilities, someone published some CVEs, I'll just check to make sure all the software that I'm running doesn't have those vulnerabilities. There's actually no tooling to do that in any sane way today. So we have some pretty fundamental problems here. But let's talk about some of the things that actually went well, because I'm actually somewhat optimistic here. So initial response, one, we recognized how severe the issue was. That was nice. A bunch of folks had network egress filtering, which saved a lot of people from getting owned. Not everyone. A lot of people did get really compromised during this. It was bad for a lot of folks. We had quick deployment of scanners. People wrote things. People open sourced products. We kind of managed to do it. It was pretty impressive response from the industry as a whole. And we actually got interesting direct engagement here, where the FTC in the US actually came out with statements basically saying, you may be in significant legal trouble if you're not dealing with Log4j, right? How often is that kind of thing happening, right? Where the direct cybersecurity news that we all care about is being mandated by government and being told to everyone that you have to deal with this. It shows the severity and how much it affects folks. But long term, what went well? So one, it reinvigorated. We talked about it in SolarWinds, but this really kind of put the focus back on software supply chain. And we actually got some massive, large cross-industry investment. And I want to talk a little bit about that. So OpenSSF is an organization, it's a public organization driving a massive number of initiatives at the moment. It was started by Google, Microsoft, GitHub under the Linux Foundation. If you haven't kind of come across this, it's really only kicked into life in the last 6 months and become really large. But providing targeted funding for critical projects. There's a mobilization plan which tells you just how holistically they're thinking about the problem. Go and take a look at that and read it if you get a chance. But the idea is, how do we build kind of security into these open source ecosystems? And there's a lot of work happening here, which is very interesting. And I want to highlight a couple of the projects that are happening here. So one, security scorecards is interesting. It is now possible to go and understand how secure any open source product is. There is a standard for doing this with security scorecards. You can go see how are they configuring things, how are they setting up kind of branch protection, how are they setting up the security of the developers that are connecting into these things. We actually have this idea of what good looks like. We never had that before, and we actually have a scalable way of doing that and a bunch of tooling to help do that. That's kind of cool. We have a bunch of kind of projects in here like All-Star, automated enforcement of security best practices for GitHub. We saw GitHub come out on the back of this and say they're going to require multi-factor authentication for anyone for submitting code. You think about like how many attacks that prevents, right? How many folks are sitting on pieces of software that you're running on your computer that are currently have username and password on them, right? This is a massive change in the industry, and we're starting to see the appetite for that. That's really exciting. Things are starting to change. You know, even down to like the formats for how do you track vulnerabilities across all these software. We've built kind of standard kind of machine understandable formats for doing that. OSV is a great example of this that, you know, GitHub and a bunch of other folks have adopted now so that you can take a vulnerability the moment it's released, you can start looking for that across all of your environments. That's a big change. So, thinking about this, stepping back, Log4j, do we have a plan? And I want to say, yeah. We're a long way away from it being done, but we have this massive industry investment in open source maintenance. So not just making open source software, but actually maintaining it, actually securing it, and understanding what that requires. There's structured plans for measuring supply chain quality. That's a big thing. We have tools to visualize and fix issues in many ecosystems. We're actually building the base infrastructure to kind of make this happen. But yes, we still have a very long way to go as well on this. But you know, I'm optimistic here that we actually have a good idea of how we can solve this over the long term. And I think that's a change from where we were. Even a year ago, I wouldn't have been able to say that I thought that we were doing something here. And that's a change. Okay, so third example. Let's talk about Colonial Pipeline. So the Colonial Pipeline is a company that runs a US oil pipeline for about 40% of the fuel on the east coast of the US. It's critical infrastructure, and they got ransomware. A lot of you will remember this from the news because we had a bunch of like fantastic clips of folks attempting to fill like plastic bags full of fuel at the fuel station and doing other kind of horrible things like this, which was all a bad idea. But you remember that, right? And it led to this temporary fuel shortages, led to a declaration of a state of emergency in the US because of this. And it was a ransomware attack, right? Which we all see across a bunch of different environments. We know now that it was, as a password was leaked, just username and password by one of the employees, which the ransomware group used to access their VPN and kind of go onward onto their network. We know it's attributed now to the dark side ransomware group. They run ransomware as a service model because, of course, this is a large business now. And we also know, luckily, that just the IT systems and Colonial Pipeline were compromised. It didn't actually spread across into the systems that control the oil. Nothing went boom, which was nice, right? But interestingly, Colonial Pipeline paid $4.4 million US to the ransomware group here to try and help themselves get back online. So this was actually a pretty big wake-up call for a lot of folks. And the reason is, ransomware now affects critical infrastructure. And we saw it in a lot of small enterprises, but we saw it now in our health systems. We see hospitals kind of being taken offline. We see a bunch of things happening. And luckily, we actually saw some response out of that. But let's first talk about what went poorly. So one, credential stuffing works, right? You can go to the dark web, download a pile of credentials, usernames and passwords from all sorts of different breaches that are happening around the world. You take that, chances are you can use that and leverage it into access across most of the Fortune 500 companies. You can use that to leverage access into most enterprise environments and a whole bunch of government departments today. That's the reality of where we're at. Despite this massive InfoSec industry and the billions of dollars that we spend on it, that's still the reality of things. That's problematic. The attackers got paid. They're now even better funded, right? There's a pretty good business model here. It was about 3 days' work, $4.4 million US. I don't know about you, but that's a pretty good deal to me. That's not going to go away anytime soon. No multi-factor authentication involved here. There's a massive disruption to service, and the restoration of that takes time. Even in this case where they were willing to pay the ransom, a bunch of people didn't get fuel for a bunch of days. That's problematic. But let's talk about the root cause again here. What actually happened in this thing, and what are we doing? One, the business model of ransomware is really too compelling to disappear on its own, right? This isn't going to disappear. We've seen the ramp up from hitting kind of small enterprises and hitting family members and other things into compromising all of the critical infrastructure in our environments. That's not going to go away on its own. Just stop using passwords? Sure. Has anyone tried not using passwords, right? I think the reality of don't use the same password across multiple environments, it's great advice. A lot of us in this room probably take it. But if you've tried to kind of help your family kind of do that in any kind of real way, you realize very quickly that it doesn't really work. The technology, infrastructure, and the usability of that isn't there yet. We kind of were hoping that cybersecurity insurance models could save us. Once the insurance and a bunch of smart people that do kind of analysis of these things, once they get involved, they'll figure out where the risk is and they can drive down costs. It turns out that most of the folks getting hit by ransomware aren't getting paid out, right? The idea that this was going to save things, it turns out that modeling the risk for cybersecurity attacks is really difficult, right? Because the events are really down to, did someone decide to hack you or not? It's not about what you did, it's about whether someone decided to target you or not, and if they did, you're in trouble. How do you model that? How do you turn that into something useful? So, okay, we've got some problems ahead. How are we going to solve this one? Let's talk about some of the things that actually went well here and talk about some of the response that happened. So, one, they proactively shut down kind of a bunch of their pieces to protect the critical infrastructure. That was nice, good short-term response. They had isolation of the ICS and OT environments. That meant that, hey, the pipeline didn't go boom. That's great, good outcome for us. I think that's an improvement from where we were maybe even 5 years ago. But root cause, long-term, what are we doing about that? So one interesting thing here, and for those that listen to the Risky Biz podcast, you will maybe recognize this phrasing of release the hounds. But one of the interesting things is, there are a bunch of folks that are currently hacking all these environments via ransomware. But the governments have started to recognize that they actually have really competent offensive security teams. And they actually have folks that can actually go and start taking on the ransomware groups and going and figuring out who they are. And as opposed to treating this as a general problem that industry needs to solve for itself, just secure your environments, they're starting to invest more in going after the people that are actually perpetrating this. And I do believe that this has a reasonable chance of shifting some of the incentives in this thing. It's a different deal if you can get your $4.4 million versus whether you get $4.4 million and you can no longer travel, or there's a good chance that you're going to be outed or be extradited or something like that along the thing. That's actually a big change. We've invested in password replacements, and I say this with some trepidation because there's still a long way to go here, but I want to talk a little bit about that. And I want to tell a story here because I believe in security keys, and I believe in doing that. We deployed security keys at Google like a very long time ago. It's probably the best investment we've ever made in security in terms of payoff. Every single kind of piece of authentication, everything that you do at Google requires one of these security keys. It's actually, stops phishing. We just don't deal with phishing attacks in our environment. This is a pretty critical control for us. And obviously part of that is, hey, yes, I want to adopt that, so I do the same. I use U2F kind of security tokens across pretty much everything that I touch. But I am also locked out of my GitHub account for the last 3 years because of this. So I used to do a lot of development work. I have a GitHub account and used to do a lot of things on there. I added my security key to it. I printed out the recovery codes. I did all the things that you're supposed to do when you set this up. And then through some way, you can see I have a number of security keys. It's none of these. I don't know which one it is. I cannot find it, and none of these work. And I've been locked out for 3 years from my GitHub account. It's pretty clear I'm still paying the bill, and no one has logged into it for 3 years. But I cannot convince the account recovery team at GitHub to give me back access to my account. Now, that's good for security. No one's hacking my GitHub account. That is great. But it also kind of highlights this idea that we're not ready for this kind of world. Yes, it gives us security, but the usability and how you do recoverability of these environments still has a long way to go. And this is bad because the idea that you can recommend this for all your users, I've talked to people about this and they go like, how do you do it? And I'm like, well, I've got these 12 security keys and they're all labeled and they're in my drawer and this is how I do them and this is how every 6 months I go back and check these things. That's not a reasonable thing that you can ask people to do. But this technology is pretty fundamental. So one of the things that we have that is actually really promising here is Passkey. And there was announcements about this probably about a month ago. Some of you might have seen it, but I actually really believe in this work. So there's over a decade of work going into the FIDO Alliance and a bunch of these other things on how we do passwordless. But we're actually starting to see this alliance that is actually starting to deliver passwordless. And something for the first time that I believe that we actually have a shot at doing this. And one, because it has active commitment across kind of Apple, Microsoft, Google, and everyone else to build it into every piece of hardware that you buy kind of in the future. And the idea is we can bring that same unphishable multi-factor authentication or single-factor, just the security key, to absolutely everyone and actually start to get rid of the password as the way that we work these things. The idea is it's consistent, secure, easy to use. It's built into the new hardware, so your phone, any phone that you buy, any iOS phone you buy, any Android phone you buy, built into Chrome OS, built into the hardware that actually does this. And it's cross-platform, so the experience that you get on one platform should be the same on the other platform. And there's commitment to do that and actually make that work. And it handles this idea of recoverability. So if I lose my phone, that's handled as part of the standard. If I kind of move to a new device, I now have 2 devices that I want to just work, that's actually handled as part of the standard. And I'm really positive about this because I think it's an example of us kind of pulling together as an industry and understanding the real problems and starting to work on it. So I think this is actually driving some real change. So Colonial Pipeline root cause, do we have a plan to solve it? No. but there's some positive signs in here. We're doing some good things. Ransomware is still too profitable. The incentives are weak to drive change in enterprises. The amount of work that you need to do in an enterprise to get to the point where you cannot be hit by ransomware is still massive. The amount of security folks that you need to kind of do that and kind of drive change in your environment, it's still really expensive. The secure by default enterprise architectures aren't really there in a lot of ways. We're getting there. But I do think there's hope on the horizon for getting rid of passwords. I do think zero trust and cloud enterprise technology is improving. I can say this because I have a team that works on zero trust or Beyond Corp, as we call it for Google. That's my team that does that for Google. We've been doing it for about 10 years, and we're still going, which gives you an idea of how easy that is. And we publish a bunch of papers on it that explain exactly where our problems are. There's still a lot of work to go there. I do believe it's the solution, but it has to get really cheap and easy before it actually solves anything. So, we talked about kind of 3 incidents, and I think if you work in information security or you're considering a job in information security, I think it should be clear to you that you have job security for the next 20 years or so, right? These things aren't going to go away. There's always going to be incidents. There's always going to be plenty of vulnerabilities for you to exploit. There's always going to be things to do. But what I think has changed is that I think there is a shift, and I think these big incidents have been a wake-up call to folks, and I think we're in a position to start doing something about them. I think we're collectively addressing major problems in a way that we really weren't 3 years ago. We're going after some of these fundamental problems in InfoSec, and there's a whole bunch of others. If I gave you another 10 incidents, you'd find another bunch of other core problems in them, and we could talk about those. But I really believe that we're starting to shift, and there's a few reasons for that. And this is, cybersecurity played out on a global stage by superpowered governments and tech giants, and therefore, what's your role in this? How could you possibly have any effect on these kind of industry changes or these other kind of things? And it's easy to look at that as a practitioner sitting here in New Zealand and say, I don't have a part of that, but I want to tell you that you're all directly involved, and I want to talk about why. So I'm fortunate enough to have a seat and seen and been in the discussions and seen a lot of these things play out, and sit in the rooms where people have discussed these things and talked with the developers that are working on them, and I want to talk about some of them. Why did Passkey happen? We just talked about Passkey. Hey, it's an industry standard happening in FIDO Alliance. That seems far and distant. But how did it actually happen? It was a couple of product managers sitting down for lunch who worked in 2 different companies that were frustrated about how they were dealing with dealing with that in their families, that decided they were going to figure out how to work together and solve it. And they came together and put together a pitch and kind of made some progress. It was a couple of people deciding to do that. How did OSV happen? How did we end up with the new standard for publishing vulnerabilities? It's an engineer sitting in Sydney who woke up one morning and decided he was going to write up the ideas that he had and just sent it to everyone he knew. And 2 months later, we had a standard. It was adopted by Github, and we have a bunch of tools around it to kind of make that work. It was a single person making that decision and deciding to go after it. How did OpenSSF happen? This massive industry body that is changing how we're doing open source security, how did it happen? In the end, it was one person who just decided they were going to stop doing what they were working on, wrote a pitch deck, and went to every VP at every company they could talk to, and just kept on pitching until someone gave them enough money to start. And now, a year later, year and a half later, it's this massive thing that is changing how open source is actually happening. Why is it that today you can now log into GitHub and access your Git repositories using multi-factor authentication? It was because a couple of people, again, sitting in a team in Sydney in this case, decided to send some pull requests. Figured out how they thought it should work, sent pull requests to OpenSSH, to Git, to a bunch of other things, and just decided they were going to make it happen. It wasn't some big top-down industry initiative that made that happen. It was just people deciding they were going to do it. And I believe you all have that same role to play. That, why is SBOM a thing? Why did that turn up? And a bunch of these government kind of mandates on things? It turned up because a couple of people, instead of taking consulting roles, they were experienced and they went and joined the government and kind of worked on sane policy and worked on sane things that they could land. That's individuals kind of doing that work. And it's individuals kind of investing their time in a way that really scales. So yes, we're massively short-staffed in InfoSec. If we want to solve these problems, it's going to take a whole lot more people than we have working in the industry today. It's going to take a lot more. But what matters is not necessarily how many folks that we bring in, but how many of the folks that are working in it today are working on something that actually scales. So the way we win is actually by everyone considering, how are you doing something in a way that no one ever has to do it again? If you're writing a pen test report and you're kind of handing it to the customer, how is it that no one is ever going to have to write that same pen test report again? If you're finding vulnerabilities, how is it that someone's never going to have to find that vulnerability again? Because it's been solved, because we've solved that class of problems. When you think about how you're investigating an incident or responding to an incident, how is it that that incident is never going to happen again in the same way, that no one's going to deal with that? And solving that, figuring out how you can work on things, even dedicating some of your time to that part of the problem is important. And I don't believe in the InfoSec passion mantra that you will hear from a bunch of folks. And what I mean by this is you will hear from recruiters and a bunch of things that the problems in our industry are going to be solved by unencumbered 20-somethings working 70 hours a week, attempting to kind of land things and kind of change how the InfoSec industry works. And I think those folks have a role, the folks hunting bugs and doing all these things. There's a bunch of stuff that's happening, and that has a big role to play. But in my experience, the real change is coming from folks working 9 to 5. It's coming from folks from a bunch of diverse backgrounds. It's coming from a bunch of folks that have had experience, that are kind of returning to the workforce, that are coming from other industries, that are turning up and, spend their day tackling hard problems, thinking about how they scale the solutions to the things that they're doing, but then, going and picking their kids up from school at the end of the day. Because those are the folks that are actually doing this in a sustainable way and are thinking about how we solve it for the future. Because in that 9 to 5 time, they understand the problem, they have the experience, and they're doing things that really scale. So how does that work for you? So I want to talk about some of the ways that you can think about it for how things scale. One, you can pressure vendors to adopt new security technology. We talked about SBOM, we talked about Passkey, we talked about other things. A lot of folks don't realize how much kind of effect they can have on their vendors. And I know this, I work with the GCP securities team, which is, cloud for Google, and I know there's a bunch of people in this room that hassle the salespeople for GCP security and tell them about the security features that are missing. notable folks at TradeMe and others that do this. And you know, they know those folks, right? And they go and land features in GCP for security because of the pressure that comes from local companies here. And that's true across people. People that pull together industry bodies and make this happen, like that's a reality. Pressure the vendors. Buy secure products, not security products. It's still unreasonable that you have to buy a bunch of security products to bolt on to your Office suite to actually make it secure. Pressure the vendors to kind of make that standard, right? That's where you should be investing your money. File bugs against insecure defaults. Solve classes of problems, not individual bugs, wherever you can. Fix it in the framework. You're writing a pen test report. You found a bug in a thing. Don't tell them to go and fix the bug and change the line of code. Tell them about the framework that they should have implemented that actually ensures that that bug never happens again. Go after that. That's where the real change happens. Publish what worked and what didn't. Maybe you're in a place where it's not easy to kind of commit or change code or do the other kind of things for this, but you can kind of write bug reports for the things that don't work. You can publish the paper on the thing that you tried and it completely failed and was a waste of your time. That's how you can scale your time to ensure there's 1,000 other people that won't make the same mistakes that you made. Instead of building your own policy framework or you work in a company, you get to think, contribute to one. Figure out the group of people that are working on the same set of problems as you and ensure that none of you are repeating work because we can't afford to. There's not enough of us at this stage to do that. And work with government on smart legislation. You have a bunch of folks that really want to change things, that really want these things to get better. You can actually work with those folks. You can actually help them in these environments and figure out good changes. Start companies that are actually building scalable solutions to these things. Figure out how that works. So further to that, we need to grow the talent pool in this environment. If you work in InfoSec today, if you're part of this industry, we have to ensure that the folks that are entering the industry now have it better than we did. And I want us all to be part of that. I want better access to mentors. I want people to kind of join the industry and it be a welcoming place. And I know that's such a core part of the community here at Kawaiicon, is how do you include new folks and how do you make sure that we can grow this industry and bring new people on. But additionally, work for someone that values broader contribution. There are a huge number of roles in information security right now. It's a massive growing industry. But if you're working for someone that just cares about the next quarter's profits and isn't kind of giving you time to actually tackle things and find ways that can scale, consider that. Consider working for someone that does do that, because there are a huge number of companies that are doing it, that are really contributing and really working on problems that scale. So consider that. So solving these problems matter for information security. Whether you are protecting the healthcare industry from ransomware, if you're protecting users from spyware and domestic abuse situations, whether you're protecting journalists from hostile governments or protecting elections from being stolen, these are all key things that we do in this industry. They are fundamental to the democracy in the world that we live in. What we do has a major effect. And I'd really like that when we stand at the end of kind of 2023 and we look back on the new incidents that we've all got to respond to and the new incidents that we've dealt with, when we look back on the root causes, I'd like to be able to kind of give these things better scores. I'd like to say that we changed something significantly for the better, and we do that by ensuring that we're all working on something that scales. And that's what I hope for all of us. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Darren. I think you'll all agree that insight from someone who's been working in a place that big with problems that real is super useful, right? Right, we'll move on. The next speaker is one of my colleagues, actually, a colleague of a number of you from Catalyst at Aura and now Insomnia and CyberCX. My colleague, Mr. Tim Goddard.
need to click this. I don't seem to have my slides. Hey, great. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou katoa. Ko ahu mai rangi te maonga, ko te whanganui a tara te moana, no ingarangi me kotaranya me te iwi hurai o Kutipuna, ko Timothy Goddard toku ingoa, no reira tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Hi everyone, I'm Tim Goddard and I work as a Principal Security Consultant at CyberCX. My background is in software development. Before I got into pen testing and security consulting, I was a software developer working in a wide variety of languages, most recently Rails. And this means that I've continued that focus through into security on how we build web applications well, and secure code review and so on and so forth is my specialty. And I want to talk a little bit today about the approach and the attitude that we as a security industry have to the process of building things. Our job, our focus is often to look for the things that went wrong. There'll be a big project, 90% of it will go right, but there'll be that little bit, that little 10%, that little 3% that goes wrong. And our job is to look for those gaps. And when it's your job to look for problems, it's very easy to see problems everywhere you look. What this leads us to do is it leads us to a very nihilistic approach, to think that everything is hopeless. Now, what I want to go through today is there are a few reasons why, at least in my area, at least in that web application development, we might want to take a slightly more optimistic attitude to the future and where things are going. I'm going to go through a series of different trends, different things that we've seen in the industry. And I just want to cover, why we should look at these in a positive way. So, 7 years ago, I moved from software development into security testing. And when I first started, I'd run these tools and they were amazing. You'd get set up, you'd log into a web application, you'd run Burp Suite over the whole thing, and it would just produce a list of vulnerabilities. You would get SQL injection vulnerabilities, you'd get cross-site scripting vulnerabilities, you would get a whole series of things which you could just take from that scan, explain a little bit in your report, and hey, your job was done. These days, you don't tend to get that same level of automation working as well for you. You'll run those tools, and they'll come back with nothing. Or you'll run those tools, and they'll come back with false positives and things that you have to eliminate. So, what's happened in that time frame to drive those changes? Now, there could well be biases in terms of what I've seen, right? This is all based on my personal experience. I don't have numbers for you. I don't have statistics to tell you that, yes, things are definitively better, statistically proven. What I'm going on is what I've seen over these 7 years. And what I'm seeing is that when I run these tools, the number of technical flaws, the cross-site scripting flaws, the SQL injection flaws, so on and so forth, they're well down. They're not where they used to be. And when I talk to developers, they understand these issues. I think today there is a much greater understanding amongst software developers of these common security issues and the processes needed to avoid them. So, while I go through all of these different trends and different issues, I'm expecting quite a few of you to disagree with me on quite a few of these issues. I'm expecting that a lot of these things are things that you've been told are bad or a problem or so on and so forth. But I'd like people today to try to see all of these trends as part of a bigger picture and in a new light. And so for this half hour, please, try not to focus on the problems. The first, and I feel most significant driver of this improvement has been the rise of large opinionated web development frameworks. And what I mean by an opinionated web development framework is that they have a defined, documented way of accomplishing common tasks. It's not that you can twiddle every different knob and every different application has everything different. It's that a framework has a documented way of doing things, and if you follow that approach, you are likely to be safe. Most web development frameworks that you will work with, whether it's Laravel, whether it's Rails, whether it's Django, are going to have a defined way of creating an HTML page, some form of template. And if you follow the documented way of doing that, chances are your framework is encoding everything by default so that you don't accidentally include HTML from user input in your page and end up with a cross-site scripting flaw. The framework developers have done the majority of the thinking about these problems for us, and as long as we follow that path of least resistance, we end up not introducing too many vulnerabilities. There are always going to be edge cases. Similarly, if we're interacting with the database, there is a defined way that the framework tells us to do so. It may be a large ORM type, object relational mapper type layer. It may be a simpler way using prepared statements, placeholders for all our parameters. But whatever it is, the framework developers have generally thought through the process of whether this is going to introduce vulnerabilities, and if you follow that well-defined process, if you follow the path of least resistance, you don't end up introducing too many of them. These frameworks also provide us with other forms of support. There may well be a way in the framework of filtering the input that we accept from requests from the outside users. There may well be a way of applying access controls in a standard way through that framework that means that as long as you follow that path of least resistance, you won't introduce too many access control problems. The next area I want to touch on is allow listing. Now, we normally talk about this by contrast to block listing or blocking things, which we used to see a lot of. When I started 7 years ago, we saw a lot of applications trying to filter the bad things out of the input. They would come along, they would say, oh, there are script tags in your HTTP post, that's bad, I'm going to block you. And what we found over time is that doesn't work very well because it just creates this endless arms race. You block one thing, an attacker makes a small change to get around it, you end up seeing a different thing, you have to block that, blah, blah, blah. Just keeps on going. So we've really seen people shifting to realizing you can't just identify what is bad, you have to identify what is good. Now, that could be in the form of having a schema for our input, saying we expect to see these fields present, we expect things to be in this format. That could go down to the level of the individual field. Say I'm building a library management application and I put an ISBN number into a field. Well, it makes sense to validate that there's an ISBN number in that field, yeah? And that there's nothing else that will result in an issue. Now, just by saying what we expect rather than what we don't want, we end up in a much more resilient state where an attacker can't just go and change things. And these are supported by the frameworks that I was talking about before. Frameworks will often have a standard way of doing things. Follow your framework community norm where you can. The next thing I want to talk about is single sign-on and federated authentication. Yeah? We're seeing more and more web applications being built that don't have their own authentication built in. And there's a reason for that. Building authentication into a web application is an absolute pain. And anyone who has built a small tool will know that it can take you just as long to be able to identify who your users are and what they're allowed to access as it can take to accomplish the basic functionality of that tool. You can end up spending an awful lot of time on this. So we're seeing a rise of frameworks like OAuth, like OIDC, like SAML, not my favorite, but and what these accomplish is they allow us to have one central application, one central web page where we sign in, and then we can get into all our little applications. Yes, there can be integration problems. Yes, you can find XML digital signature failures in SAML integration that let you bypass stuff. Sure, cool. There are problems in everything. But the one major win that this buys us, from my point of view, is that all those little individual applications do not have user credentials in them. If someone compromises one of those applications, its data store, so on and so forth, they don't get the password that we know our users have reused in a dozen other systems. By storing our credentials in one central place, by authenticating in one central place, and then using these federated methods to sign in to all our little applications, we move the responsibility for keeping that safe away from them. The other benefit of this is that it makes techniques such as multi-factor auth cheaper, easier to implement. We do it in one central place, and then we don't have to do it again in every single application that we build. Something to think about. When we have this functionality that we can sign in one place, and that just kind of automatically behind the scenes signs us into all our little apps and little tools, that encourages us to split things up. We're encouraged to think, I can build this one little tool that does one job and one job only, and that's not adding a huge amount of overhead either in development or in terms of my user's experience having to sign into yet another thing. And this has a lot of benefits actually in terms of security. When we break applications up and put them on a separate domain, a cross-site scripting flaw on that domain can't interact with all our other applications. When we break up the backing data stores and we say, okay, this application has its own data store, or even this application has access to a shared data store, but it's limited access, we can end up with a situation where bugs like SQL injection have a limited level of impact and only affect the data of the specific application that they occur in, rather than having one occur in the middle of a big monolith which probably has access to all your data. When we put in internal limits, when we say that particular applications can only access particular data and follow the principle of least privilege, we can even limit the impact of bugs such as remote code execution. A remote code execution bug is going to give the attacker access to everything which that application has. But if that application doesn't have access to all your organization's data, you have an opportunity to ring-fence that impact and to limit how much is compromised. The next trend I want to talk about, which is one that I hear a lot of people in the industry grumbling about, is the separation between a front-end user interface and a back-end API. And in particular here, I'm focusing on the big JavaScript UI frameworks that we're seeing a lot of, the React framework, the Vue framework, so on and so forth. Now, this is the rise of a pattern people call single-page applications, yeah? Instead of having a back-end web server that generates HTML pages and we interact with them a little bit and then ask the server to generate us another page, we have a user interface on the front which makes requests to the back-end for the data that it needs. And this, from my point of view, provides two very clear benefits. On the front end, the types of bugs that we see in the rendering process are different than if we had that same bug on a back-end rendering process. If I have something in the middle of my rendering code that accidentally executes some JavaScript, if I do that inside a back-end Node.js application, whatever, then that's remote code execution. If I do that inside a front end in the user's web browser, that's called cross-site scripting. And the difference between those two things is that if I execute arbitrary code on the server, it can access everything belonging to all users. If I run arbitrary code in the user's web browser, it impacts that user or those users targeted by that particular bug. So again, we've limited the impact. Then there are bugs that don't have a clear corresponding version on the front end, the SQL injection, so on and so forth. So what that gives us is those types of bugs now exist within a defined place. We know that they're not going to exist in that front end, and we don't have to worry about that awful SQL query sitting in the middle of our rendering code. On the back end, this also buys us some significant gains. We tend with these applications to see a really simple pattern of ask the back end a question, get a response. Please give me the list of library books I have out. Back it comes with a response saying here's the list in a computer readable format. So that simple request response pattern buys us a very easy process of reasoning about access controls. You don't have to go, well, on this particular view, in the middle of the page, it fetches this associated record, and we might need to check when the user first makes a request whether they have access to that. We tend to have a very direct pattern of request something, and the backend can decide whether or not we're allowed to have that. This ties in very well with single sign-on, particularly with OIDC and protocols like that, because a single user interface can have multiple backends. A single user interface can connect to 2, 3, 4 different APIs, each of which sits in one of these ring-fenced, if there's a bug, the impact is limited contexts. And we can just have our front-end application have a different access token for each of those, obtained through SSO. Now, in this particular area, I really do feel that we in the security industry have tended to fall behind a little bit. And a lot of the standard advice we give may be out of date in the context of these applications. The next time, if you're a tester like me, that you write a report that says your cookies should be HTTP only, or the next time you write a report that says storing access tokens in the browser's local storage, session storage, whatever, is evil and you must not do it, think about whether the developer has actually made a decision to build their application in this way. Because if they've made a decision to build their application in this way with all the trade-offs that it entails, they could well have decided that actually that's worthwhile, and actually in the context of their application they're gaining a lot more than they're losing. Complementing this trend, when we have a whole lot of these little services, little APIs, so on and so forth to deploy, we need a way of deploying them which doesn't cost the earth, which doesn't create huge problems for us in terms of management. So we're seeing this rise in containerization. There are a bunch of frameworks that you might use for containerization. Maybe you build things on Docker, maybe you deploy things through Kubernetes, so on and so forth. But from my point of view, the main thing that these buy us is a separation of responsibilities, the ability to take each service, bundle it up, and give it limited access to the things that it needs. Now, you'll hear a lot of things thrown about the industry along the lines of the container is not a security boundary. I don't know how many times I've heard that. But the reality is that it's not true. Attackers who breach an application running in a container are not breaking out of your containers using zero-day kernel vulnerabilities. If someone breaches an application that you have running in a container, they're hoovering up all of the credentials that you fed to the container. They're potentially using any privileged network access that your container has just by virtue of being in that position. They're not breaking out of these containers most of the time in ways that you need to worry about. So yes, the container is a security boundary. The container is a defined unit that you feed only the credentials that it needs to, that only has access to the files and resources that it needs. And that provides you, again, with a way of limiting the impact of a flaw should one occur. The next area that I want to get into, and again, this is something which people are likely to find fairly controversial, fairly disturbing in some cases. I'm a big promoter of relying on cloud services. And I'm not just talking about deploying a VM on EC2. I'm talking about using a managed service which your cloud provider has built for you, whether that's a managed database service, whether that's a managed logging or managed queue service. And the reason that I promote this is not that these are perfect. Obviously they have flaws. There's a big trade-off to be made. Every time you deploy something on a managed service, you lose a degree of control over it. And that's indisputable. You lose a degree of control over that service because something there now belongs to your cloud provider. But at the end of the day, it's my view that development shops and companies that are building and deploying tools have always been really bad, on average, typically, at maintaining servers, at maintaining environments, and at doing the operations side of things. Back when I built Rails applications, I was a huge advocate of we are not experts in deploying things, in keeping servers up to date. We don't have sysadmins in-house, so we should be outsourcing this to someone who has that experience, who has that expertise. And to me, what this comes down to is, would you rather that your security standards were set by a small development group? Or would you rather that your security standards were set by Darren Bilby, who just talked before me? Yeah? So when you farm out these activities to a cloud provider using managed services, it's easier to meet a baseline standard. Your servers are up to date, or you don't have to worry about updating servers. Yeah? Your software, except for your own dependencies that you include in your app, are being kept up to date. There's not going to be an out-of-date load balancer sitting on the front that someone can, read memory from through an overflow. And yes, there are costs to this. This is one of many things that increases supply chain complexity and control, but it's being handled by someone who's probably doing a better job of it. It's also the case, I feel, that the tools that developers have available to them have gotten a lot better over these years. As I said, 7 years ago, I transitioned from being a Ruby on Rails developer into security testing. Now, back when I was building Rails apps, there was this amazing tool that came out called Brakeman. And anyone who's used it will be familiar. The idea is you take this tool, you run it over your Rails app, it knows all the common things that people get wrong, that people stuff up, how you introduce cross-site scripting, how you introduce SQL injection, so on and so forth. And it picks all of those up and puts them in a report, which you then at least have an opportunity to act on. Not that people always do. Now, that same sort of tool is now available in every major language and framework that you will use for web development. There are tools for anything you might be working in, unless you're working in something extremely strange, that will be able to scan your code and give you a good idea about whether you're falling into common pitfalls. No, this is not perfect. No, this will not pick up the exotic cases, but it will pick up the most basic cases. And importantly, it will pick up the most basic cases immediately as you are building the software, as part of your CI/CD pipeline, which provides an opportunity to close the loop and teach your developers about the things which they should be doing to prevent these bugs. Instead of building some software, doing a twice-a-year security review and getting back a big report full of findings and then going through and fixing them, often those bugs in a development workflow with one of these tools will come straight back to the person who built it, so they learn from the experience and don't do it again. Another tool that's really helpful for us is software component analysis. You run a tool over your project and it tells you all of the dependencies you're importing and all of your dependencies and all of your dependencies. And what this buys us is the ability to monitor that and the ability to be told when a vulnerability is published in any of those dependencies recursively through the whole thing. Many of those may not result in a vulnerability in our application, but it gives us an opportunity to understand how many bugs we are importing in our code and an opportunity to investigate whether those are causing a problem. Now, I do have a slight confession to make here, which is that compared to 7 years ago, applications now do have a lot more dependencies. So in part, this is just helping us manage and control that growth. It may not represent a net improvement, but it's still a useful tool in the arsenal that helps us to avoid sitting around with something which has been vulnerable for the last 15 years. And once we start getting into this process of automating the search for flaws, we can even create our own custom rules. We can set our own standards and say, have the build process tell me when someone writes a database query that doesn't look like this. And for those of you who'll be up there, I'm going to talk a little bit more about this custom rule thing up at Oauth New Zealand Day next week. So this gives us an opportunity to find bugs before they go out, learn from those mistakes, and in general drive an improvement in our software development process. Overall, I feel that the combination of these trends, however you feel about any individual one, have improved the security of the typical web application. There will always be that terrible application that you can play bug bingo with. There will always be an application built in any language or framework that was done so meticulously that it contains very little flaw. Yeah? But the typical web application, the typical web development team is able to produce things to a higher standard because of these trends that they have adopted. And as security professionals, as testers, I really want people to take a step back sometimes and think about the role that we play in these things. It is not always our choice what technologies our customers decide to use. It is not always our choice how our customers decide to structure their applications. We don't get to make the developers' decisions for them. And whenever you encounter a set of decisions that a development team have made, please assume in the first instance that those decisions were made for a reason. The typical developer working today is not a fool when it comes to security. They are making trade-off decisions. They know what the things they are doing accomplish, and some of the things that we tend to call out may not make sense anymore in the current context. So, yeah, please be aware, put things in context. Thank you for coming to my talk.
Thanks very much, Tim. Right, we're going to go out to morning break. A couple of brief items of administrative trivia before that. If this is your first time socializing in the last 3 years, take it slow, take it easy. Like, not everyone is ready for the full bear hug of I haven't seen you for 3 years. Some people are shaking hands, some people are doing this, some people are, solid. Ask first. Get consent from people before you touch them. I know we shouldn't have to say this, right? But, we still have to say it. But yeah, go forth. If you need a cup of coffee, if you want a snack, some food trucks have rolled up. Jika anda suka makanan dari Indonesia, tersedia di luar. There's Indonesian food available outside if you need it. So we're going to follow the schedule. We're going to shorten this break by 15, so we'll come back per the schedule at 11:15, whereupon you will have Dylan and Frenchie. Who knows what those cats have been up to? That's just crazy times. Anyway, go forth, get coffee, and we'll see you in a bit. All right, welcome back. It's actually really heartening how little drama it has been running an event in this circumstance. Obviously, organizers have drama, but in terms of you all sorting out your vaccine passes, wearing your masks, making us have some degree of faith that perhaps humanity has a hope of surviving. I'm very appreciative of that. Thank you very much. Please do continue to wear your masks in the venue unless you're speaking, and thank you for your cooperation. Now, our next speakers, Mr. Dylan, Mr. Frenchie. Those of you who've seen Frenchie content before will know that it's pretty low quality content, like bottom of the gravity well kind of low quality content. But our community, we have to embrace all sorts of people. We have to embrace cosplayers, and we have to embrace Dylan and Frenchie.
Kia ora koutou katoa, nā mai haere mai, g'day internauts in Australian. So some of you might be wondering right now why I'm dressed up as Harry Potter. I certainly am. As you notice, there's Dylan and Frenchie, the Chamber of Secrets. This was a talk that we submitted a while back under the guise of hey, let's do a chat on secrets management. And I replied to Dylan saying yeah, sure, as long as we call it Dylan, Frenchie, and the Chamber of Secrets, and we do it in Harry Potter cosplay. At the time, Dylan was off in the US. So the agreement was that I would sticky tape an iPad to the back of my head, and he would be Voldemort. So, much to my dismay, at some point I will need audience participation for someone to come up on stage and sticky tape an iPad to the back of my head. Before we jump in, a first disclaimer, the views in this talk are not those of J.K. Rowling. J.K. Rowling has some perspectives that can only be described as a dumpster fire. None of that rubbish will be in this talk. So who am I? I'm Frenchie. I was once described by my mum as a previous Kiwi / Kawaiicon presenter, B-size presenter, Google Container Security Summit presenter, featuring as paper mache self-driving car #1. But I've also rambled about Kubernetes security. I've been a pen tester in the past. I talk on cloud, cluster, container, anything starting with a C security, both as an engineer and despite appearances in various leadership roles. To the surprise of everyone involved, the crew have let me back on the premises this year, and I'm delighted to be here. My co-presenter is Dylan. So Dylan is a former security engineer at Netflix. He's a DEF CON and Black Hat speaker and bug hunter. He's author of a tool called Trufflehog, which we'll talk a little bit about today. He's also a founder of a company called Truffle Security. Tragically, he could not make it, obviously, because of COVID. We've got some backup plans.
Frenchie.
What?
Frenchie.
Who's that? What? Oh, it's Peter Dutton.
Frenchie. The boy who lived, come to die. Avacadabra!
I don't think that's what they meant by masks are required, buddy.
Oh, well.
Oh, we're here now.
It's good to see you, mate.
Thank you too, buddy. So what are we here to talk about today? Well, we're here to talk about secrets management.
Well, wait a minute. We're not here to talk about secrets management.
We're not?
No, we're here to talk about secrets mismanagement.
Oh, right. Okay, interesting. So we're doing this ye olde, attack and defend kind of thing.
Now, look, I want to make the case that all of this push the entire industry has made towards zero trust and all of this progress that we've made towards moving towards identity brokers and SaaS and cloud native environments has in itself brought its own set of liabilities that in a lot of ways are actually easier to take advantage of than the old traditional way of network attacking. And I want to make that case and lay it out for y'all here.
Interesting. Okay. Well, I disagree. I'm going to make the case that I think our defense against the dark arts is actually better than ever. We have great capabilities that now we previously never had before.
Frenchie, that's a load of hogwash, and I don't think you even believe that.
You're absolutely right. The state of affairs is pretty dismal, but hey, that's showbiz, so let's do it anyway.
So look, before we jump into it, I need to first define what we mean when we say zero trust. I mentioned it before. Basically, traditionally, we had these trusted networks where you would have a bunch of services running inside your secure trusted network that maybe is your Jenkins server that doesn't have authentication on it, or your print server that doesn't have authentication on it, or your web applications that have a relatively low bar to authentication on them. And this idea is that anyone sitting on that trusted network can talk to those services. And just by virtue of being on that trusted network, they have this elevated level of privilege. So along comes Google, and they author this white paper basically saying that this model is broken for a lot of reasons. This assumption that we can prevent attackers from being able to get onto these trusted networks is a fallacy. Like, attackers are relatively easily going to be able to get on these networks, so instead what we need to do is we need to start securely vetting every single user and every single device before they can talk to any service, whether it's Jenkins or a print job or a web application. We need to make sure that we are testing the devices to make sure their browser is up to date. We are making sure that the user has not only a correct password, but also the correct two-factor authentication. And we do this check every single time for every single service, such that we no longer have a trusted network, but instead we have this identity broker that's doing this checking 100% of the time. And this idea is so trendy that not only did a bunch of growth tech companies adopt these ideas, but the US government fairly recently has rolled out this idea.
Whoa. Hey, careful where you're pointing that thing.
What, this thing?
Yes.
Well, you know, in the United States, you don't even need a permit to carry these things anymore. I mean, I've had one since I was a kid, and ain't nothing wrong with me.
That seems like a profoundly flawed system. But, all right, whatever, let's keep going.
So the US government has basically rolled out this plan to move the entire federal government over to zero trust, the same methodology that Google authored the white paper for. So in addition to a whole bunch of companies doing it, you also have governments doing it. You have basically the entire world moving over to this zero trust model. What did the conventional way of attacking look like? Well, like I mentioned before, all you need to do is get a single asset on that trusted network, and it's pretty much game over. The easiest way to do that was usually spear phishing. So, and this still works in a ton of organizations, by the way, but it's becoming a lot more difficult to do in organizations that have rolled out zero trust models. Basically, you just need to get code exec on a single employee's laptop through a Word macro or some such equivalent through a spear phishing campaign. And then that gives you access to this network, which then gives you access to the Jenkins server, it gives you access to the web application, gives you access to the print server. It gives you access to all these vulnerable services that would otherwise be sitting behind the trusted network. And sure, you might have multiple trusted networks, but in those cases, you would just have to get access to maybe the Jenkins server that straddles both networks, and then you would use the Jenkins server to pivot into the other trusted network, and you'd rinse and repeat the whole process, just dropping malware from service to service, moving around the inside of these trusted networks. So when we switched over to zero trust and identity broker and making sure that all the things are up to date and making sure that everything's running antivirus and all this is good and well again, we fixed cybersecurity for everyone.
Problem solved.
And so
I win.
Basically,
yes.
The con's canceled. I booked my flight right after this. We've
Good.
solved security.
Thanks for coming to the TED Talk.
And let's head out.
No.
Wait a minute. But so something about this assumption never quite sat well with me, because while this is the story we like to tell ourselves, that we have this trusted broker that is vetting every single user and every single asset from being able to talk to these apps, the reality is a lot more complicated. So before we jump into that, let's start to put some faces to the names here. In reality, you have a bunch of SaaS and cloud vendors handling all these capabilities for you, and so all your applications are probably running in public cloud, the most common of which Amazon Web Services. And then you probably have some vendor, either Duo or Okta, handling your single sign-on. So that is handling your device attestation, it's handling your two-factor, it's handling all that stuff. But this is still far from the whole story, because in a normal web application development ecosystem today, you actually have dozens and dozens of SaaS platforms that are handling your web application, that might handle your artifact stores, that might handle your build pipelines, that might handle where you store artifacts, that might handle your error aggregation. And all of these sit outside of your main cloud provider, and they sit on the public internet. And this expectation is basically that all of these different providers have to adopt our model of what zero trust is. And then I'll even throw a couple more on top. Our collaboration tools, our chat platforms, our SketchUp tools, our wikis, all those types of things that we use to develop code sit on the public internet, and we have this idea that they're all going to magically adopt our idea of what zero trust should be and behave in the same way, where they sit behind this trusted identity broker and they don't allow access to these services unless you go through your Okta Duo, whatever, what have you. So that's the theory, and it's kind of a tall ask that we ask all these different vendors to adopt Zero Trust in the way that we want them to adopt Zero Trust. So the reality is, like, that's really only half the story. That's the idea, that's the theory we tell ourselves, but there's actually a number of other ways that you can get access to these services that aren't through that front door, that aren't through that identity broker. The most common of which are machine access.
I believe the technical term is spooky machine access.
Spooky. Thank you, nearly headless Nick. Spooky machine access. Basically, I'll give you one main example. So earlier today, we heard an example of a presenter who can't log into their GitHub account because they've lost their two-factor key. Well, I have some good news, because GitHub actually provides several ways to read, write, delete, create data in the GitHub platform that don't involve going through that front door. So let's say you're an organization and you set up Okta such that all users logging into GitHub have to provide their two-factor authentication, they have to be running their up-to-date browser, all that stuff. Even with all that stuff, the GitHub ecosystem allows you to both read and write data to GitHub repositories through SSH. So now we have this way, without two-factor authentication, where if we have these SSH keys, we can still get access to that GitHub account that maybe we're locked out of, or maybe we're not locked out of. But it's kind of funny that we can log in through the front door and it's going to make us go through this bar, but all of our developers still have a way to create access to the account that completely circumvents that. In addition to that, a developer can create a personal access token and scope it to whatever such scopes they want. Create, read, write, update, delete, make new repositories, delete old repositories. These tokens have all of those capabilities and don't require two-factor authentication to use them. And then on top of that, they have application stores. Like, they have this idea of a GitHub app. It's an OAuth-like protocol where you can install apps on top of organizations that give you the way to create, read, write, delete, manage data on behalf of an organization. You also have Oauth Grants that enables basically a user to delegate their trust to a third party, and that third party can talk directly to GitHub without going through the single sign-on provider and be able to create, read, modify, update, and delete. So now we have this idea of Zero Trust where just for this one individual SaaS service, we need to go through Okta to be able to access our data, but just for this one service, we've just outlined 4 different ways we can access that data without going through that single sign-on secure trust gateway. And when we look at the bigger picture of all the different SaaS and cloud providers that we're using to build our applications, we can really see how this story gets a lot more complicated. We have basically a tremendous number of backdoors to get access to these providers that don't involve going through that single sign-on secure trusted gateway. So in summary, the usual way that a modern tech company will roll out Zero Trust will have this high bar for authenticating users, where they have to make sure that their device is up to date. We have to make sure that the user has their two-fac and all these things enabled. But when it comes to the secondary ways to access the accounts, usually the way machines access the account, it's the Wild West. Basically, all you need is this key. You don't need two-fac, you don't need anything up to date, and you can get access to the same data without even having to touch the identity broker. So then the game just becomes, if we need these keys to bypass our two-factor authentication and our single sign-on and all that stuff, how do we get access to one of these keys? I think, honestly, the easiest way to get access is just to politely ask. So basically, OAuth is a protocol set up to do exactly that. It's basically a protocol that most large SaaS providers have this feature where I can literally just go to Frenchie and say, hey, I am an evil app. Can I please have your data or access to your data? And in going through this flow, if Frenchie were to click that allow button, he'd hand over his keys to me, and I'd be able to get access to the data. So this type of attack is generally called Oauth Phishing. Basically, it's a method of phishing that doesn't involve dropping malware on any asset. And it's done with just one click of a button. If Frenchie just clicks that allow button, it's game over. I've been granted access to the data that I'm after, and I don't actually have to infect any machines to do so.
Can I have those back? I need access to my GitHub.
These?
Yeah.
Well, no, you've handed these over. Wait a minute. Hey!
I do have way too many UB keys. Good point, Darren.
I don't think he knows how OAuth works. He's supposed to have access to the keys. But basically, That's a relatively easy way to get access, but it's maybe not as operationally secure as we as attackers might want to be. We have to send a phishing email, and that phishing email has to land in an inbox that could be forwarded to security it could be introspected, it could be screenshotted. We can do investigation and forensics, maybe pull audit trails and things like that on that phishing email. So maybe there are some ways to get that initial foothold without doing that. So, a couple years ago, I authored this open source tool called TruffleHog. And basically, when I originally wrote this tool, my intent was to find these keys that big companies were leaking out. So I wrote it to scan for keys specifically on GitHub, but it was kind of arbitrary that that's where I was looking for them to start with. And I was doing it for the purposes of bug bounties. I was basically just looking for keys that big organizations were leaking out so that I could make a bunch of money submitting to bug bounties. And it worked pretty well for that. I found a whole bunch of keys that big companies were leaking out, submitted them, and made a bunch of money off of it. But like I mentioned, the focus when I originally authored TruffleHog was specifically looking for these keys in Git. And since then, I've sort of broadened that mindset a little bit and started to look for these keys elsewhere. If we look in our chat platforms, there's a ton of keys in there. If we look in our package stores, there's a ton of keys in there. If we look in our just arbitrary data blob stores, I think a little while ago I scanned about 4,000 open S3 buckets on the public internet, looking for keys inside those open S3 buckets. So I'm not talking about an open S3 bucket that might have data that we're interested in. I'm talking about inside the open S3 bucket, there's a key that then could lead us to data. And I found hundreds and hundreds of live active keys inside these buckets. And in addition to that, we might have our error aggregation services. Basically, what I found is that any sufficiently large store of data, if you go looking for these keys, you will find them. They're literally leaking out all over the place. And that gives us the access that we need to get data. So keys gives us access to data. That's kind of interesting. But wait a minute. Data gives us access to keys. So if you put these two things together, if keys get us data, and data gets us keys, and keys gets us data, and data gets us keys. Let me think here. Doeth the worm myth.
Yeah, that's about as much as I got. Sorry,
It's
buddy.
pretty good. It's a pretty good worm.
Thanks.
He didn't practice that at all. It's
Nope.
his first time.
Completely unscripted.
So, when we combine all these ideas, now if we're an attacker, we need that initial foothold to get access to our data. So maybe the initial foothold is our S3 bucket that we start with. Inside that bucket, we find a bunch of keys. We use those keys to get access. Maybe one of the keys is a GitHub token. We use those keys to get access to private repositories. Then inside those private repositories, we look for more keys, and maybe we get access to BuildKite. And then we use a key to get access to BuildKite. All this stuff is sitting on the public internet. There is nothing stopping anyone, I don't think, from automating this entire process, from building basically a SaaS bloodhound, where you can start with one provider, search all the data for keys, use those keys to get access to other providers, use those providers to get access to more keys, and just rinse and repeat. And the interesting thing about this attack style is you don't have to drop malware on a single system to be able to get access to the data that you're after. So maybe after we land on BuildKite, we get an Amazon Web Token that just directly takes us to a database RDS instance that has the data that we'd otherwise have to go through a malware chain to get access to. Now we can do it all through a single asset that's not compromising any malware. And we can do so from the public internet just by talking to these different API providers. And it's super easy to do. So I've done this in a manual way, but I don't think anything is stopping someone from automating this whole process and just jumping from provider to provider until they get access to the data that they're after. So we still have this question of initial access. We talked theoretically about this idea of phishing, but I want to show that that's actually a very real-world scenario. This is, I think I pulled this from the Washington Post. This was a real phishing email that was sent by a nation-state actor to try to get access to somebody's data. On the left, you have the email. It looks like it's from Google. It's saying, hey, check out this Google Defender. It'll help secure your account. And what's interesting here is if you mouse over that installed Google Defender, the link that it takes you to is a Google domain. Because on the other end of it is this OAuth prompt that says, would you like to give Google Defender access to your drive and access to your email? So all this phishing training that we undergo, saying that the link is like the be-all and end-all, if you just make sure that the domain is trusted, that goes out the window because this takes you to a trusted domain. We start on a Google product in Gmail. We get an email that looks like it's from Google. We mouse over to the link, and it's a google.com link, and then we take us to a page where the namespace of the app has the word Google in it. And all the victim needs to do is click that allow button, and they've handed over access to all their drive and all their email. So after this attack, this was a couple years ago, and a few more events similar, Google rolled out a couple more protections to make it harder to make these types of OAuth apps to access email and drive. But anecdotally, I've found that these types of Oauth grants to access Google Cloud data is actually relatively easy to pull off today. And this is not the only provider that provides this level of access. Slack OAuth, GitHub OAuth, all these platforms have similar mechanisms. So that's a very viable way to get your initial token, basically just to ask nicely for it. But on the other side, we talked about the theory of potentially finding a key laying around somewhere. Let's look at the reality of that. How many people have heard of VirusTotal, the service? Looks like maybe about half the audience have heard of it. Basically, it just advertises itself as free antivirus, SaaS as a service. So if you have a file, let's say Frenchie has a company, Frenchie Co.,
Yep.
where his employees basically want to check their files to see whether or not they have viruses on them.
Send them all to VT, every single one.
They can go to VirusTotal and upload those files, and VirusTotal will say which files have viruses in them and which ones don't. This service, by the way, is owned by Google. They acquired VirusTotal a couple years ago. So basically, that's at its face, it's free antivirus. So you might ask the question, well, how do they make money? Like, why would Google pay for this in the first place? Why would they acquire this company? They make money by selling access to the files that were uploaded to the service. Basically, all the files that Frenchie's employees have uploaded to VirusTotal, VirusTotal saves them. And then a threat intelligence company can pay VirusTotal a bunch of money, and they'll give those researcher access to those files. And so what you can do, they even provide an API to be able to run YARA rules against all of those files and tell you which files are interesting before you download them. You could pay VirusTotal a bunch of money, and you could search for Frenchie Co. plus Amazon key. Give me any file that meets those two conditions. And if any file matches that, you can download it, and you can get access to Frenchie's employees' Amazon key that they accidentally uploaded to VirusTotal for the purposes of virus scanning.
Please don't actually do that.
Frenchie Co. is a real company, by the way. It's got real employees to look out for. So basically, that's one way. But as I'm sure you all are familiar, source code tends to be relatively leaky. And like we mentioned before, there tends to be a lot of keys that are in source code. So I'm sure everyone's at some point seen an article or a headline saying firmware image leaks out or next generation iPhone source code published on the internet or what have you. There are a lot of ways that code can leak out. But one of the most common ways is accidentally leaking,
sorry,
or
buddy,
it's going to fall out.
Yeah.
All good.
I'm gonna take that.
Basically, accidentally exposing your .git directory. The .git directory is a folder that lives inside of your web application that stores all the data for your revision history. All the old commits, all your objects inside of Git, they're stored in this .git folder. So if you were to take all your files and throw them up on a web server, and you accidentally copy over your .git folder, you will accidentally end up serving not just your current version of source code, but all of the historical old files from older commits, that all of which can have secrets in them. And this blog post that I screenshotted is a couple years old at this point. So you might be thinking, oh, well, we must have learned to protect ourselves against accidentally exposing our .git directories. The Alexa 1 million are the 1 million most trafficked websites on the internet. And what I did was I just literally fairly recently scanned the Alexa 1 million, seeing how many of them accidentally leaked out their .git directory. And you would be surprised how many of the top 1 million websites right now is serving their complete source code history, not just current version, but all historical versions, by accidentally leaking out their .git directory. It's a real screenshot from one of the Alexa 1 million. I've blurred out the URL there, but it's relatively easy to do. You could set this up today and get access to a bunch of source code, and in that code, you would get their keys, and then you would be able to use those keys to get data, and so on and so forth. So let's lower the bar a little bit even further beyond that. I'm sure everybody in this room has probably heard of Pastebin. If you haven't, Pastebin is basically a service where you can share arbitrary text with anybody in the world. Pastebin, by default, has the text that you upload public. And they also have an API that allows you to see all the public pastes that get posted to Pastebin. So maybe one of Frenchie's employees wants to very quickly share a code snippet with another employee. So they say, okay, well, Pastebin, like nobody's gonna know that I've uploaded this thing. This is a quick and easy way to do this. They paste it in a Pastebin, they share the link with their employee. I can be sitting watching the entire feed of all pastes ever going to Pastebin, looking for the word Frenchie Co. or Frenchie Acme or whatever I called it, Frenchie Incorporated, plus Google Cloud Key. And if I ever see any paste ever meet that criteria, then I can get access to Frenchie's keys and use that as my initial foothold. And this is a real key, by the way, that I pulled off Pastebin just yesterday. So this is very much still an unsolved problem. But let's lower the bar even further. We talked about Google Cloud Keys. This is what a typical Google Cloud Key looks like. It's got a lot of different components, but some of these strings are really unique to Google Cloud Key. Like you're never gonna see client x509 cert URL with the underscores just like that in any string other than a Google Cloud Key, pretty much. So if we take those strings and we look for them, that's gonna give us a pretty good indicator that we found Google Cloud Key. So where are we gonna look for them? We're literally just gonna Google them. Like, I literally just typed xclient509 cert URL into Google and found a bunch of Google Cloud Keys. There's nothing stopping me from adding to that search parameter FrenchieCo. And then if anybody goes to Stack Overflow or pastes a code snippet on anywhere that's indexed by Google, I'll be able to see that. I could set up a Google alert and get the notification in real time and be able to pull all the keys that Frenchie's employees have uploaded to the public internet.
Once again, please don't actually do this.
So the bar for finding these keys is on the floor right now. Basically, we've set up this idea that everything should just be on the public internet. We should use these secure identity trust brokers, and then we've completely ignored all these side accesses through these keys that are so necessary for all of our services to function. And as a result of that, these keys have basically been hemorrhaging out of our organizations through a myriad of ways over the last couple of years. And we don't really have a good way to stop that from happening. Or that's what I said anyway.
Wonderful. So yeah, we paint a pretty bleak picture there, but let's switch into some of the things that defenders can do. And the focus here is really practical things that the audience could take away to their clients or their own organizations themselves. So broadly, kind of three different areas, right? So finding secrets, we can use the same techniques that the attackers do. What do you do once you've found them? And then also some methods of prevention for removing this whole class of issue. So as defenders, yeah, we absolutely can use those same techniques. You should set up Pastebin alerts. Go and look at, Cyber Monday deals on Pastebin. I think it's $48. But Trufflehog, free and open source. It's a great tool. Dylan's covered some of the use cases. It started really as like a repo-focused thing to look through Git branches and commits, but now it looks for arbitrary data. My favorite feature is if you've ever run a tool like this, you know that false positives are a really big issue. You just get high entropy strings spewed out everywhere. Well, Trufflehog will take those and then go and validate them against the AWS API, for example, and then it will return like, hey, this is a valid, this is an actual live cred. Super useful.
Problem with Trufflehog, though, is it was originally authored by a lunatic, I hear.
That is true, and I'm not just saying this because the original author is holding me under duress on stage at one point. It's a great tool. You should all check it out. So yeah, in terms of detection, there's a kind of two broad areas that you can look at, detecting attackers and then also detecting just honest misuse of credentials. So Canary tokens, another free tool you can use. You can generate things that are actual live AWS credentials, private keys, etc., and then register a webhook, and then it will call back to that webhook when that thing gets hit. Create as many as you like. My favorite is like generate them and then put them in the AWS credentials file of a user on disk that should never be accessed. So someone who's snooping around, an attacker or a malicious insider will often trigger those. And that, in my personal experience, has absolutely caught red teams that I've been defending against. There's a couple other ones there. Yeah, detecting credential compromise in AWS by Will Bankston. 2019, great talk. A lot of the takeaways from that talk have now actually been integrated into GuardDuty and the Cloud Native IDS. But they talk about things like, hey, yeah, we have zero trust networks, but there's still kind of a trusted IP range, which AWS machine should be calling from AWS. If it calls from outside of that, it's fishy. impossible travel, things like that. A really quick and dirty one, which, if you're on a consulting engagement for a couple of weeks, put your Slack alias as AKIA or begin RSA private key, and you'll get pinged as if you're at notified whenever someone dumps these things in. And they show up all the time in snippets and pages. You would be disgusted, but it really does happen.
Wait a minute, Frenchie, are you saying you set your Slack username to RSA begin private key, so if a developer ever posts RSA begin private key, you get @mentioned?
That's exactly it.
You are the most devious blue teamer that I've ever met.
It's quick and dirty, but it genuinely works. So what do you do with once it found? So you get these alerts, you use the same techniques as the attackers. So usability is security or secreturity, if you will, which you shouldn't. But yeah, so typically one thing that in each of the organizations I've joined, I've gone and built pretty quickly a ephemeral sharing thing. So like a burn paper, it's a one link use password. There are some open source tools that did it. They haven't been maintained in years, but thankfully 1Password has come out with a feature where it's a click once, use this link. First time you use it, you get the secret. Second time you use it, 404s. Make it really easy for your devs to have an option that they'll go and use securely, and that actually cuts down on most of the general secret storage use cases for individual auth and also machine auth. Like, they shouldn't be leaving those systems, but hey, at least there's a slightly better option. It's pragmatic. So let's talk about some more holistic ways that we can solve this. We created this general spectrum. Initially, it was like good, better, best, but that's obviously much an oversimplification. Maturity is a big oversimplification as well. So we had complexity versus features. And to run through these quickly, at one end of the spectrum is just tweeting out your password publicly. Haven't tried this one. Give it a shot. Let me know how it goes.
Wait. So just so I understand, you're saying the most simple way is to tweet my password out. I'm just taking notes here.
That's
tweet
it.
my password out publicly.
Yeah.
All right,
cool.
got it.
Next up is one small step up, in repo encryption. So there's tools, Blackbox, Git transcript, Gitcrypt, heaps of options. We're also throwing in the bucket there, native approaches, Ansible, Vault, Travis, how they encrypt secrets in line, Kubernetes sealed secrets. You basically encrypt a file in a repo and then commit it. It's pretty easy. There's not a lot of integrations. The downside is you're now sharing that secret state out to each of your developers' machines. Rotation, revocation becomes a little bit more complex. But I absolutely have seen large, FANG-style companies go and implement this successfully at scale. So it is a possibility. It just requires some engineering. Kind of middle of the stack, using your cloud-native secrets manager. In these cases, we're zero trust, but hey, we're still in the AWS ecosystem, or we're still in the GCP ecosystem. Honestly, spoiler alert, this is usually the right case. If you're relying and you already have to trust this cloud provider, trust them for the secrets as well. And then the top end of the stack is having a dedicated application server that handles secrets. The benefit there is you get a lot more native integrations. You can do some complex logic around revocation, short TTLs, have deep integrations with each of your cloud providers. You can generate temporary creds in a whole bunch of different use cases. But they come with a higher cost, right? So you need a team to run it. I previously managed a team of 8 engineers, and part of our job was managing this, and it took a lot of time. So it's not cheap. So I've broken this down in a very rigorous 18-page presentation around the efficacy of different tools. Got a peer-reviewed and a meta-study. We broke it down in emoji form because that's the most effective way that you can possibly ever.
Frenchie, I'm gonna stop you right there.
Yeah?
I am very confused.
Yep.
I've just heard 17 different places and ways that I should store my secrets. Is there any chance you could just tell me where I should store my secrets?
Honestly, probably. The takeaway, if you really want a simple thing, if you want to know nothing else about Secrets Manager, use your Cloud Secrets Manager, and hey, it's on the internet. It doesn't exist unless there's a big red circle around it. This is probably the takeaway for a lot of defenders in the audience.
Trust my cloud provider. I like it. Let's do it.
Yeah, to be overly prescriptive and hand-wavy, this is probably the right call for you. So prevention, we'll blast through this because we're at time. Broadly, you want to reduce who has access to what, both in terms of what access those credentials have. There's GCP role recommender, AWS access advisor, scope. You want to minimize the scope of what credentials have access to. I've popped an organization a pen test. It was over in about 30 minutes because for an application that only needed to send email, they gave me admin AWS keys. Great. So reduce the sprawl of what your applications actually need, and then who has access to those creds as well. And then broadly, the spooky problem is fundamentally an identity problem. There are some frameworks out there. Spiffy is one. There are MTLS-based approaches where you take an approach, but that's complex. It's usually beyond the scope of a lot of organizations these days. If you had that solid identity framework, yes, you absolutely can move to the ultimate solution here, which is really short TTLs. Doesn't matter if your credential get leaked if it only lives for 5 minutes. We're a fair way off that, and that's certainly the future that we'd like to get to. So what are the takeaways from this?
Well, look, so I think if you are an offensive security engineer and you are concerned that your blue team just rolled out this new initiative to switch over to a zero trust model, I'm here to provide comfort and to let you know that you have no concerns for job security. You're in a pretty good spot. We've got this greenfields new way of attacking that in a lot of ways is easier, doesn't have all the same malware dropping, is just talking to the public APIs, and is ripe for the taking at the moment.
Yep, and as a defender, even though we paint a bit of a bleak picture, there are some solutions there. And so the takeaway is, hey, there's also some good job security there as well. But awesome. Thank you so much. Here's the credit for the slides, and then that's us. Thanks so much for listening.
Thank you very much. Now get off my stage. You can do the worm if you want. I think we probably should have had something like health and safety form that he had to fill in before he did the worm, because we're liable if he does his back out. So, the great hacker Halvar Flake did a talk not so long ago where he talked about the paradox of cheap complexity. And his thesis is that security and complexity are fundamentally related. The more complex something is, the more things that go wrong. And complexity is now weirdly cheap. And this paradox of cheap complexity means that because an ARM Cortex M0 costs cents, it is cheaper to put a general purpose computer in a device and have it pretend to be an analog circuit or a light switch or whatever else than it is to build a special purpose machine that only does the one thing you want. So we put general purpose computers in everything, and then we wonder why it goes horribly wrong. And now we have the Internet of Things. Our next talk, Mr. Peter Lambrechtsen, would like to talk to you about, well, if you hook your pets up to the cloud, this is what you get. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Peter Lambrechtsen.
Right, sorry about this. IoT your pet. What could possibly go wrong? So, a little bit about me. My name is Peter Lambrechtsen. I've been a Wellington-based developer for quite a while, focused on identity and APIs. I've worked for a number of different security organizations and have always been really interested in privacy. Personally, I love home automation because if you can automate your home and improve things, you can actually have things happening automatically and have control over it. But at the same time, I like to make sure that my data isn't actually leaving my home and going everywhere into the world. So that's why which is why I like Home Assistant. Other times I've worked for the telco government and a number of other agencies. So just generally I've been doing this for a little while. And I also have quite an amazing wife who's somewhere in the audience, and my children are here today to thoroughly mock me after the end of this talk. So a bit of a history about how I got to this bizarre stage of having to do this presentation at KiwiCon, or Kawaiicon, sorry. I have a very old grumpy cat, and my children have been complaining to me for a number of years saying that we should get a dog to add to the family. We get a dog, awesome. The cat, however, does not like the dog. And the dog, well, he's a little bit of a gut, so he likes to eat any of the food, including the cat's food, wherever it's sitting. So we need to get a new feeder to stop the dog from eating all the cat food, and the cat doesn't die of starvation. And another problem that comes from having a new animal in the house is previously the cat would fit through the cat door, but the dog's not going to fit through the cat door, so I needed to upgrade going from a cat door to a dog door, so then both of them can fit through. And at the same time, oh, brilliant, let's get some IoT version of this, because then, hey, that's going to be great, isn't it? And then I also want to run it exclusively inside my home, again for the privacy reasons. So this is how it kind of started. I had my cat. He wasn't very happy. And the dog, well, he was happy as everything. And this is how it's going. And these are the bits that I've decided, hey, let's get myself an internet-enabled things from the Sure Pet pet care. So this is quite a common crowd based in the UK. They make really robustly and well-built hardware. And then they said, right, well, let's internet-enable it. So you have yourself a hub, and then a feeder, a pet door, which is how I started. And then they released some more hardware, which is called the Aqua, which is just the terrible name, whereas the internal product name is Poseidon. And I've emailed them a couple of times saying, why on earth did you call it the Aqua? That is the lamest name in the history of all product names. And you went for Poseidon? What is wrong with you people? And I also happened to buy a cat flap because I got problems. So here we have my red team doing a 0-day pen test. And he succeeded. He managed to get into the home, and it was all downhill from there on in. And this is how it has been deployed inside my home. I have a dog. He goes through the pet door. It talks a pseudo Zigbee type Wi-Fi protocol, which is 802.15.4, to my hub. Hub talks over the internet. Oh, I'm not sure about that. Off to a couple of different sites, one being SureHub, which is the product that makes it, and also off to MQTT. What I really want to have is I want to have the hub talking to only infrastructure inside my home. I want it talking to a little mini web server and also talking to my internal MQTT broker. So again, everything sits inside my home so I can control where this data goes, because I don't want all of my personal cat feeding habits and the fact that my dog likes to leave at 3 a.m. in the morning to go off to do his business. I don't need that going off to the cloud. I'd like it internally inside my home. So then I'm like, right, so how does this thing work? It boots up, and it starts to talk to this endpoint called hub.api.surehub.io. As we see here, we have the hub talking up to the internet. Surely they check the certificate, right? No. Well, they didn't to begin with, and then a little bit later on, after a couple of firmware updates, for some reason they started checking that the certificate was legitimate. And at the same time as well, they pushed out firmware to all these other hubs across the world, because there's a couple of 100,000 of them, but it was never pushed to mine. I'm not sure why they did that, but I may have posted on Home Assistant saying that I've been doing all of this, and around that time was when the firmware update came out. And then, oops, and I've gone too far. And then around New Year's Eve 2020, because this has been a bit of a journey for me, and the rest of my family will attest that I've been doing this probably a little bit too long. The SurePet system, so the cloud system, decides to crap itself, quite frankly. And I was like, this is actually a great opportunity. I might find other like-minded individuals on Twitter who wants to find a home-based solution and reverse engineer this whole thing. And then I'm like, oh, brilliant. I keep on going too far. I'm like, right, I'm going to do some me in the middle. I have my hub, and I have me, and then I have the internet. So I'm like, okay, I can start to trace out all of the traffic as it goes between the hub to the internet to see what happens. And what happens there, it does a post to this endpoint, which it doesn't validate certificate. Awesome. And then it responds back with what kind of looks like a certificate. And I'm like, why would you send a request off to the internet and then you get a certificate back? And I wonder if they check that certificate as well. Yeah, no. So this is how it currently kind of works. What happens is it makes a request off to the internet, gets a response back, which includes a certificate, and then the hub itself makes a client certificate request off to AWS to say, hey, I'd like to go and talk and we can start doing a negotiation. And if anyone knows anything about how client certificates work, effectively there's a key to unlock your certificate, and if you don't have that key, you're kind of be shit out of luck. But anyway, I can have us connecting to my home MQTT broker, and I start seeing some messages coming in. I'm like, brilliant. All of this data coming in. It just makes so much sense. But that's right. We'll figure this one out as we go along. And I'm like, this is how the flow is going to work. It comes in, comes via this brilliant app called Polar Proxy, and Polar Proxy is fantastic because it will set up a listening port for you, take a copy of all of the data as it goes through, and then writes it out to a PCAP file, which is a file that I can easily load up in Wireshark, easily have a look at all of the data as it comes in and out. But the problem is, the second request that goes off to AWS, that uses a certificate. And unless I have the passwords for the certificate, I won't be able to get all the way through. So therefore, Polar Proxy is good for the first request, but not the second request. And it's just like, I need to be able to find the key. So we might have a bit of a quick feeder demo. And for my feeder demo, oh dear. Yeah. I'm really sorry. I'm really, really sorry, you know. Yep. What was I thinking? So in here, and we can actually set it up on screen, this is Home Assistant as it's all been configured. Now, we have the feeder. Are we going to have someone here? We might have a Moodle storm here to do some tests. And oh my goodness, he has opened up the thing. And look, if we see up on Feed Me Seymour, he's gone and opened it up. And then when he's finished doing his feeding, it decides to close again. And we'll see up the top there with the current left wait, after a little bit of time, it might just happen to update and close it off. And of course, the demo gods will not smile upon me because people are doing things. Of course, oh, look at that. And look at that. We've got some sparkles as well, because all we need in this world is some more sparkles. Maybe Moodle Storm will come up and show me some other areas that he could do some tests to see whether he can do some more feeding. And all of a sudden, he's closed it, and I wonder if it's going to, oh, look, there you go. He's gone and opened it again. I'm going to go and take some more stuff out of there. These batteries, I always keep them working out. And if you see up the top there, we've got some left wait and the right wait. So when it closes out, we get some more messages coming through. He feeds for a little bit, and he's not a very quick feeder. And then all of a sudden, he goes off, and then it'll decide to say, hey, the animal's finished eating. Maybe we might get some sparkles again. Who knows? And again, because this is live demos, we have this thing transmitting off over wireless in this fantastic wireless area. Hey, you have some more sparkles as well, and then it's closed off again. Thank you, Moodle Storm. Moo. So that just shows what happens when you have some messages coming out over the air. And if I actually enlarge the screen here, and I probably should have had this up on screen as well, this shows all of the data coming in over the radio. So I've got some packets coming in. I've got packets coming in over the radio. I decrypt them, and this is what it is inside MQTT. And then I have a little process running here which actually interprets all the messages coming in over MQTT, turns it into something human readable, and then all of a sudden we can actually pump it straight back into Home Assistant. And this is actually what a feeder message looks like. So that was exactly, or fairly close to the sort of message that it comes out. It makes so much sense. You think to yourself, if I'm going to develop something and it's really only caring about opening a cat feeder, closing a cat feeder, do you really want to have big, long, crazy strings of data? And this is actually kind of how I've managed to reverse engineer and figure out what all of the data means. Just completely clear. And they've got timestamps. Not just one timestamp, but they actually have 2 timestamps. And they have the tag and the time that it's open, so they actually get a report for how long your animal spent eating. And that goes back off to the cloud. And they also have the weight when it started and the weight when it finished on the left-hand side and the right-hand side. And it's also accurate down to 0.01 grams, which is quite accurate for a cat feeder. And I could never understand why they do it, but they do. And I'm thinking, right, so I now have some data going off to my Home Assistant. I can see what's happening in here, and it all makes a little bit of sense, but I really want to find out what that key is, because yes, I can see the messages coming in, but there's also things that you can send from the cloud to my feeder or to my other devices, and if I don't have the key, I don't know what these messages are. But I'm really sure that they've properly secured that key in a really, really good place that no one could ever find. And it's like, maybe they've actually gone and had the key somewhere in the firmware. So I'm like, okay, cool, let's have a look at the firmware. But unfortunately, the firmware, bless the cotton socks, has been encrypted with XOR. And I've just gone and flicked over the slide again, too far. And you think, right, well, after finding some other like-minded individuals on the internet, Toby, my good man over in Germany, figured out that if you grab all of the whole firmware in one big blob, split it up into 16 bytes, and then sort it, and then the most frequent entry in there is actually your XOR key. The reason why that is the most common entry inside your firmware will be all zeros. So if it's all zeros, and you know that it's all been XORed, hey presto, the one that's most frequently in your firmware, that's your XOR key. And I was really happy that day when I figured it out, because then we could say, right, we have the firmware, we can de-XOR it, I can try booting it up inside some virtual environments called QEMU and start looking at and see how it boots, because maybe they give out the key that way. And when I booted it up the first time around, I was like, hang on a second, that's not my serial number of my hardware. that's interesting. Maybe I should try downloading that firmware. And that firmware happened to be the debug version, because one of the cool things about SurePet is to download firmware, all you need to do is to give the serial number of your hub. It doesn't check anything else, it's just a single over HTTP request. Right, please give me your firmware. Now I'm thinking to myself, or maybe other people in this audience would think, maybe that's not such a good thing that you don't validate anything other than the serial number, because then anybody could go and do a request for anyone's serial number of any of the devices. That might be a bad thing. And again, I'm searching, I'm like, I really need to find this key, because then I can figure out, once I have the key to the certificate, I can then find out and say, right, all of the messages going to the devices, I can start sending commands to it. But you know, the key's not under the mat, right? And I was like, okay, this is all just getting too hard. That certificate's too hard to find. I don't know what I'm going to do. Maybe what I shall actually do is start to build some brand new hardware. Because, you know, it just talks over the air, and I'm sure there'll be some common protocols, and that couldn't be too hard. And it's like, well, what does it talk? It talks Zigbee, baby. And Zigbee, well, you know, that's a nice standard protocol, and it's well encrypted, and when the two devices pair with each other, you know, it's secure. But when I started looking into the actual air traffic, when I started looking into the traffic, I was like, hang on a second, that's not standard Zigbee traffic. It looks like it's encrypted, but it's not encrypted the Zigbee way. And I was like, okay, here's my little sniffing station. I've got my cloud, and I've got my hub and my aerial. This is all I need. And actually, they seem to transmit on the same pan. So basically, they transmit on the same frequency for every single device. All 300 and 400,000 of them across the entire world all transmit on the same frequency. And I was like, hey, hang on a second. These frames are encrypted with XOR. Yeah. And it seems that every single one of the devices over the air uses the same encryption key, or XOR key, and it's like, really? So of course, you know, me being a studious person as I am developing away, I think it's worth that I back it up, because, you know, that information's really good. And, you know, no bad actors could ever possibly think, with the same encryption key being sent out to every single device with the same particular PAN ID, that would ever be a bad thing. But that's right, I put it up on GitHub so it's nice and safe. So I continue to go around, I'm like, oh, okay, cool, let's build this hardware, let's do something. And I'm thinking, right, I'm going to build something new. And I go onto the internet, and I'm like, hey, there's some other people that have built some hardware with an ESP32, so a nice little mini computer, and also the Zigbee radio. And these guys have gone out and they've actually done a custom shield, so I can go off and just order one of these, and then they'll ship it to me over the internet. And this is kind of the breadboard version down here. And this is the hub version 2 to replace the hub version 1. And this one's got Wi-Fi. Yeah, Wi-Fi and Internet of Things. What could possibly go wrong? Well, you know, me personally, I'm not the best assembler developer, and some of the radio stuff just all seem to be too hard. I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to park this for a little bit and try something different. And I'm like, right, after I've been started working for a while, now it's time to share this with the world, with the Home Assistant community, and say, hey guys, this is what I've done. Fly, be free. And after I did that, the developer, who happens to be the chief software architect from SurePet, followed me on my GitHub repo less than 24 hours later. That also happened to be around the same time that a firmware update came out that started to check the certificate. Causation, correlation, who knows? But, you know, I'm thinking to myself, right, but I didn't actually know me directly at that time that the firmware came out, because at the same time, my firmware never got updated. Not sure why. Anyway. Oh, we might need another Moodle storm here, because part of the other parts of the hardware is this thing called the dual scan cat flap. Hi, thank you Moodle storm for coming out. You're much appreciated. Right on. So, if we come over here, we've shown off the feeder. The feeder sends off to these little things here. This is the cat flap. Now, I practiced this at home with my cat. This is going to work, right? No. Dude, you're killing me here. You're killing me. You said that you're up for this. You said this is going to work out. Maybe he'll manage to open it. You're there, yeah, man. You're so close. You are so close. Actually, what we'll do is let's try it the other way around. Let's see. Okay, turn around. Okay, we're gonna do this. All right. Yeah. Okay. We got this. Yeah. Okay. Right. Okay. Almost there, man. Almost there. Almost. Just a little bit more. A little bit more. You got this, man. You got. No. 2 words. Never work with children or animals. So then, anyway, maybe there was a bit of sparkles there as well as he goes through it. Who knows? Because the world needs more there we go. And again, we have these messages coming through. You see the 802.11 or 802.15.4 radio packets. They turn up as red. And then we have the MQTT messages coming in and flying past. And then in here we have my little web server, which actually receives all the MQTT messages and then sends some dodgy messages off to the lights to make them flash, because, hey, we need some sparkles. So then, after I'd been kind of hacking away and trying to figure out all these different things, I go along to the local ISIG meeting, and I meet this awesome fellow Roman. And he was like, you know what? This is just microchip hardware, and he's lent me the programmer. I was like, wow, brilliant. I can actually now use the programmer to dump the firmware, even though I kind of have dumped the firmware anyway. But if I could dump the firmware and also dump the protected memory, because they've definitely protected that protected memory. Yeah. And actually they did, which is really frustrating. So I spent some time with the programmer, did some documentation of how the hub works, and I've posted all of this up on GitHub, and we have the radio, we have some other pins that were soldered up. And I've got my legit soldering workbench here, and I'm like, brilliant. I'm going to dump this firmware using the programmer. It'll all work fine, won't it? And it doesn't. And I'm like, okay, cool. Roman, he's also done a little bit of work in the glitching space. Definitely, if I manage to glitch the CPU, that's going to give me the key that I'm looking for. Unfortunately not. That didn't work out the way that I had. But he did, however, help me take the firmware, which we'd decrypted, and loaded it up into our friendly NSA tool called Ghidra, and that actually decompiles it and actually allows you to inspect the firmware to see exactly what it's doing. And there's a couple of interesting functions in there, and he pointed me along the direction for finding the key. But unfortunately, at the time, it didn't allow me to find the key. And what did I do then? I managed to brick my hub. Yeah. I was not very happy about this day because I thought, bother, or some other expletives. I managed to short out one of the pins, the hub blew up. It's like, I didn't have a working hub. My Arduino code just wasn't working properly either. It's like, you know what? I'm just going to go and buy myself a new hub. And then I saw on TradeMe, this person was selling this old hub. And I was like, oh, brilliant. And I asked them, I was like, so have you actually ever plugged the hub in before? And they're like, no, it's just sat in a drawer. You know, you're welcome to it. So I went and bought it. And it turns up about 2 or 3 weeks later after I'd managed to win it. I was like, oh, brilliant. And this time I think I've learned from my mistakes, my previous mistakes, to not properly sniff through the traffic first. And now I'll actually sniff it on boot. And it turns up, hooray, I have my new hub. And I'm going to sniff it through the cloud. And hang on a second, when the hub boots up, it sends a response back, but also it sends a request out, but it includes something new. It includes this thing called a long serial. Haven't seen one of those before. All of the other firmwares have in it. I'm like, I wonder if that long serial is the key to the certificate. And I'm like, right, okay. So I take my super secure credentials, I pass into OpenSSL that password that it has, and I wonder if it decrypts it. It is. Oh yeah. So I'm like, brilliant. I now have the key to the password. It's time for me in the middle, or MITM, to be able to sniff all the traffic. Woohoo! Good times. It's like, yes, I have found the key for my hub. I can now inspect all of my traffic, but the problem is, it's a hub-specific key, because at this time now, I have 2 hubs. I have my bricked, well actually I managed to fix it up afterwards, now unbricked hub, and I have my new hub, which I have the password for, and there are different passwords. So it's like, cool, I have the password to my hub, but not all the others. So the key is under the mat, but not 100%. So now I'm thinking to myself, brilliant, I can now me in the middle of all the traffic, and one of the things is using Polar Proxy, it didn't support me sending a client certificate off to the cloud. So I email the guys, and I'm like, look guys, I love your tool, it's fantastic. It's been really helpful for me to do some of the analysis, but if I could include a client certificate, that'd be brilliant. and 3 days later they emailed me back an updated version with client certificate support. And then all of a sudden I have some sweet, sweet decrypted packets rolling in. So now this is my NinjaCat setup where I can do a polar proxy request for the first request and the second request off to AWS. Because I have the certificate and the key, I can NinjaCat all of that traffic in and out. Oh yeah. So I'm thinking to myself, if I'd done this in the first place, you know, like months and months and months and months and months ago when I first started this, I'd be able to do this, right? Maybe we need to talk to the manager about this. Yeah, I know. Turns out that, yes, the newer firmware hubs don't actually send that long serial. It's only that I happened to get an old model hardware that had never been firmware updated that they sent out this particular password. But I wonder if there's another way to find the long serial. And then some time passes. You know, it's been a crazy year for a lot of us people here. Wasn't really able to work on the project. I've been doing some refactoring work because the way that I first built it, it was really horribly complicated and it had all these bits that had to glue together, and what I wanted to have is a single command line in Python that I could start and run. So in the end, I actually settled with async.io, which allowed me to run all of these bits all in one blob and run from a single command line. And then I figured out something that had been staring in front of me the entire time. Oh yeah, that's right. Another thing was that I'm going to be presenting at Kawaiicon. I better make sure the stuff works. So I think to myself, right, this firmware update thing, because you can actually hold down the button underneath when it boots up and it does a firmware update. And it makes that request over HTTP. That's kind of useful. And I'm like, let's have a look through the log. Looking through the log, I see some numbers. It's like 550AA. That looks kind of familiar. And I say, that one, that looks like the long serial. All right, all I need to now do is firmware update my hub, and I get my long serial because it comes through in the console. That's very useful. And then do a little bit of reordering, job done. And then I go and tell the world, I'm like, hey guys, if you need to find your long serial, this is the only thing you need to do. That's not very hard. And then I actually started thinking, and I'm like, hang on a second. The firmware update uses that same long serial. And I was like, well, I've got my hub firmware, and I know my DXOR key, which gives me that key. And then I take that key, and then they have this static key. Because again, they love their XOR. And then I can just translate all of this, and all I actually need to do is download the firmware, only 52 bytes of that firmware, and all of a sudden I have the PKCS certificate for the password. And I'm not sure if anyone was following at the beginning, but all you need to do is a single request over HTTP to a single host with a serial number. You don't need anything else, and they give you the firmware file. That could be bad, right? So hey, all of a sudden now I have the password for my hub. For every other single hub, all I need to do is just download the first file of the firmware, and it's free for everyone. And then coming up to the end of it, about 2 weeks ago, up on TradeMe, a cat and dog door came on board. And I thought, hey, hang on a second. That could be really useful in my talk, because I have a dog door at home, but I don't really want to have to take it out. But on the upside, I can get myself an additional hardware. Because if you're going to demonstrate something, you need to have all the hardware here. And this kind of shows what the cloud app is like. It's not the prettiest, it's not the most functional, it's kind of slow, but hey, this way, if we talk an Home Assistant, it talks locally. So this is where I've ended up now. I now have an app called Pet Hub Local. I started off with some Docker and all sorts of other bits and pieces, which is horrifically complicated to run. And now I have async.io based single command line with Python. I've moved from having SQLite as a database to a JSON file. It's just a whole lot simpler now. And if I had actually checked my slides beforehand, I would have said that I've actually built a Home Assistant add-on. So anybody that uses Home Assistant, all they need to do is go into a store, hit a GitHub repo, add my thing on, and hey presto, they can actually start using this from home. And this is what it looks like. I showed you a little bit beforehand. All of a sudden, you have Home Assistant giving you all of the control over all of your different devices. Messages come in, they hit MQTT, which Home Assistant supports anyway, and I am able to send messages to Home Assistant about all the different states of the animals, as well as all of the devices, and you get data coming in, and it all sits locally inside your home network. So another thing as well that's happening in a couple of weeks, and I'm not sure if I should do this or not, but yeah, fuck it, I probably will. SurePet, the lovely people, who are actually really nice people, and I'm so surprised they have not kicked me off their cloud service, because I believe that I've been quite a shit, and I have been trolling hard the chief developer the entire way through, and he has never once responded to me, which is kind of sad and expected. But anyway, I'm going to be turning up to the SurePet, or the Pet Hub Animal Expo, and having a chat with the SurePet people, and we'll see how it goes. Maybe they might like an in-person demo. Who knows? And now is a bit of a cry for help. I'm not the best assembler developer, and I have the firmware decrypted, but there's a couple of CRC checks in there that I haven't managed to figure out yet, and hopefully, someone can help me out with this. And now it's a bit of demo time. Now, where's Moodle? Have we lost Moodle again? Moo! Right. So the Poseidon. Moodle storm. Moo! So, are you going to be able to drink from the Poseidon? Is that going to work? And hey, is this all going to happen here? Oh, let's just see. We'll come up to here. He's going to stick his head in, and the little light's going to hopefully go on. Oh, maybe it's not. Anyway, you're just going to be terrible, aren't you? Yes, Moodle Storm, come on, sort us out here. And you know what, Moodle Storm? I don't think this is going to work, buddy. I think I'm just going to have to release the hounds, because quite frankly, it's just not going to work out. Hey, Wiki, how's it going, buddy? You gonna come out? Come on, Wiki. Oh, come on. Oh, of course. Come on, Wiki. Yes, there you go. Good boy. Attack! Hey, no! Hey, come on over here, Wiki. Oh, good boy. Who's a good boy? Sit. Come on. Down. Come on. Oh, no, you just like food too much. Come on, attack. Come on, there's Moodle Storm. Go get Moodle Storm. Let's go. Come on, go. Attack. Oh, good boy. And that's my story. Whoa. Wiki! Oh, no! Wiki, hey, come on over here. Good boy. Never work with children and animals. Thank you very much, everyone.
The things we do to entertain you, such as turning my mic on. I think we've never actually had live animals on stage before, have we? Does anyone remember? No. So anyway, achievement unlocked, live animals on stage. So I will introduce to you, now that we've finished with the Internet of Trashy Things, our next speaker. Now, some of you may know him from Badge Challenge of Kiwicon's past, and it's always a pleasure to have him on our stage, D-Rock.
What do we think? Yeah? The technology works when you plug it in. How about that? Nice. So I'm here to talk about history of computing. A lot of people these days think that everything started with Windows 95. So we're going to go back a few years and talk about the Apollo space program. Who am I? I'm D-Rock, also known as Derek Robson. I do CISO things in a government place. Come talk to me later if you want to know more, and I might not tell you. There's a Twitter account that I help run that is at Apollo 50th on Twitter. It's a live history of the space program in spectacular detail. So during an actual mission, like Apollo 13, for example, 5,000 tweets over 7 days, if that's your thing. And you may remember me from Kawaiicon, Badge Challenge, lockpicking, assorted shenanigans. Right, it's often said a pocket calculator is more powerful than the computer that got man to the moon. Do we think that's true? Let's find out. First of all, how do you get to the moon? I'm assuming most people in the room haven't flown to the moon recently, so we're going to do a quick refresher. First of all, let's talk about the spacecraft. This is what people think of as the spacecraft that gets you to the moon. It's actually 3 major components. First of all, you've got the command module, where the crew hang out. Service module, big engine, fuel. Lunar module, does the landing on the moon. We get off the ground using a Saturn V, the biggest rocket ever built at this point in time. Anyone who's followed SpaceX has seen their 2-stage rockets. Saturn V, 3-stage rocket. And right up the top, we stash our lunar module in there for later on. So, launch of a Saturn V. 7.5 million pounds of thrust, and off we go. Takes about 12 minutes to get into orbit. You'll notice here the spacecraft's kind of going a bit sideways. Getting into orbit is as much about going sideways as it is about going up. As we run out of fuel in a given stage, we throw it away. And that gets us all the way into orbit in 11 or 12 minutes. Once we get into orbit, shut down the engine, coast for a wee while so that we can figure out where we're at, how fast we're going, all of that. Because the orbital mechanics of getting to the moon is important. Everything in space flies in an elliptical orbit. So you need to figure out the 3 days it takes to get to the moon so that the moon comes around to match where you're going to be once you get where you're going. It's simple. Well, it's rocket science, but anyhow. If you get all of that timing just right, you can loop around the moon and come on home without spending much fuel or effort or energy. That's called a free return trajectory. Quite useful. And then, of course, there's the landing on the moon. So 2 of the crew jump on the lunar module, 1 stays in the command module, keeping things going. And again, this is blasting sideways because you're actually slowing down in an orbital sense. Gravity then starts pulling you down to the moon, touchdown, turn off the engine, woohoo, get out, plant a flag, drive a car, do some science. World is never the same again. So, what we're here to talk about really is the computers that get us to the moon. Does anyone know who this is? I'm going to go with yes, Katherine Johnson, who was a computer. In 1953, or more specifically before 1958, a computer was a job description. It wasn't a gadget or a toy or a tool, it was a person. NASA or NACA at the time had a lot of people that were using mechanical calculators, tabulating machines, and they would grind the numbers by hand, and that job was a computer. NACA became NASA. NASA got on board with electronic computers. Katherine Johnson stayed at NASA all the way through 1986. So she was there through Mercury, Gemini, Apollo, and into the shuttle era. So when we're talking about getting to the moon with computers, we're really talking about electronic computers. That's a bit more familiar to this crowd. So the first set of computers you need is the real-time computer complex. This is at mission control. It's a bunch of big IBM stuff, because government, of course they buy IBM. It does the orbital mechanics. When do you take off? Which direction do you fly? How fast do you go? To get the launch window, you keep hearing about the launch window, lifting off at the right time to get to the moon when the moon's come around with the orbital mechanics stuff. So the real-time computer complex is at mission control in Houston. By the end of the Apollo era, they had 5 IBM 360s, a whole 1 megabyte of memory. And it did all the orbital mechanics. It also processed radio tracking data to create the state vector, and we're going to discuss that a bit more in a few minutes. Next up, we have the Launch Vehicle Digital Computer. Now, this is actually part of the Saturn V rocket. It sits in a little black ring kind of near the top of the rocket. up the top there. It handles getting off the launch pad, running all the engines, shutting down the engines, tipping the rocket over to go sideways for that orbital speed thing. It does all the staging of throwing away stages. All of that is done by the launch vehicle digital computer. Also IBM. Based on core memory, for anyone who knows about that, and if you don't, we'll talk about core memory in a moment. And it's the major component of the instrumentation ring, that black ring towards the top of the Saturn V. Next up, we have an abort guidance system. Now, this one doesn't get a lot of coverage when people talk about computers that get you to the moon, because we don't really need it unless things go wrong. It exists only in the lunar module, and it exists purely in case of an emergency or an abort. If they're coming down to the moon's surface and something goes wrong, they hit the abort button, the abort guidance system kicks in, and it will take them back to orbit where they can rendezvous and come home safely. However, it was used on Apollo 13, and we'll discuss that in a little bit too. The Apollo guidance computer, this is the meat of the thing. This is when people talk about the computer that got man to the moon, this is what they're talking about. It's the main computer of the command module, and it's the main computer of the lunar module, so you actually have two on every mission. Let's talk about hardware. The hardware is a bit weird. You've got the big box that is the computer, and that little box with the buttons and lights that's called the diskey. Designed by MIT, smart people, manufactured by Raytheon, because government, weighing in at 32 kilograms, drawing 55 watts of power. Now, considering that real-time compute complex at Mission Control was several cabinets taking up most of a room, this is small. This is space-age cool. All built out of 3-input NOR gates. They decided to go with microchips. Not microprocessors, just microchips. In about 1965, NASA were absorbing nearly 75% of all microchips being made in America for the space program. They would get these in large quantities, they would test them above standard voltage, below standard voltage, they would put them in extreme hot, extreme cold, they would vibrate them, they'd drop them on the floor, I don't know, all sorts of things to make sure they were good enough. And if you know enough about digital logic, you stick lots of these chips together, lots and lots, 60 chips on a logic stick, 24 sticks in a tray, do the math, it works out at like 2,500 gates or something. You then wire them up and you can build yourself a CPU out of individual logic gates. The memory is this stuff called core memory. For those who haven't experienced it, each of those little silver blobs is a tiny little ferrite donut, and it represents one bit. You either magnetize or demagnetize the little donut. The wires going across give you row, and the ones coming down give you column, so that's how you address an individual bit, and the diagonal wire is how you sense whether it's magnetized or demagnetized. Kind of crazy, right? They also had core ROM. You would weave the program directly into the memory. So each of those tiny little beads, if you run the wire through the middle, you've got a 1, and if you run it around the outside, you've got a 0. And they hired little old ladies, particularly from the textile industry, to weave the software into the ROM by hand. So, let's talk about the actual architecture. The architecture is weird. 15-bit words, 16-bit in memory, but 1 bit for parity. That's a little bit weird. One's complement math, which means you get a positive 0 and a negative 0. Yeah, I don't want to deal with that. CPU registers are actually just memory, because in a modern CPU, you talk about all the registers that sit directly in the CPU. This CPU is just built out of a bunch of gates, so the storage for CPU registers was just main memory. The first dozen or so bytes of main memory were the CPU registers. There was no difference. They're kind of unusual. Hardware watchdog timer, cool. We've got that on modern stuff, so if you don't poke the little watchdog timer every 200 milliseconds, machine goes into a soft reset. It's fair. Banked memory, that's a kind of modern idea, so they could bank both the RAM and the ROM. As they went along through the design, they needed more and more storage, so they banked both RAM and ROM in and out, depending on what software was running. No hardware stack. That's quite weird. So anybody who knows about, stack operations, push, pop, no hardware stack. Weird. And then we have magic memory addresses. This is where stuff gets really weird. Some of the features weren't built directly into the CPU. They were sort of stuffed on the side of memory. So they had these things called edit registers that gives you rotate right, rotate left, and shift right by 7. You write the data into the magic memory location, and then you read it back out, and it's shifted or rotated appropriately. So instead of actually having a shift instruction, you just have a memory address that doesn't give you back what you stored, which, yeah, sure. This little box is the DISCI, display and keyboard. This is the main user interface to talk to the computer. Very simplistic, very small, but also the buttons need to be big enough so you can poke them when you're wearing spacesuit gloves. Based on a noun and verb design. The verb defines what do you want to do, and the noun defines what do you want to do it on. The MIT guys in about 63 designed this user interface of noun and verb, and they assumed that further along someone would come up with a better user interface. I'm not sure if they ran out of time, ran out of money, or just decided it was good enough, but this is what stayed. Right, I/O. Every computer has fancy I/O. Buttons and lights, right? That's easy. But the Apollo guidance computer had something a bit different. Gyroscopes, sextants, radar, and then thrusters and pyrotechnics. So hardware safety becomes a big deal. Now this is height of the Cold War. So one of the things that Mission Control had was a remote DISCI. They could actually interact with the Apollo guidance computer from Mission Control across the radio link. But you don't want your Russians getting up in your radio-ness, because there's no crypto, right? So they simply had a block and accept switch. You leave it in block most of the time. When ground control say, hey, we want to meddle with your computer, you put it in accept, you let ground control do their thing, you put it black and block. That's all good. And then we've got thrusters, because you don't want your engines just randomly doing stuff. So there's isolation switches, so the computer can control the thrusters, but only when you enable that. And then pyrotechnics, because you need to be able to isolate your pyrotechnics. Yeah, you don't want your computer doing that. You want someone making sure that that only happens when it should happen. Because on the Apollo spacecraft, pyrotechnics were used to throw away the bits of the spacecraft you didn't need anymore. Pretty important not to have that going at the wrong moment. Let's talk software. Does anyone know who this is? Hey! Margaret Hamilton. So she was in charge of a lot of the software that was written for the Apollo guidance computer. And she decided that the software needed to be just as good as the hardware. The problem is that all the people doing the hardware were called engineers, and all the people doing the software were called programmers. So she coined the term software engineering, and that refers to a step above just programming. It's about having highly reliable software that meets the needs of the customer for either performance, reliability, etc. So think about that. Are we talking programmers who just sort of write code, or software engineering? And that's how you get your pay rises in the job description. Virtual bytecode, there's a cool modern idea. So, does the Apollo guidance computer run Java? Not quite. But as the software team got going, they realized they had hardware limitations. The hardware had already been pretty much finished and locked in. So they invented a bytecode virtual system. They had virtual instructions in bytecode that kind of ran macros that allowed them to have much more complicated software in a small amount of space. They added trigonometry functions. They added vector arithmetic. all in virtual instructions. And you could then mix your virtual bytecode with your regular machine code all in the same place. Quite a modern concept. Talking of modern concepts, cooperative multitasking. A lot of people think that multitasking starts with Windows 3 point whatever. These guys were doing it way before. The scheduler has 7 slots to run tasks. 7 because, well, octal, and one of them's the scheduler itself, and it's complicated. Each task calls the yield instruction every 20 milliseconds. That takes care of the watchdog timer, but it also lets the scheduler figure out if there's something more important that should be running, and it can swap the task in and out. So cooperative multitasking, nice. The crew interacted with the software via program numbers. So when they wanted to do a particular thing, they would call up a program. Any program in the 200 series or P2X was related to navigation. P4, whatever, was firing the engines. P6, you'll often hear during landing on the moon, P63, P64, that relates to landing on the moon. The other cool one here is P00, idle. And you'll hear this a lot in the radio transcript. When mission control want to take control of the computer, they need the computer to be idle, P00, and they need the block and accept switch, right? But NASA and their shortened acronyms and lazy, they say, give us poo and accept. P00 was just commonly poo. Sure. Crash recovery. The software was designed around doing a restart. We talked about that watchdog timer. If the system goes into a soft restart, it could actually figure out what it was doing, what it was running, where it was at, and pick up from wherever it was. Because if you've just lit an engine and the computer restarts, it's really important the computer knows the engine is running and when it was started and when it should get shut down, all of that. So all of the software had a known good state recovery point that was put into memory on a very regular basis so that a soft reset, it could come back to where it should be. Real-time debugging. Really? Well, you be the judge. What they could do is dump the entire of RAM down to mission control, because the entire of RAM is only like 2K words, not very much. And then mission control could actually change it and upload a new RAM image to the computer, because as long as the computer's an idle, you can mess around with the RAM and it just keeps going, which is pretty crazy. I'm not quite sure it's real-time debugging, but it's pretty close. Right, navigating to the moon. How do we actually get there? You sort of go that way and hope for the best. Or if you're in Bitcoin, it's that way and hope for the best. Anyhow, to get to the moon, we have a state vector. Now, the state vector is where are we going, which direction, that kind of stuff. Not a big deal. The state vector is essentially 6 numbers. It's the X, Y, and Z position and the X, Y, and Z velocity, right? Against the current reference, and that's an interesting phrase, the current reference. This acronym, RefSmat, is essentially the current reference. Frame of reference which we measure everything from. If you're sitting on the launch pad about to go up, having the launch pad as 0, 0 kind of makes a lot of sense. If you're about to land on the moon, still having the launch pad as 0, 0, and the moon's going this way and the Earth's going that way and the launch pad's going that way because the Earth is rotating. No. So what they did is they actually changed the frame of reference several times throughout the mission. They would upload a new RefSmat, and then they would have to calculate a new state vector because all of your X's and Y's and Z's have all changed. The other way they could figure out where they're at and where they're going was optical alignment. Since the early days of sailing ships, you use a sextant to figure out where you are, and going to the moon is just the same. One object is either the Earth or the moon, and the other object is a star. And by picking angles and doing this several times, you could figure out pretty accurately which way you were pointing and roughly where you were. And you do that over a period of time, and you can figure out how fast you're going as well. The angular measurements could be stunningly accurate, down to 1/100th of a degree. And then we have some radio magic. Are there any radio nerds in the audience? Yeah. All right. This does my head in, but anyhow, I'm not a huge radio nerd. So the main radio communications was a 2 gigahertz microwave signal, and they manipulated that on the spacecraft and sent it back down again. So the uplink goes up at 2 gigahertz, the downlink comes up at 2 and a little bit, and that allows them to use Doppler to figure out how fast the spacecraft is going, down to around 1 meter per second. It's kind of nuts. The other thing they did in the uplink is they put on a pseudo-random bit stream, and that way they could figure out how long it took that bit stream to come back down in the downlink, and they could then figure out speed of light to get distance. So now they've got distance and speed of a spacecraft that's 250,000 kilometers away, and they're measuring down to as much as 1 or 2 meters. That's pretty damn impressive for 1960s tech. Right, let's bring all of this together and talk about a full mission. Sitting on the launch pad, one of the last things you'll hear in the countdown is guidance is internal. That means the launch vehicle digital computer and the Apollo guidance computer have got the state vector and the refs mat, and they know where they're going. We do staging. This is all done by the launch vehicle digital computer. It can be monitored by the Apollo guidance computer up in the command module, but the main commands are still the launch vehicle digital computer. We get ourselves up into orbit. Once we're in orbit, we generally do 1 or 2 laps of the Earth to measure from the ground exactly where are we. Then we can burn for the moon. Because when you light that engine and how long you burn it is critical to getting this orbital mechanics business to work properly. Once we're on the way to the moon, we don't need that other stage of the rocket anymore, so we're going to throw it away. But first, we pick up our lunar module, because we're going to need that lunar module for the landing. 3 days later, when we get to the moon, we slow down. So we're burning in the opposite direction to the direction of travel. We slow down to get into orbit. Once we're in a happy, stable orbit, again, we can track that from the ground and make sure that everything's right. Time to go to the surface. 2 people get into the lunar module, 1 stays in the command module, and down we go. This is where you'll hear in the commentary P63. And then once they tip over, P64. Down to the surface, shut down. And at this point, you'll hear a radio call of 413 is in. That is a command to the abort guidance system to let you know you're on the surface. Once we're done, take off again, rendezvous. All of this timing for the rendezvous is calculated by the real-time compute complex at Mission Control. Docking, bring our crew back across, bring our rock samples, whatever. We then throw away our lunar module. Don't need it anymore. By the way, the computer in that smashes into the moon. Off we go back to the Earth. That burn to head back to the Earth, timing is critical. Once we get to the Earth, down through the atmosphere. Computer, again, P63, P64, because we're landing. On down, onto the parachutes, splash into the ocean, picked up by an aircraft carrier. Depending on which mission you're on, you then did like 8 or 10 days in isolation because moon germs. And then you do the world tour and the handshakes and Rich and Famous Forevermore and write a book. Let's talk about things that went wrong. A lot of people assume that landing on the moon was just, it worked. Isn't that cool? Mostly. Apollo 8, this was the first trip out to the moon. Jim Lovell pushed the wrong button on the diski and reset the guidance system to launch configuration on the pad, which wiped out the state vector and screwed up the refs mat and ugly. Now, ground control could have used that radio tracking data and simply uplinked a new state vector, but they made him do it the hard way for practice. So he realigned everything with sextant and star sightings, which was a useful trick to know because Jim Lovell had to do that again a wee while later. Apollo 11, this one is a bit more well known amongst the space nerds. During the final descent to the moon, Buzz Aldrin pushed verb 16, which is please display, noun 68, which is our height, and that displays the delta H, or change in height. Cool. Problem is, the computer was a bit busy. The rendezvous radar had been left in a weird state. The computer was a bit busy, and it didn't really cope. So the multitasking got overloaded. It chucked a 12:02 alarm. Interestingly, I've been thinking about this. The computer got overloaded because the radar was left on. Okay. But all of the math in the computer for delta H is all calculated in SI units and, meters and sensible things. It is then converted to feet to put on the display. Because they're pilots. They're used to seeing, 30,000 feet because they're pilots. I suspect that if they'd just displayed everything in metric, the computer wouldn't have been as busy. Who knows? Maybe I'm biased against, SI units versus the US craziness. Apollo 12, it got struck by lightning twice. Turns out that when you go into space, you leave this condensation trail that's a really good lightning conductor. Took out the main computer. The launch vehicle digital computer wasn't affected. It was flying the Saturn V and all was good. But up front, new mission control had lost data. There were lights all over the place, warning lights, alarms, all sorts of crazy. And it took half a minute for anyone to figure out what to do. And what did they do? Capcom called Apollo 12 Houston. Try SCE to auxiliary. And the crew didn't quite know what that switch was, so it took them a minute, but they got it. Computer came right. All is good. SCE is the signal conditioning equipment. It's part of the power management for the computer, so once they got that squared away, mission's back on track. 13, hopefully people know this one, like Tom Hanks went and made a movie and all. Halfway to the moon, the oxygen tank exploded. Houston, we've had a problem. With a lack of power, they jumped into the lunar module and used that as a lifeboat. But to get home, they had to do the navigation. They had powered down the Apollo guidance computer because it was using too much electricity, and they used the abort guidance system to actually do that navigation to get home. In the movie, you'll see there's a crazy scene where they're like looking out the window and kind of winging it with a joystick, and it's all. That didn't happen. They just lined it up with the abort guidance system and pushed the button. It's fine. I mean, comparatively fine. Apollo 14, just before landing on the surface, they got an abort light, which shouldn't happen. So they tapped on the panel and the light went out. So they figured that's probably not a complete solution. Root cause analysis says that's not going to be, So mission control said, let's do a software fix. You remember all the software woven in by all the little old ladies? You can't just change the software. They cheated. They tricked the computer to thinking it was in abort mode already, so it wouldn't check the abort switch. Woohoo! So, what can we learn from Apollo? Have crash recovery. Stuff goes wrong. Microsoft Word these days has our autosave all the time. Brilliant. Catch every error. The 12:02 alarm should never have happened, but it was caught, processed, documented. Brilliant. Isolate your industrial control system because have a good UI. That disky, very, very simple. Now, Jim Lovell's mistake, should it have popped up are you sure? Or should there have been an undo button? It was before the days of Clippy, so who knows? And last of all, keep calm and set SCE to aux. So, is a pocket calculator more powerful than the computer gone man to the moon? No, pocket calculators can't drive big rocket engines and do orbital mechanics. If you want to know more, A Man on the Moon by Andrew Chalkin is essentially the definitive reference on Apollo stuff. How Apollo Flew to the Moon is a very good book that has a lot of technical detail. And if you want smaller and bite-sized, 13 Minutes to the Moon BBC podcast series from about 2 years ago covers just the landing on the moon sequence. And if you want to know anything else, come and see me through the rest of the 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, D-Rock. All right, we're going to break for lunch. We're running about 15 behind, but we'll start back on schedule, so about 45 minutes to go and get some lunch. Please leave the venue and go and enjoy the fact that it's actually sunny outside in Wellington for once. Get some fresh air. And a reminder, please wear your masks. We've had our first positive rat for someone who has been here today, so there's a reason why you're wearing masks, right? It's inevitable that it is around. Please continue the mask, and we'll see you back per the schedule. All right, welcome back, my friends. Welcome back. We're going to power on through our afternoon's entertainment, and I'm sure you will all be entertained. Now, it is my great pleasure to welcome to the stage, representing Pulse Security, a local InfoSec shop of some renown, Mr. Adrian Hayes.
All right. My name's Adrian. I work over at Pulse Security. We're a cybersecurity company specializing in pen testing, attacker simulation, digital forensics, incident response, and sponsoring conferences. So I'm going to walk you through my approach to some quick wins, when you're given a suspicious file, potentially as part of an incident response or triage or something like that. But we're going to focus more on what's going on under the hood and actually, thinking about it, applying our brains instead of just kind of believing the automated tools. So first, let's set the scene. So chapter 1, the scene. So incident response, there's a lot going on. Often it looks a little like this, a little bit of fear, uncertainty, doubt, and there'll be a million things going on. At some point during all of this, someone might say, hey, I've got a suspicious file. Is this malware? And my response to that would typically be, oh, wait a minute, I'm going to need a lot more info here. What the hell is going on? Chapter 2, what the hell is going on? So tell me the story. Give me the context. Why this file? Where did it come from? What makes you think it's suspicious? And from that discussion is generally where we can make decisions as to how we want to approach this whole problem. And we'd always kind of look at it and go, is in-depth malware analysis a good idea? And the answer is, well, most cases, probably not. There's a certain amount of technical people that can do a certain amount of stuff in a certain amount of time, and we need to make good decisions, move fast, learn what we can, and kind of iterate that process. So are we better off spending time, isolating machines from the network, tightening up your firewalls, fixing up your EDR or antivirus so that it, actually works, which is a story for another time. So we kind of constantly think about this. How are we going to fit in with the rest of the incident response that's happening? And is spending hours in Ghidra or IDA a good idea right now? So anyway, let's say we've got something that's suspected malware and we've decided we're going to take a squiz. So chapter 3, let's take a squiz. So in 30 minutes or less, given this file and given all the details and the background as to why we're looking at it, what can we do to make some guesses about what it is, what it might do, and what can we conclude after that time. So in order to do this, you're going to need some sort of analysis environment. So if you kind of already have a real and fancy analysis environment, then maybe this talk isn't for you. But if you don't, then I'd probably recommend a virtual machine, probably a Linux virtual machine, and it's somewhere far away from the rest of your important stuff. So you might spin up, Ubuntu box on EC2 on an AWS account. That's far away, because we kind of have to assume that if we're working with malware and malicious stuff inside this virtual machine, it could all go horribly, horribly wrong at any moment. So the easy hit list of stuff that I would first look at is, first of all, file type identification. What is this thing? And second of all, what's inside this thing? So we are going to go and do that, and let me flick over to my virtual machine over here. So I have 4 samples. So these are just 4 files. They don't have file extensions. We don't know what they are. So first of all, what are we looking at here? So let me introduce you to the file command. So the file command is this magic command. It has this magic database full of all sorts of information. It looks through that. It looks at the contents of your file, tries to match them up, and tells you, what the thing is. Real straightforward. This comes with pretty much any Linux these days, which is part of why I like to do this kind of stuff in Linux. So let's run file on all of these samples. And I've just done that with the star. So let's look at the first one. So sample 1, it's an Oauth binary. So this is like a Linux Unixy executable. So if you're running a program, it's probably going to come in an Oauth 64-bit. It's set up for the ARM architecture. What else we got here? It's stripped. So stripped is something I always look at. So when a compiler compiles source code into a binary, it likes to shove all of these symbols and bits and pieces in there, which are things like function names and other bits of information about the source code, which from a reverse engineering and analysis perspective is really, really, really handy. So stripped means that all of that has been taken out. Cool. That's what we would expect to see. It's pretty unusual to see a non-stripped binary. So sample 2, that's a Word document. That's pretty straightforward. Sample 3. So this is another Oauth executable, this time for x86. So that would run, on my machine here, 64-bit. Another thing that stands out to me about this one immediately is we've got a Go build ID. So this kind of tips off that whoever wrote this in Golang, right, which is a programming language, which is becoming really popular, or is popular with malware. Again, it's stripped, and the final one is just a zip archive, and we can see that it's encrypted, right? File type identification, run file on it, easy. So let's have a bit of a look inside these files. So we know that sample 3 is an executable. So spoiler alert, sample 3 is actual malware. So this is actual malware that was actually used late last year. I pulled it off the internet so that I can kind of show you guys about it. It is a little bit cherry-picked. It is quite easy to reverse engineer and analyze, and we'll kind of run through that. It's not always this easy. So let me introduce you to the strings command. The strings command is another really straightforward thing, comes with pretty much every Linux. So, and what it does is it looks through a file, so binary file, any file, and it looks for human-readable strings of characters, so text kind of stuff. We're going to pipe that over to less, and that gives us kind of pagination and stuff. So we can kind of see these strings that it's finding. There's a lot of really short kind of garbage, which you would expect just from binary files. So let's filter those out. So let's say on every string that is 20 characters or more. So suddenly we're seeing little snippets of Go types and other little bits of information. So the great thing about Golang, and partially why I chose it for this talk, is that the compiler likes to take all those symbols that I was talking about and jam them into the binary, and they're really hard to get rid of. You can kind of do some obfuscation and do some other bits and pieces, but you can't really just strip them out like you can with other stuff. So as far as analysis goes, if I see a Golang malware, then I know this is probably going to be a lot easier than it would be for something else. So looking at the strings here, we're seeing stuff about HTTP, we're seeing stuff about protocols and crypto and so on and so forth. This is all kind of normal stuff you would see, and I would go through all of this in detail and see what I can see, like there's error messages, all sorts of useful, interesting bits of information. Now, if we scroll far enough, we end up with this RSA public key. So that's kind of interesting. This is something I would absolutely note down. So it's not unusual for binaries, non-malicious binaries, to have certificates and keys and things in them. But if we go up a little bit further, we get to see this ring here. So files in the system have been encrypted by Polaris to a request decryption key, and so on and so forth. Okay, so what do we know so far? So we know that the file that we were given was a executable for kind of Linux or something like that for 64-bit. It's written in Golang, and it's probably ransomware, because this is a pretty clear kind of ransomware message, right? So that is kind of our initial two little things that we were going to do. Now, the final thing that we were going to look at is part of the reason we're doing this is you've got to always keep in mind that we're trying to work with a larger incident response. We're looking for essentially IOCs and capabilities. So IOCs, indicators of compromise. So things like the file name, the file path, and the hash, and all these interesting strings that we're seeing. These are all IOCs that we note down. Final thing I want to show you how to do is a 2, 5, 6 sum is just generate a hash of the thing. So this hash is really useful for searching, which we will see later. So let's flick back to our slides. Like so. Cool. Now, is anyone else talking about this thing? So this is the third thing that I would do in that 30-minute chunk that we've got. And this is basically what we want to look at. So we want to grab the hash, we want the file name, the path that we would have got in the original story. We want any interesting strings, so that ransomware string, the RSA key, all of the stuff that we saw on the side of the binary. And we want to go out to the internet. We want to ask Google, we want to ask Twitter, we want to look at some of the more automated tools like VirusTotal, Joe's Sandbox, and see what we can see. See what are other people saying about this thing, because that can be a trove of information that is somewhat questionable. People get a bit excitable and they make assumptions. However, you can often kind of, if there's 7 people from different places all saying, yeah, I'm running this version of Tomcat and I'm seeing this malicious binary, then you can probably make some good guesses based on that. So if you were to do that, you would see something like this. So the first thing is just throwing that hash which is a fingerprint of the file, into Google, and you can immediately see a bunch of hits. So you can see the malware bazaar, which is where I pulled this sample from, and where you can pull this sample from too, if you like. In the middle, someone on Twitter late last year in November, was saying, hey, I've found some ransomware for Linux servers. Here's a warning message that it shows, which we saw in the binary when we were looking at it. And also someone else had uploaded it to Joe's Sandbox, which is kind of like an automated analysis tool that tries to kind of tell you what's going on. So I had a bit of a look at the Joe's Sandbox thing, and it missed a bunch of stuff, but one of the things that it did point out that I hadn't seen in my kind of initial quick look in that 30 minutes is that there were some strings related to crypto mining, and I hadn't seen any crypto mining. So what crypto mining is where an attacker takes over your resources and run up a crypto miner that is mining crypto coin, and then they get to take that crypto coin. So they're essentially stealing your processing power and racking up a massive AWS or Azure bill or something like that. So just uploading stuff to the cloud, if you upload something to Joe's Sandbox, it's probably going to become public. So it's not something that we really do unless we really know what we're working with. So if you don't know what your file is and you don't know that it doesn't contain, I don't know, executive salary information or something like that, you probably don't want to just throw it up into the cloud. And the other thing is that particular groups can be monitoring things like VirusTotal for their malware, and it could potentially tip them off that someone's onto them, which you may or may not care about. It may or may not happen. It may or may not be a problem. So this is kind of where I would typically get to, and we go, cool, we've got enough information, let's go do some other stuff, because we're better off doing other stuff in order to make this incident better for the client. However, maybe we do want to look a bit further. Maybe there's some specific questions. How do we do that? So fine, let's actually really look at this thing. So chapter 4, fine, let's look at this thing. So we have a couple options as far as further looking at stuff. So the first one is static analysis, and the second one is dynamic analysis. Static analysis is you don't run the thing, but you look at it real closely, pull it apart, see what you can see. Dynamic analysis is where you actually run the thing, but you watch it, and you watch it run, and you see what it does. And they both have their strengths and weaknesses. You'll find different malware that has like really hard to analyze statically, but it has no like anti-debugging kind of stuff going on, so you can analyze it dynamically and things like that. So let's take a look at that. All right, now, the first thing I want to show you is because this is a Golang thing, source sample 3, we can run redress. Now redress just gives you, it goes through all the Golang stuff that's injected into the binary and makes into kind of this nice readable summary of what's going on. So we can see that this was all written in a single file, polaris.go, has a bunch of functions, and the file's only 853 lines of code. So this entire malware is a single file and that much code, which is really not a lot. And that's part of the reason that Go is becoming, or is quite popular, and also because you can compile it for like all these crazy platforms and things like that. So I'd normally take a bit of a look at this. So let's look at the main function. So we want to dig further, right? We want to see where this thing starts. So to do that, let's run up Ghidra. So Ghidra is a reverse engineering analysis environment released by the NSA a while ago. It's pretty cool. It doesn't have particularly good out-of-the-box support for Golang binaries, but people have written extensions and scripts and other bits and pieces. So I've already run all that, and that takes a little bit of time, so I wouldn't do it on stage. So let's go to our main function over here. So what we're seeing in here is a disassembly of the main function with a bit of interpretation that Ghidra's done for us. This is going to be pretty accurate to like what this thing actually does, but this is, these are CPU instructions, and that is a pain. It's really low level, and it takes a bit to learn what's going on. So typically I would jump over to the pseudocode view, which is what we're seeing over here. And this is Ghidra like doing a lot of interpretation and trying to give you back something that looks kind of like C. And there will be a whole bunch of garbage and weirdness and stuff like that. So we're just going to gloss over that because we're not here to like spend hours digging into the details and unpicking bits and pieces. We're here to see what we can see really quickly and what we can feed back to the rest of the team. So first thing this thing does is it goes off and reads the fstab. So we've got this read fstab function over here. So basically anything that's main dot to us is really interesting because we know that the author, the malware author, that's probably their code. Something that's like runtime, then that's probably back-end Golang stuff. We can probably ignore that for now. It's probably fine. So to get a high-level overview, reads the fstab. Fstab has all the mount points for the system. So unlike a Linux, Unix machine, it kind of says, what disks have what files where to hand wave it away, which makes sense for ransomware. Wants to know where the files are. And then on a condition, it'll either do this block of code or it'll do this main open all. So immediately we can be like, okay, so we think this is ransomware and it's going and opening all. We can kind of take a guess as to what's going on, right? Over here it's running this bail condition, and how that returns, depending on what that comes back with, it might just exit or bail. Then it's waiting for something, killing SSH, kill Oracle, protecting something, writing the message of the day. So MOTD, message of the day. So on kind of Linux, Unix systems, typically that's the message you'd get if you log in via console or SSH. It'll pop up and talk to you. So we can kind of see it's passing something over to that. So let's have a look at what that something is. So this is more or less a memory address. And we can see it's passing the /warning.txt. Right, so that lines up with what we saw in that tweet earlier, right? Where the guy's like, hey, warning.txt, it's got all of the stuff, which is what we also saw in the binary. So that's kind of cool. So what I wanted to kind of jump into is this XMR thing. So XMR is the kind of symbol for Monero. Monero is a cryptocurrency, and it's a cryptocurrency that's really, really popular because it has a bunch of privacy protections, or as my colleague Dennis wanted me to call it, crime coin. So let's have a look at that, because this is probably what Joe's Sandbox was talking about. So we jump into that. Again, let's like not get too worried about the real details, but we can see here that it's kind of building up these strings, and here is a really interesting URL. So this is kind of immediately something I would note down and go, URL, what is this and why is it talking to it? So we can see it's kind of building up the string and then passing it over to this exec command thing. So this is going to run another program on the system. So let's see what it's passing to that. So here's a memory address, wget. So wget is a kind of Linux, Unix utility, does a bunch of stuff, but mostly what it's used for is to go out to the internet and download stuff. So that kind of makes sense, right? So it's going out to this URL and it's saving stuff to this temp Polaris. Cool, we've got ourselves some more IOCs. We've got a URL that it talks to, we've got a temporary file that it's creating. Then what is it doing? It's changing permissions, then building up another thing, and it's executing what it's just downloaded. So here's a mining pool. So this is what the attackers will be using in order to kind of collect their coins, I guess. This is probably an access token or address or something like that, I don't know. So we can kind of get a feel via the static analysis for what that crypto miner functionality does and how it works. All right, now let's have a look, or let's have a go at some dynamic analysis. So dynamic analysis means actually run it, which now, this is real malware, and this is a real talk on a virtual machine. I need to give this talk, and it's ransomware. So running it in front of all of you people is probably a terrible idea. But we're going to do it, and we're going to do it. We're going to do it in this fire jail, which is like, I don't know, okay, I guess, as far as jails go. So first of all, let's create a file. This is a file, so the contents is this is a file. Cool. And then we're going to run the sample, but we're going to run it and we're going to look at it real carefully and watch it. So how do we do that? So we're going to use strace. There's other tools. There's equivalents for Windows, like Sysmon and stuff like that. If you had like a real fancy analysis environment, then that would do this all for you, but strace is pretty good. So what it does is it will run that binary, and it can't see what's happening on the inside. Like, it doesn't really know what the code on the inside is doing. But any time that binary needs to reach out to the system and do something, so if it needs to talk to the file system, if it needs to talk to the network, if it wants to do something outside of its process, it has to make a syscall, so therefore strace will see it, and it'll log it, and we can look at it. Now, funny thing about ransomware is that it likes to encrypt stuff, right? So when I first did this, I was like, right, trace all the things and pipe it to a log file, and I'll read the log file and it'll be great. Ran it, opened up the log file, it's all encrypted. Like, oh, okay, cool. So what I ended up doing instead is just kind of buffering it to the console, the terminal, and then just writing that to a file later. So anyway, let's trace this thing. We're only going to trace this execve function. We're going to ignore all the rest of it, because execve is the thing that probably gets called when a program wants to run another program. So we saw it trying to run wget. So let's see if it does that. And we'll also see a bunch of other stuff. Cool, right. It's running, and it's encrypting all my stuff. Awesome. So the first thing we can see here is it's running pkill. So pkill is like, I don't know, look for processes and just murder them with a -9. So it's killing SSH, it's killing VNC, it's killing OpenVPN, it's killing anything owned by an OpenVPN user. So this kind of lines up with what we were seeing in that main function where it had, kill SSH, kill Oracle. So that's cool. And then we can see finally it's running wget here. So we can see these arguments that we were looking at in Ghidra. Here's our URL, here's the output. Then we can see that it's running that output file with the arguments that we were expecting it to run with. So now we've got information from both static analysis and dynamic analysis all lining up. And when that's the case, you can feel pretty good. You can feel pretty good about it, because one of the things with static analysis particularly is that if I'm looking at this code or looking at this machine code, I'm like, okay, I think it does this. Or I can say, I know it does this, but I don't know when or if or under what conditions it does this. So dynamic analysis, if they line up, it's really good. The other thing about dynamic analysis is that you run it once and it might run this code path and do these things. Then you run it a week later and it runs a different code path, or it might not run at all. So dynamic analysis has its own limitations. All right. Awesome. Let's look at these files. So we got some new stuff. So we got a warning. Let's see what's in the warning. So that's what we expect. That was what was in the tweet. That's what we saw. Let's have a look at our file that we created just before, and it's garbage. So we've been ransomwared. Oh dear. Okay. Now, we have a little bit of time left, so let's go back to our main function. Now, one question that comes up a lot is, have they installed backdoors? Is their network pivoting? What else do we need to be worried about? And one of the things that's really jumping out at me about this one is this write SSH function. So, SSH is your kind of remote shell into your machine so that you can manage them or whatever. So let's take a look at this one. So this is a little bit like, you glance at that and you're not like, okay, it's not clear what it's doing so much. But what we can see is that it's kind of building up some strings, so concatenating strings, changing permissions of a file, concatenating strings, making a directory, concatenating some more strings, changing permission of a file. So let's kind of dig around a little bit here. So let's pick this memory address, which is being passed into this concatenate string thing. Take a look. What do we see? .ssh/. Okay. What about the next one? Here we see authorized _keys. All right, so anyone that is familiar with SSH is probably going, it's not good. So what authorized keys is you can put public keys. So I have a private key, I put my public key into that server's authorized keys, and I can just log in as that user, so I don't need a password or anything like that. It's awesome. So if malware is writing to the authorized keys, it's kind of a bad sign, right? So what it's doing here before it writes file is it's copying some information out of memory and then looks like it's writing it to the file. So let's have a look at what that is. What is it writing to this file? And we see SSH-RSA and then a whole bunch of base64. So that's a key, right? That's a SSH key format. So let's have a bit of a look for that. So if we go back to our strings and I'll sample 3. Let's search for SSH-RSA. Right, there it is. So what we can, whoops, that's not what I wanted. So here's another super useful IOC for the rest of the team. So we can say any server or any Linux machine that has this key somewhere in an authorized key file, you've been compromised. So that's super useful. The other thing that we can do is back that up with our dynamic analysis. So let's take a look at our SSH authorized keys. And there it is as well. So we can, everything's kind of lining up here. It's all making sense. Right. So, as you can see, when you've got some malware that is not particularly sophisticated, but highly effective, sometimes you don't need to spend a huge amount of time digging into it to be able to get some really, really good answers. Let's just go back to the slides. Over here. All right. So there we go. So that's basically my take on, hey, we've got this suspicious file. What do we do? First of all, should we really be spending hours digging into the machine code of this thing and digging through it? And the answer is probably not. But if you do have time, if you do have 30 minutes and it makes sense for you to do so, there's some really quick stuff like, run file, run strings, really basic, talk to Google, see what's on Twitter, that kind of thing. It's really straightforward. And then only after that would I actually kind of even really consider digging further. So one of the really important things with this is not to get tunnel vision. So it's really, really easy, particularly for me, because I find this stuff really, really fun, and it is fun, is to, you go down this crazy rabbit hole of reverse engineering this thing, and how does it work, and it's really fun. And you can spend, a day, and the rest of the team will ask you, it's like, cool, did you answer any of the questions we had about this thing? You're like, no. Don't get tunnel vision. So communicate with the rest of the team and make sure you've got your eye on the prize, and the prize is whatever you need to achieve right now in order to help out the rest of the incident. So I absolutely recommend spinning up a very far away, preferably segregated account and network and all of that. Linux VM, download some Golang malware for Linux, because it's probably not going to have a lot of the protections like AV evasion and packing and things like that you would see more common on Windows, and start pulling it apart. Run strings on it. Spin it up on Ghidra. Have a look at the IDA-free edition and see what you can see. That's me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. We're going to silently come on stage now with my little co-presenter, who I'm sure is waking up at this exact moment, right? Maybe. Hey, everyone. I'm Spudge. I'm going to be taking over for a little bit of co-emceeing. I'm excited to present the next speaker. We actually worked together when I was over at CERT, and it feels kind of, appropriate. I took over for her when she went on parental leave. And now I'm here with my baby, welcoming her to stage. But when it comes to, security incident response, or even just general incident response, one of the first people I think about is this next speaker. She's, unknowingly to a lot of you, has been involved in a heck of a lot of incidents that have kind of affected New Zealand, including having a really key involvement in some of the online components of the Christchurch attacks. Which I'm sure she's going to go through all of the information, all the good stuff as part of all of the incident response work that she's done. So very excited to introduce Nadia Youssef.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Nadia Youssef, and I've been working in incident response for near on a decade in some different iterations. Most recently, I was the incident response manager for CERT New Zealand, where I spent 5 years, but I've since headed up to the sunnier shores of Auckland and moved into the private sector, where I'm doing incident collaboration and incident coordination now. The lessons that I've learned in my time in government have been invaluable, and I was extremely privileged to see a whole range of incident response, and I got to recognise what worked well, what didn't work so well, and just a few simple things we can do to make things run just a bit better. The foundational one of those, more critical than anything else in this space, when something goes wrong, when there's an incident or a vulnerability that needs to be treated like an incident, when you've read that Gozy the dog tweet and you have that icky sense that you're just about to lose your weekend, especially when it's hard and it's scary and confusing, it's time to take a few deep breaths and lean the fork in. Just to let you know, in this presentation, I'm going to be running through a few different examples of incident response, and I will lightly touch on what happened in Christchurch to detail some of the work that happened in the online space. It's light in detail, and it's only a short chat, but I do understand if you might want to grab a coffee instead. It's been an exciting time in security these past few years. And I feel that the last two especially have really delivered. There's been no shortage of major incidents, and if I'm putting a positive spin on this, we are all crisis fit. Last year, and the one prior, we were hit with major DDoS events around spring. We were all welcomed back from Christmas 2020 with the news of the Assyrian breach, just after we'd worked through the Exchange and the Solarwinds incidents. Last year, we got a gift in Log4j 3 days before Christmas. You would be forgiven for thinking about throwing your laptop out of the window and taking up floristry. The internet does not always spark joy. But that's okay. We're not here to lament on the bad times. We've worked through these things, we've hopefully come out not too scathed for it, and we've learned some critical lessons along the way. Of the incidents that I mentioned just before, and a few other ones, I've seen some incredible collaboration and communication come out of these. People took deep breaths, they leaned in, and they made it work. My goal here today is to share some of the things that have pulled me through coordinating major incidents and some guiding principles I've held onto along the way to help me stay on track. I hope that when the flag goes up in your organisation next time, some of you here today might recall one or two of these points, and they might just make it a little bit easier for you to get through. Point 1. I've said it a bunch of times already, and I will a few more. When there's an incident or a potential one or something feels off, or you just know that there's been an event that should be shared, lean in. Tell your people, alert your organisation, don't wait for someone else to pick it up and be concerned instead. Time to respond matters, and losing hours waiting for someone else to determine that it's actually a big deal can hold you back. I know a lot of people have said things like, I want to escalate this, but it's got a CVSS of 7.8, and our processes say we don't sweat anything under an 8. But, those scores aren't everything, and I think sometimes people might even try to keep them under 8. Raising the alarm can be uncomfortable, but you know the networks that you're working to protect. It's important to sound the alarm. I've seen a lot of cases where people were nervous to be the analyst that cried wolf, certainly. For instance, Log4j, it was a Friday afternoon. Seniors wanted to go home or take off to drinks. It was uncomfortable to hold people back, but it was really important to do it. Point 2, you've leaned all the way in. You've announced that there is an incident, or a vulnerability that should be treated as an incident, or a threat that should be considered like a vulnerability. Wherever you land on the spectrum, there is a reasonable chance you're leading an incident now. Congratulations. Having a command and control structure for the management of this incident is key. This is something that we relied on heavily at CertNZ and within government. The old saying of too many cooks can spoil the broth, too many people leading the response will spoil the response. You need one person in charge of leading and owning the incident. They need to be senior enough that they can get things done, that they can pull resources from whatever areas they need, but not so senior that they can't focus all of their time and energy on the incident alone. This is not to say that your incident controller will be doing everything. That would be bad, and they would get burned out super fast, not speaking from experience. Everything just needs to be reported to and through them. Directly underneath them, what worked well for us was to have 3 key roles, at least. An operations manager leading the technical details of the response, a communications lead, and an engagement manager. And this often worked well with members of the operations team feeding into it because it involved reaching out to networks and talking to people about similar incidents that they were experiencing. It's also critical to have a person keeping a running log of events and major decisions being made along the way, as well as managing administrative tasks like setting up calls and things like that. We could cover the structure in more detail, certainly, but in essence, it's pretty simple. You have one person owning the incident with a full bird's eye view over what's taking place and all teams involved by having 3 key roles reporting into them about the incident, communications, media, engagement, anything else that you're juggling at the time. Point 3, communicate. You've leaned in, you've got the incident, and you're running it smoothly because you've set up an amazing command and control structure, just like Rob Pope taught you about. A few key incident-specific roles have been designated, and the team has rallied around you to support them. Everyone knows what they're meant to be doing, and there's only a normal amount of chaos now, without the added disorganization that can come with these events. To make it even smoother, it's time to communicate. Internally, externally, sideways, whatever. The comms function is so important here, and it's often something that is forgotten about in a technical response. There's a few types of communication that I'm going to talk about here. Internally, getting through an incident is already hectic. And there's going to be a lot of people in your organization that want to know what's going on and be regularly updated. You can save yourself a lot of time by preempting this need. Whether that's a twice daily sit rep of a few paragraphs, just detailing what's happened, what's new at a high level, or even just sending text messages out every few hours, depending on your organization and established communication practices. Getting information to people that need it before they're asking you for it can help you take control of your time in an incident. In my last role at CERT, we would quite regularly commit to daily email sit reps at, say, 1 p.m. And for my stakeholders, they knew that they couldn't expect an update and they didn't need to chase us for it. For me, it meant I knew that I had X amount of hours to make sure that the update was done without getting any external pressure for information. It just kept things cleaner for me. It's also important to remember the people that we work with. Even when they're not directly involved, they want to know what's going on. They want to know, why does everyone look so grumpy? Why did no one from the tech team come to a unit morning tea? If it's possible to share and you have the kind of organization that would appreciate having this information, then try and get it out to staff. The other type of information that is very, very critical, and I'm going to advocate for relentlessly, is external communications. We owe it to the people that we serve, our customers, our stakeholders, whoever it is that relies on our services, to let them know if we're experiencing something, especially like a breach that's going to impact their PII. And if it's public knowledge that something's happened, there is no use telling the media that we're experiencing intermittent outages. It's 2022. It's okay to be a bit more transparent about what's happening. Point 4, share. Share. Reach out, collaborate, find your network, call your friends, talk to people without giving away all of the company's secrets. So many people will be going through what you're experiencing, and it doesn't make sense for us to manage all of these incidents in complete isolation every time. Log4j represented the best industry experience and collaboration I've ever seen take place around a major incident. A lot of us in the room were involved in the collaboration efforts around it, and it worked because someone, my now boss, took probably like a bunch of deep breaths and leaned in and provided a space for people to share and collaborate. I'm going to quote my good friend Declan here and say, if you're exchanging business cards during an incident response process, you are already on the back foot. Join the Slack channels, join the communities. We're not all natural networkers in this hall, certainly, but making sure you know how to connect with people when you need to, and then actually doing it when it's time will help you win every time. No one gets good at this without practice. Have a plan and build some of this into your plan. It doesn't need to be super detailed because every single incident is a new and unique snowflake. But try a basic tabletop if you can. Make sure people have buy-in and they know their roles. And they can feel super clunky, certainly, but it will help you see if you've got any glaring holes in your incident response process that need to be ironed out when the time comes. Obviously, no one wants things to go wrong, but they do all the time. So accepting that things will happen and managing the fallout is an integral part of incident response done well. I've seen it done so many times brilliantly, but there are a few examples that have stuck in my head as like gold standard response in New Zealand over the last few years. For community collaboration, of course, Log4j was the most beautiful example I've seen. I believe the community response and the shared collaboration prevented significant compromise, and it's probably the first time I've seen defenders move at about the same speed as attackers. For the next two, the information that I'm going to share is purely from their publicly available comms. It is TLP white information and it's freely available online. Here we've got an example of comms sent out by Air New Zealand in the wake of the Star Alliance data breach that took place in 2021. The breach was pretty big news. It had global impact, and flight data and air points are near and dear to all of us. For Air New Zealand customers, it didn't have a significant impact, but they got out there and they told us, and that was so important. They explain in this email, we don't share all of your information, but your name, your membership number, and your tier status may have been caught up in this breach. They specify what information was not shared: passwords, credit cards, itineraries, passport numbers. In this, they tell you exactly what's happened, so you can make informed decisions about what steps you're going to take and how concerned you are. They also specify a call to action, or in this case, a lack of action, which is just as valuable. You do not need to do anything. There is no need to change your password or take any other action. They front-footed this, they let their customers know what information had been accessed, and they did it in plain, clear English. They were clear on what steps people should take, none. I think this is an amazing example of incident response communications externally done very well. The Reserve Bank's incident response process around the breach through the Acelian vulnerability, in my mind, was also world-class. When the news broke, every day we saw the governor of the Reserve Bank on the 6 p.m. news. He was accessible, he was clearly explaining the issue with transparency and openly to their constituents, all New Zealanders. On their website still, they have pages dedicated to sharing information around the incident. If you keep scrolling here, you'll see information like support for individuals impacted by the data breach, how to contact the Office of the Privacy Commissioner, what data was accessed. They have details of their incident response process and the lessons learned, and copies into the independent reports into their systems and processes. Interestingly, they also have a transparent breakdown of the estimated cost of the incident and the response process, which only an organisation of economists maybe would have, but it was $3.5 million. And sometimes things are just awful. The events that took place in Christchurch and the online component was an example of an incident that absolutely none of us have experience managing. It was new, it was traumatic, it was awful, and it was scary. But it was also critical that the community got together to work through a response. I was involved in the incident response team, and we pulled together a group of agencies that were able to share information, collaborate, and make sure that the offensive material was as inaccessible as possible. Sure, certainly, people that were committed to finding it and knew their way around a VPN could access it, but our goal was to make sure that no one click would get any unsuspecting or mildly curious person to witness the atrocities. The magic behind this collaboration and the reason that it worked was because we pulled together as a community with a shared problem and a shared commitment to solving it. Communication was queen. We collaborated openly about what we were seeing, about our capabilities, how we could do things, and how we were going to do it. People were honest about their limitations and their blind spots, and others helped them come up with workarounds for it. The thing that made this much easier for us is that we already also knew each other. We had each other's numbers. We had established trust, and we all knew that none of us were calling each other on a Friday night for the fun of it. We were able to skip the introductory phase and get straight to the incident response process. We worked through the small hours over a weekend to essentially play whack-a-mole with new links. We kept talking to each other throughout it. It was, of course, an absolutely awful experience, but we did learn the absolute value of collaboration and working together, communicating, and sometimes you just have to lean in to get it done. What makes IR trickier? I won't get stuck into a public naming and shaming campaign, but the truth is we've all seen it done poorly before. And often, bigger organisations can be a bit naughtier with this. Cases where organisations refuse to comment or deny that something's occurred on their network, but it's pretty obvious from the data for sale on the dark web, it's come from that company. Social media teams posting on platforms that everything's okay and services are restored long before they actually are. Without a command and control structure, clearly defined roles and responsibilities, and one person with oversight, these sorts of messy things can happen. And to your customers, it can make it look like you don't have the incident in hand, and it can undermine confidence in your organisation. Incidents are chaotic and scary, and some businesses have knee-jerk reactions to not sharing information. But I truly believe that where possible, it's best to be transparent about what's going on, especially if it impacts your customers and their PII. And it's possible to get through these things with these 4 handy tips. To reinforce a final time, start by taking some deep breaths, lean into the incident, ring the bell, tell people, get the ball rolling. Once you're there, make sure that you have established a tidy command and control structure and keep discipline in the process of doing the technical response and making sure that external communications are done well. Communicate, internally, externally. Tell people what's going on. Don't try and sweep it under the rug. And share. Reach out to people, collaborate, join networks, even if you're just going to be a lurker for a year. It will help you when you need it. And share with your local friendly CERT as well. Use them to help and amplify messages when you need them to. They can help collaborate incidents and bring people together. They're very good at it. And if anyone wants Jordan's mobile number after this, come see me. That's it. So good luck, and may your incidents be a little bit less chaotic. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Nadia. Take it with. Sweet. Pesky connectors. Right. Now, what do you think is the scariest word in InfoSec? What's the thing that makes you go, oh, when someone says it? This is it. Yeah, I have a winner down here. Somebody has figured it out. I wonder what it could be. Kubernetes. This makes my skin crawl. I mean, there's a little bit of that too, yes. So, if you are sensitive to, allergic to perhaps the K word, you may need to block your ears for the next talk. Now, it is my pleasure to welcome to stage. Welcome to stage. Yes, here we are. Please welcome Mr. Ron Amosa.
Let's get started. O te whata alofa atu pa ia mana malu au whia mai. Ma lola soi fua maua mana langi ma ma. O wala o ina o e sau e whaasoni ma tā upulea tau Kubernetes on hard mode. Ia mana welo whaafonga. Welcome everybody to Kubernetes on hard mode, security in hostile multi-tenancy clusters. And I'll bet that's the first time Whaasamo and Kubernetes is going to be used in the same talk. So, good to be here. Yes, I'm Samoan, and yes, this is a Kubernetes multi-tenancy security talk. So, right off the bat, our goal today, team, firstly is to learn what multi-tenancy Kubernetes is. That's how that works. Next, we want to look at hard multi-tenancy in Kubernetes and the hostilities, and the challenges involved. At the end of it, I want to show you all the security and hardening options so that you can level up on hard mode. Look, as complicated as this shit can get, understanding multi-tenancy and the security methods available, you too can level up when it gets hard. Let's go to the next. Right, a little bit about me. Olo ingoa Ron Amosa. Starting at the bottom, I was a DevOps engineer for a number of years before becoming an SRE mercenary for hire, contracting, building Kubernetes environments for banks and insurance companies. And after that, I moved into platform security over securing Salesforce and Heroku. And as of literally a couple of weeks ago, I'm now a solution architect for the Pacific Islands in the AWS public sector team. So you can find me on those socials if you're that way inclined. So first up, I think we need to get clear on what Kubernetes is. What exactly is a Kubernetes? Show of hands who works with Kubernetes on a daily basis. Okay. Who's spun up a local cluster on their machine? All right, that's cool. That's better. Like Kai and Microgates. And who's spun up a managed cluster in the cloud? Awesome. So I couldn't find a simple analogy for Kubernetes, but here's a weird one. So, you all know the Docker whale, right? And it's got the little containers on top of it. So think about the Docker whale. Now think about 20 Docker whales. Now think about 20 Docker whales all at SeaWorld. And SeaWorld gets to feed and house and make them do tricks and who can watch them. In this simple ass analogy, Kubernetes is kind of like SeaWorld. It works or it doesn't. We'll move on. So quick recap of Kubernetes architecture. Here's a classic Kubernetes architecture diagram. So we have two main areas of focus, right? So we have our control plane and our data plane. Control plane is where all of our Kubernetes software is running. We have the API scheduler, control manager, and then to the right, we've got the data plane. So this is where all the magic happens. We have our nodes with our pods and containers running there. Now, just a quick distinction between a container escape, which I'm sure a lot of people are familiar with, and a full Kubernetes takeover, because when people hear Kubernetes, they think, oh yeah, cool, containers, but it's a little bit more complicated than that. For example, if we have a little container escape over here, the node's probably toast, but in terms of the cluster, you might be okay. Whereas if we have a container escape over here in the control plane component, then it's pretty much game over at that point. So there's container escapes, and then there's cluster takeovers, right? So just an important distinction. But I think it's really important, right at the beginning, to ask ourselves, why multi-tenancy? Why are we even doing this? Multi-tenancy, in a nutshell, is just about sharing cluster resources. That's what it's about. So to put it simply, in organizations, they want to save costs, and they also want to simplify the administration of these things, right? And that's all well and good, but what does this mean for security? When it comes to considering security options available for hard multi-tenancy, I like to call this Maslow's pyramid of whose idea was it to use Kubernetes? But clusters, your clusters can be these three things. It can be cheap, simple, or secure. The catch is, you only get two, so pick wisely. So now that we agree what a Kubernetes cluster is, or what Kubernetes is, what multi-tenancy, that all is something that it wants, we need to define what is a tenant. You'll be happy to know that Kubernetes doesn't officially have a single definition of what a tenant is, and like most complex things, definition depends on your use case, and the use cases generally fall into two broad categories, and these are multi-team. So this is where you have tenants identified as teams, and they deploy their workloads onto a shared cluster. The term team is a bit of a fuzzy term to use for defining a tenant, and you'll see why on the next slide. So multi-customer, also known as SaaS tenancy, here we've got a team that deploys a dedicated workload per customer. Tenant is simply a group of users who share a single workload on the cluster. And just to make things trickier, you can have a hybrid use case where you have both multi-team and multi-tenancy, multi-customer workloads in the cluster. So what's hard multi-tenancy then? If multi-tenancy means simpler and more cost-effective clusters for the business, then in terms of security, hard multi-tenancy is really about isolation. Hard multi-tenancy is what we mean when we want strong levels of isolation versus soft multi-tenancy, which is weaker forms of isolation, right? So the use case is tenants don't trust each other, so from a security and resource sharing perspective, and so we need these hard lines in between them. The thing here is like hard multi-tenancy is actually the preferred method, but that implies also a more complex and more costly setup for the organization. So Ron, I hear you say, how do we do this isolation thing in Kubernetes? Well, I'm glad you asked. So last year, the Kubernetes multi-tenancy working group were tasked with coming up with models, basically models of how to do multi-tenancy in Kubernetes. Basically, these models are multi-tenancy isolation models. So last year, there was a blog that they put out, and they came up with the 3 most common tenancy models for multi-tenancy in Kubernetes. And they were namespace as a service. Every tenant gets their dedicated namespace, and they get, just in a namespace. So the tenants share the cluster, the control plane is shared, but they all get isolated into their own namespaces. Tenants can do everything at the namespace scope, but cluster-wide, as you see in the top of the control plane, that's all shared, so they can't actually access those resources, so your CRDs and your cluster roles. The next model is clusters as a service. Basically, every tenant gets their own cluster. This is great for control plane isolation, but again, as soon as you have all these different clusters, you're going to have cost and you're going to have administration costs. Like every one of these will probably have a tenant admin, and also there'll be the concept of like a central platform team that has to like provision and manage all of these clusters. And the last model, in my opinion, probably the most batshit one, is the control planes as a service. So this is where, in a nutshell, every tenant gets their own cluster, but the control plane is a virtual one in a namespace. This is kind of how it works. So this is the implementation of the vCluster project. There's this concept of a supercluster that manages the work node, right? And you'll see that there's a control plane, which is the virtual vnode, and that syncs stuff to the sync controller. Supercluster grabs it. The work nodes are all shared, and then they deploy these workloads into the shared nodes. When that happens, the VM agent then creates this resource in the control plane, and then the kubelet API gets intercepted and then sent down to the work nodes where it matches the pods that it wanted deployed. Is anyone else confused? Because this stuff gets confusing pretty quickly. So a good next place to go after that confusion is to look at the threat model. I think we're all familiar with threat modeling. I wanted to just look at the general Kubernetes threat model. So last year, NSA and CISA came out with the Kubernetes hardening guide. And in it, they looked to identify two main targets for why people go after Kubernetes clusters, right? And the two main ones are data theft and data compute theft, right? So think crypto miners. They also mentioned DOS, but there wasn't a lot of details around that. In the model, the NSA identified three most likely sources of compromise for Kubernetes clusters. And the first one, that we heard a really good keynote from Darren this morning, talked about supply chains. So we're thinking container images, container runtime, and infrastructure. The second threat is everyone's favorite, the malicious threat actor out there just running amok. Remote exploit, stolen credentials are the bread and butter for bad actors trying to attack Kubernetes clusters. And this is because of exposed API resources in the Kubernetes architecture, things like the control plane resources, your worker nodes, and also containerized apps, right? They're all running in the data plane. And the third and final one, this one's often overlooked, and this is the insider threat, right? So you've got people in there that have got full cluster admin already, and they've got specialized knowledge of the infrastructure. They're already dangerous people. We shouldn't trust them, sort of. You have admins, you have users, whoever, they're just one Provesk away from root on a node, and then you have your CSPs, your cloud service providers. These are trusted vendors, but they have access to your cluster. Sorry, I just got to catch up with the slides on here. So in preparing for this talk, I read some advice about it's a good idea not to cognitively overload your audience. So I apologize in advance for this next slide. That's beautiful. That's really something. So this is the DFD of literally one Kubernetes deployment. So what you can see, if you can see, green lines are machine segregation. The dotted red lines are our trust boundaries. All of those processes, this is one cluster with one control plane and 3 worker nodes. And this is one deployment, and you see all of the data flowing across all of these different trust boundaries. Now imagine this at scale. Imagine this with multi-tenants happening here. It's a little bit scary. And our second threat model, this one was actually a threat model that was done on Kubernetes by a traders partners in the US last year. This was actually commissioned by Salesforce and by my platform security team, actually. So shout out Wade, Noodles, Tony. The engagement was to assess the control plan for vulnerabilities, specifically for multi-tenancy use cases. And as you can see here, we've got the attacker, container escape to a node, and the arrows show the different attack paths that are possible from here. So it can go from data plane to control plane via that Kubernetes API, and also look laterally through the different nodes in the data plane. So, if it wasn't already obvious, let's ask ourselves, what's so hard about this? And not to take the piss too much, but I'm joking, sort of, not really. I think the thing that people need to realize is that Kubernetes is hard, right? This shit is complicated. It is super fun, but it's complicated. A little known fact about Kubernetes is there's a 90-day release cycle, so every 90 days they're releasing something. So if you're running this in production, that's something that you're going to have to keep up with. And the reason you need to keep up with it is because bugs and security fixes are only supported for the last 3 minor versions. And of course, everyone's seen this CNCF landscape, right? Look at that. It is super confusing. These are cloud-native applications that could potentially feature in your cluster. So anything from like runtime, containers, there's CI/CD in there. These are all the things that are just one supply chain link away from being in your cluster. So if you have to deal with this mess, good luck to you and your family. So I wanted to run through a few hostile scenarios from some CVEs that were literally released this year that affected Kubernetes directly. Now, the main thing I want to think about when we're looking at these CVEs is what combination of Kubernetes components are falling over in these CVEs, and also how that might affect our multi-tenancy models. So first up is Crates Escape. So this had an NVD score of 8.8. The vulnerability was in the container runtime in Cryo version 1.9. Basically, it introduced the sysctl support in the kernel, so you could modify kernel parameters in runtime. Good idea. And then use it to basically container escape on the node. Small caveat with this is that so if you can deploy on the node, you abuse this parameter, and then you get a container escape. Users are advised to update to 1.23.2 immediately. The next one is FS context. So this was a buffer overflow in the kernel, kernel 5.1, sorry. So this is a heap-based buffer overflow. There's a flaw in the legacy param function. So if you had a local unprivileged user could deploy a privileged container, and then use this to basically container escape using that flaw in the kernel and get root on the underlying node. And the last one is something that I think we're all familiar with, the dirty pipe vulnerability. NVD score 7.8, Linux kernel 5.8 was vulnerable. Basically, an unprivileged local user could write pages to a buffer that was backed by read-only files. In a nutshell, it meant that you could overwrite read-only files, so system and root files. So Datadog actually had a really interesting write-up about this, where they used an unprivileged container and the dirty pipe exploit, and they overwrote the runc binary in the underlying node, and then when a legit user executed kubectl exec into a container, it ran the underlying runc binary, deployed the malicious payload, and they added stealth by just running a legit runc command afterwards, so hide what they were doing. Final thing that I wanted to have a look at was Hildegard. So this is a write-up by the Unit 42 people at Palo Alto, and what they had was they noticed this malware campaign happening, and basically they just documented what they could see this team in TMT doing to the Kubernetes cluster. So basically, the attackers exploited a kubelet, a misconfigured kubelet that was giving anonymous access. From there, they were able to use the kubelet to see what containers that it was running. And then kubelet comes with a run command API, good idea. And so it could not only find the containers, but then RCE, remote code execute on the containers. So this is how it used itself to propagate all the way throughout the nodes. So, when we look at all this and everything that's happening with CVEs, we say to ourselves, well, what can we do about multi-tenancy isolations, right? And we're pleased to announce that literally as of 23rd of June, the blog post with the 3 models is now official Kubernetes documentation, where they've actually expanded on that idea, and now we do actually have recommendations for what to do with security in multi-tenancy clusters. And the first plane of isolation is our isolation plane. Our control plane. And the mechanisms we use to isolate these are namespaces, access controls, and quotas. Namespaces. Basically, we've seen this model before in the earlier 3 models. We isolate groups of API resources inside a namespace, so a tenant gets deployed to a namespace. This makes it easily to identify them and also to apply security policies. The next is access controls. So the most important type of isolation for the control plane is authorization. RBAC, we all know, is the most commonly used. This needs to be enabled on the API server. But what we can see here is namespaces using roles and role bindings in order to limit who can actually operate in their namespace. Third one is quotas. So quotas is basically just limiting the amount of API resources that each tenant can have. Therefore, they're not monopolizing the control plane, and they keep everything, namespace to their own users and tenants. And the second plane of isolation that we look at from the original architecture is the data plane isolation, right? So the mechanisms that we have to ensure the isolation: network, storage, sandbox, and nodes. First up is network. So by default, all pods in Kubernetes cluster can talk to each other, and all network traffic is unencrypted by default. I see a lot of people thinking, cool, attacker in the middle, yeah, that's cool, we can do that. And as you can see from the diagram, pods are just talking to each other willy-nilly, and how we apply isolation on this is with network policies. So we deploy a network policy inside the namespace, and then we use labels of the pods that has a pod selector label that matches to the namespace. So if your pods and namespace labels don't match, then you don't get to talk between pods. That's a really oversimplification of it. Okay, the next one is storage. So storage is a bit of a tricky one, just based on the way the components behave. I apologize, this is going to be a crash course in Kubernetes storage. So for security and data isolation, dynamic volume provisioning is what's recommended. How it works is, cluster admin will create these storage classes that you see at the bottom, and that's how they divvy up between your SSD and your different classes of disks, right? And inside you have these PVs, which are persistent volumes. Pod comes along, it has a PVC, which is persistent volume claim, and it uses that to ask the storage class to grab its persistent volume and then mounts this to the pod. This is a great way of isolating per tenant workloads or per tenant volumes, which is what's recommended. The problem with this is if you do not have a per tenant storage class, remembering that the storage classes are cluster-wide, then those volumes stay around long after those workloads have moved on. So if you're going to do that, make sure that you have policies that delete the PVs after the workloads have moved on. The next one is Sandbox. So I think the component we're all most familiar with is a container. Sandboxing is just a way of running containers in an isolated way to mitigate, because basically containers run on a shared kernel, and they mount the underlying file systems of the host. So as we saw with CVEs, an unpatched vulnerability that hits the kernel, all of our containers are gone, and they have access to the host. Yes, we have controls like setcomp, AppArmor, and SE Linux, and it's all recommended to use these and to strengthen the container security, but it's hard to apply a universal set of rules when we're talking about multi-tenancy in Kubernetes, right? You're trying to apply different rules to all these different containers. It's hard to do. But the two main approaches that we have is running containers through a user space kernel, a la gvisor project, as well as running them in their own VMs like the Kata containers. And last but definitely not least, of the mechanisms for data plane isolation is the node. So far we've isolated the network, we've isolated storage, we've isolated the containers, and now we isolate a whole node. The aim of the game with node isolation is basically we're just deploying tenants' workloads to their own dedicated node. So you label your nodes, and then you use a node selector field in your pod spec, so when they come along, they'll go, okay, I can only go on this node, and then they get applied to there. And as you can see, we don't run into the noisy neighbor thing because they're two completely different neighborhoods. Other things at your disposal for node isolation is affinity and anti-affinity. Basically, this is just a more expressive way of doing node selector, so more characteristics about your node, what you like about them, what you don't like about them, so the pods either go there or they don't. And taints and tolerations. So this is where, again, you're just kind of like what attracts pods to a node that you declare, or what repels them. So, if the node is in any way, it's got something else running on it, then my tenant nodes, workloads don't ever go to there. And the other added benefit, other than noisy neighbor, is information disclosure from a breakout. So if you get a container breakout on node A, well, then you've just got access to the other tenants, just to the same tenants' workloads. In summary, if I could summarize all of that, is multi-tenancy is a thing, it's here, it's now, it's a reality for most organizations that do want to have cost-effective and simple clusters to administer. And you folks are going to have to secure it, so you're going to need to understand what this is. Second thing we covered is hard. Multi-tenancy is hard. Kubernetes is complicated. The ecosystem that it lives in is complicated. And the security for it as well is also complicated. But the main takeaway I want for everybody from this talk is that layers and layers in isolation and security, and if we understand the problem space and the solution options, then everybody can level up when it gets particularly hard. Before I finish, I just wanted to really say a massive thank you to Kawaiicon for having me on stage and for you folks for coming to my talk. I really want to give credit and acknowledge these people whose work that I did race through and study to understand what I'm talking about up here. And also my rubber duckies for listening and keeping me sane while I was trying to organize this mess into one 30-minute talk. And that's my time. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Ron. All right, we're going to go out for afternoon break. If you haven't yet picked up your merchandise, please do so during the break. If you want to get it today, you can pick it up tomorrow as well, but they're going to pack up the merch pickup after the afternoon break today. So if you want it tonight, go and pick it up now. Otherwise, we'll see you back on schedule at 4 o'clock for Mr. Wade Winwright. Welcome back, everyone. Now, I have a question for you. How many of you went to Kiwicon X? Show of hands? Yeah. How many of you went to Kiwicon 3? Yeah. How many went to Kiwicon 1? Oh yeah, there's a few OGs in the house. Nice. How many of you have been to every single Kiwi or Kawaiicon? Respect. Our next speaker showed up to Kiwicon 1. Flew in from the United States. He was our furthest traveling visitor to the con, back when, those of you who came to Kawaiicon 1 will remember, it was not a very big or sophisticated event. And if anything, like the trajectory of Kiwicons and our Kawaiicon over time really is an insight into how some of us, i.e. me, have grown up a little bit over the years and made things a little bit less dumb than they were in the early Kiwicons. Anyway, so our speaker showed up, was thinking about moving to New Zealand, wanted to come and meet the community. Came across to Kiwicon 1. I'm not sure what opinion he took from that. And then he never came back. Until Kiwicon 10. Can you imagine walking into this theatre? And Kiwicon 10, I think, for me and the rest of the crew, was probably like the pinnacle of the shark jumping process. Like, we were right at the apex of the shark jump there with the throat singing and the badger choir and the, and like we bought the like pyrotechnic flame units that you could put like juice in to make them different colors. So we had like blue X flames come out, like out of the front of the stage there. Now we have slightly more sensible pyro. Can I get a little sparkle action? Little sparkles, some sparkles. I haven't had any sparkles yet. Nope. Oh, hey, there we go. And these are much safer. You may remember from Kiwicon X, we actually set fire to the stage during the break because we were reducing the multicolored flame boxes that we bought. Anyway, point of the story is, our next speaker showed up Kiwicon 1, went away, came back for Kiwicon 10, and now is returning once again for Kawaiicon. And it's my very great pleasure to welcome to the stage Mr. Wade Winwright.
Tēnā koto katoa. Ko e toku ingoa. No Amerika ahau, engari e noho ana au ki tamaki makaurau e nānie. I'm Wade. My friends call me Wade Paul. Last time I was on the stage, I was actually very appreciative to the con, the crew, the country for allowing me to move here. And as of about 72 hours ago, I can say residency level achieved, so I'm super happy about that. So I want to talk today about bugs and features and what's what and which one is which and how it all works together. But first I want to start with talking about ecosystems. So we like to throw that word around a lot with software ecosystems, bug ecosystems, several times today, supply chain ecosystems. What we're going to drill into today, though, is the bug or feature and how the interrelationships act between those two. So from a biological perspective, an ecosystem is a complex of living organisms, the environment in which they exist, and those interrelationships. And so we'll talk about bugs/features and those interrelationships. Let's start with a few definitions. So a bug, according to the Cambridge Dictionary, because everybody uses Oxford when I want to be different, a bug is a mistake or a problem in a computer program. Pretty straightforward. According to a much more reputable book, the Urban Dictionary, a bug is actually a piece of a software. There actually is no such thing in computing or software as a bug. It's actually a feature, an undocumented feature is the way they phrase that. So the lines are blurred, right? So feature, according to Cambridge as well, is a noticeable or important characteristic or part of something. I would also say that bugs fall into that mode too, right? Something breaks, it's pretty noticeable, and it's pretty important usually. And just for fun, from Urban Dictionary, there's a definition of something called feature-eft. When a computer application or hardware design feature has unintended or sometimes embarrassing consequences, like when autocorrect changes incidentally into indecently, and then the entire context is lost. So bug versus feature, it's really a matter of perspective, right? So we're going to explore this a bit more deeply. So what I would like, and this is the crowd participation talk, sorry, is that I'm going to introduce a concept, and I will then ask the crowd which you think it is, a bug or a feature. There is no right answer. This is not an empirical study, but we will see what you think. Best way to do that, probably to reduce any blow of transmission here, either raise hands and or stomp on the floor, whatever works for you there. And that will be how we will gauge these things. So the first thing we're going to start with, though, is a couple of very non-computer or technology, semi-technology related topics. So we'll start with aluminium foil. Aluminum foil has a shiny side and it has a dull side. Do you all think that that was by design as a feature or was a bug? So everybody who thinks it's a bug? Okay, and a feature. Oh, nice, nice. So years of lore and mysticism surround the aluminum shiny versus dull side, which side is best for cooking a turkey, which side's best for wrapping a burrito, which side keeps the spooky government out of my skull when fashioned into a hat. If I wrap my phone in it, will it actually work like a Faraday cage if my EMP that I'm building accidentally goes off? Did E.T. really phone home using that umbrella lined with this stuff? Sometimes the truth is actually stranger than fiction. This is not one of those times. In actuality, it's simply as a result of manufacturing. So the way that aluminum foil is manufactured is that they heat it, and in order to heat it and stretch it, they have to double up the layers. So when they double up the layers, two layers are obviously touching at one point, and that's on one side, which scrapes each side against each other. And so basically it just barely scrapes by, kind of like me in high school athletics. And the other side is shiny and untouched, kind of like my high school dating life. So, side note, is anybody familiar? I found this on Creative Commons. A booster bag. How many people are familiar with what a booster bag actually is? No loss prevention people in the room? Okay. This was news to me too, honestly. So a booster bag is apparently a bag that you make out of aluminum foil that you throw a electronically protected thing in if you're shoplifting, and then you fold it over and can slide it out past the detectors. Totally had no idea about that, but now you're all criminals. Oh, by the way, I'm resident, but no takebacks. So yes, the bottom line, the performance of the foil is the same, whichever side you use, including in a hat. The next one, masks. Having to wear a mask. Bug? Feature. Feature? Yes, everybody agrees it's a feature? No one's even voting. This is great. Well, this is really a touchy one for a lot of people, but it really comes down to understanding the science and the opposite side of the fence, which is infringing upon inalienable rights that are more important than the health and safety of others. Or maybe we're all living in the most terrible 3-season and counting reboot in history, X-Files 2020. So I actually want to talk about this, though. Masks. Some would say that there's a bug. So we have basically evolved to use facial expressions for communication over, obviously, a very long period of time. But we also know that they're not 100% necessary to survival. Just ask anyone in Japan, where this is a norm, or anybody who might be sight impaired. This is not exactly something that you have to live. Feature, it protects yourself and others from dust particles or other particles that submicron infection vectors attach to actually get into your system. Nice feature. Bug. There are folks with underlying respiratory issues, and there are even some, I believe, here in the crowd today. This is absolutely 100% a bug for those people, but they are a small portion of the population, so everybody who keeps trying to use this as an excuse, please stop. Feature, it's cheaper than a lockdown. Again, taking Japan into account here, obviously there are a lot of factors involved, but having most of the population masked all the time prevented them from ever having a full lockdown. And then finally, it defeats facial recognition. So I call that a feature, right? So any privacy, security, hacker nerd out there should be out in the streets demanding free N95, P2, FFP2, ASTM F3502-21 level 2 masks for the entirety of the populace just so we can get past the facial recognition. Okay, now how many Minecraft fans are there here? There's a few that would admit it. That's cool, me too. The creepers in Minecraft. If you're familiar with Minecraft, then you know what a creeper is. If you're not familiar with Minecraft, this is a creeper face. There is a NPC in the game that is a creeper, and it's really weird looking. It's green, it has 4 stubby little legs, and it chases you around, and if it gets close enough, it explodes. So that's what a creeper is for those who don't know. So the creepers, were they a bug? Okay, or a feature of the game? Awesome, awesome. Still a lot of undecided folks. Cool, cool. I think they're catching on. That's good, that's good. So Notch, who's the creator of Minecraft, has actually explained the fact that this was a bug. He was trying to create a pig. And actually, for lack of better terms, he got the axes wrong and made it tall with 4 little stubby legs. And they were like, wow, that's weird enough. We should keep it in the game. So that's basically what happened. It went into the alpha version and is still there tormenting players almost 13 years later. Okay, who here remembers Solaris? Who here remembers Solaris actually running on Sun hardware? Awesome, awesome, very cool. Okay, so in Solaris, there was an admin suite. The Solstice admin suite was a set of tools. It was packaged by Sun Microsystems. It came by default in the Solaris operating system. Basically, it was there to help administrators manage systems remotely, centralize the configuration, monitor the software usage. The daemon is actually used in the Solstice application, or Solstice admin suite application, to perform those distributed systems and administration operations. The daemon is typically installed and enabled in a default Solaris installation. So that's a lot of heavy lifting that it does. Bug or feature? Bug? Okay, few. Okay, feature? Yeah, yep, absolutely. It's definitely a feature. That feature had a bug. So, sadmin-d defaults to weak authentication. All you need is a sequence of specially crafted RPC requests sent to it. You can then, at that point, forge the client identity, root if you want, and then you can execute arbitrary commands. So definitely a bug in the feature, as it were. Okay, let me introduce this situation. A long time ago, several lives ago, I worked for a company that deployed cable set-top boxes out to multiple regions in the US. There was a major service outage that actually happened in the Midwest, and it took down most of the cable television for the entirety of that section of the United States. The on-call and on-prem engineer who we needed to actually show up with the partner company, show up and actually restart the service on the system was unreachable for quite a while. And we just needed him to simply restart that service. So we didn't have the root account on the server, but we did have access to the server, So, of course, like I said, weak auth, RPC packets, RPC calls, root, arbitrary RC, restart the service, everyone wins. Back out slowly. Worked like a charm. Okay, here's another one. A game admin panel. So this is actually a game admin panel from another one of my previous lives when I worked for one of the gaming companies that I've worked for. So here's the deets on it. So this one allows the ability to adjust user in-game currency, block users that are griefing others, and there are lots, transfer in-game currency to another user when that's actually needed, add an in-game asset to any user that needs it or has lost it or any kind of a problem like that, or delete and restore accounts. Bug? Okay, feature. Okay, cool, cool. Okay, here's this real story. All of those features were SQL injection vulnerabilities. All of them. So, what these elite set of users actually wound up doing in order to manipulate the game is they actually built their own Swift object that was an admin panel. And 7 or 8 of them had this Swift object and could use it to basically do whatever the hell they wanted on the actual game. When we actually did the full review of the application, now that we knew that there was a larger problem, it was a legacy title. In total, we actually found 21 SQL injection vulnerabilities sprawled across the thing. They hadn't even found them all. They didn't need to. So let's go ahead and talk about something that probably has just been discussed ad nauseum here. Log4j. Bug? Feature. Okay, so is everybody here actually familiar with what Log4j actually was and what the actual issue was with that thing? If you are, raise your hand. Okay, that's a lot of hands. I'm really sorry. I apologize. So for those of you who are not, I'm just going to run through it really quickly. So of note, 60+% of all Java applications in use were using Log4j, even if it was indirectly. So Log4j was great. It logged expressions basically on the back end so that you would have these logs in perpetuity. Along comes Jindy, or the Java naming and directory interface, which basically allowed remote storage and serializing or streaming of the log events. This is back before REST was actually a thing. Seems super helpful and totally legit, right? And around about 2013, someone introduced a feature that allowed Jindy lookups from the logging messages. And this allowed, for instance, prefixing log messages, including doing remote lookups of certain types of strings like LDAP or environment variables. That also seems super helpful and totally legit. So I think we already know where we're going with this one. This is a great illustration of how someone might retrieve AWS access keys. So of course now you can look up helpful stuff and add those to your logs and your JVM, like an attacker-controlled system with an attacker-controlled Java object that then runs in the target JVM like a reverse shell. So that's cool. So how was this one of the first places this was actually discovered? I'm not sure if everybody knows this or not, but here we are again, Minecraft. So once upon a time, there were some hacky little hackers that were hardcore Minecraft fans. One of them actually found out about this and figured out that by sending a specific message to the in-game chat, they could run arbitrary code on other players' systems. Neato. Little did they know that this would actually cause more grief than an Academy Award smackdown on primetime TV. And the rest is actually hellish history that many of us will hopefully never tell future generations about because, come on, they've got enough to worry about. Examples abound. How many people are super familiar with MSO 8067? I know who's been doing this for a while. How many of you would consider it a bug? Microsoft did. Bug? Yeah. Feature? Yes. Okay, cool. I absolutely use this as a feature in a few past lives there. So basically the server service within the Windows systems, again, RPC calls to an unauthenticated arbitrary code execution is what you got with this. This one, basically, if you could get a foothold within a Windows network, drop this sucker and you're king. So it was used heavily and was pushed into Metasploit, and the rest is history. Here's another great one. So Amazon has a great feature for reading books, you know, a preview of books online. Great, awesome. Well, they actually also had a little bit of a problem in that they would actually render JavaScript. So when you looked up for example, the Web Application Hacker's Handbook, and you went to the page on cross-site scripting, it would actually pop that right there in your browser. So again, bug or feature. So. This is another one that's really, really good and I like a lot. So exchange mail rules that actually allow for arbitrary command execution on connected Outlook clients. This one's kind of awesome. So that's the basis of the vulnerability. So exchange mail rules, bug or feature? Well, it's a feature, right? But it's also a bug. But then it turns into a feature. Because if you run ruler, you can actually enumerate valid users. You can create new malicious mail rules. You can dump the gal. You can run VBScript through forms. You can execute VBScript through the Outlook homepage. And when I was talking to my friend, the author of the tool, just last week, he informed me that there was one that I left off of this list, which was persistence. And he discussed how during engagements when they were using this tool, the CSIRT team would actually grab a machine that they thought was infected or was in fact compromised via this route, wipe the machine clean, malware gone, right? Drop it back on the network, it would connect to Exchange, the rules would run, persistence. So that's another really good one there. And again, these go on and on. So we talk about DOS attacks as a bad thing, but we also tell people that everything should fail closed. Well, I guess it's working. Speculative execution, that's another one too, where we can talk about having speed gains or security loss, or do you have security gains and speed loss, revolving around how the speculative execution works in those CPUs. So where the heck am I going with all this? Well, I introduced you to ecosystems early on, so what I wanted to talk about is another biological bit, which is symbiosis. So I'd like to talk about security and engineering and what kind of symbiotic relationship you might have if you're an engineer with your security team, or you might have if you're a security team and with your engineering team. And obviously there's places you want to be on this, and there are places you don't want to be on this. So if you're a security team who's basically winning hearts and minds of executives because you're doing certain things and making it look like the security team's doing a whole bunch of work, but you're causing a whole bunch of harm to the people who are more or less writing the products that actually get sold, that's a very parasitic relationship here. If you're in a competition with the engineering team and you're both at each other's throats, that seems like more of a competition, symbiotic relationship. And of course, what we want to strive towards is that mutualism, the benefit for both. And in saying that, here's my advice. For security people, if you're in the security realm and you're working with engineering teams, take the time to actually understand what those engineers are trying to do. You don't have to just be the person reporting the issues. You're all very smart. You can use your brains. I'm confident of this. You can make valid and helpful suggestions, and you might even be able to write code in a more secure fashion that would help the engineers do things far more safely. Similar to our keynote today, one of the things you can do is eliminate classes of vulnerabilities. Another thing that we've explored recently is, let's say you don't want your engineers to be using unsafe crypto. Well, maybe you create a crypto API that you can swap out primitives underneath, and the engineering team always gets what they need without having any kind of grief about going and changing things across mass amounts of systems. So for engineers or developers, if you're a software engineer, go ahead and take the time to understand those issues the security team keeps hammering you on about, and maybe think about how those can be eliminated on your side as well. Maybe think about more of a holistic solution rather than a one-time fix. Consider things like integration and regression testing as a norm or a habit, or creating those common libraries, APIs that would remove the need for trying to reconceive potentially harmful scenarios so that everyone can benefit. And I just want to give a few shout outs here. Tenakwe Chris for the Te Reo help on the intro. Thanks to my wife, the biologist in the family, who made sure I knew what the hell I was talking about throughout this slide deck when it came to the biological pieces. And thanks again to the crew for all the hard work in making all this happen. Thanks.
Wait, did I? No, I turned it on. What are you laughing at? I totally turned it on. You having a good time? Oh, wow. It's classic. It's classic. Thank you, Madman. Thank you very much. It's crickets.wav. It's so good. Having a good time? Enjoying? Yeah. Excellent. All right. So I did lie to you a little bit earlier. Like, do you remember when I said the scariest word in InfoSec? What was it? Kubernetes. It's not true. The scariest word in InfoSec starts with a K, and it is Kerberos. Kerberos. Let's talk to us about the terrible dark secrets that we did before some of you were even born. I welcome to the stage Mr. Andrew Bartlett.
Kia ora. I'm Andrew Bartlett. I hail from Canberra, Australia, under Mount Bimberi and under the mighty Murrumbidgee River. I now call Wellington home with my family. You often find me and my family riding around on our bikes around this fair city, even on a Wellington day. When I'm at work, I'm at Catalyst to work on Samba, building our free software implementation of Active Directory. And this is a tale of what I call the dollar ticket attack on Active Directory's Kerberos authentication protocol. I do agree. Kerberos is a scary word. I did neglect in my selection of slides to get the three-headed dog. I think we could probably arrange one out of those sheep probably. But yes, Kerberos is indeed scary. It is sort of what I've made a bit of my career out of. It's also really powerful. What it does when it does it well, I think it can do a good job at. But I certainly appreciate why people feel. Okay, so I have here a genuine Kerberos ticket. I captured this in the wild earlier today. Freshly dried and preserved on the slide here. And you'll see it has a few key components that I need to explain to you so that you'll get the rest of the talk. So up at the very top, it has the name of the ticket. So that's who the ticket represents. So Andrew in this case. And at the bottom is a very unforgeable signature of the KDC. Now, unless you actually get the core secret of a Kerberos domain, you really can't forge that signature. Now, a lot of you are really good at, printing golden tickets and things like that, but for the purpose of this talk, we're not needing to do any of that stuff. The signatures are perfectly and entirely legitimate. And in the middle up here is the extra information that Active Directory added when Microsoft took the Kerberos protocol and brought it into the Windows world. They added in Windows user identities into the ticket. Now so these are globally unique numbers. They're typically printed out with an S on the front so that you know they're Windows SIDs. This is what, when you're doing access control lists, Windows will use. Now, I'm labouring this point a little bit because you've now got two things that represent the user, and this is where our trouble begins. The last thing that I have here is the user's name as represented in Active Directory, the one that's actually on their record. And you'll see that it's very subtly different to the name at the top of the ticket. And this also matters. So secondly, to try and introduce you to Kerberos in 30 seconds flat, I wanted to show you this slide about how the Kerberos protocol works. Now, up in the box, I've got what happens when you run knet. Knet is the Unix command that you use to get a Kerberos ticket. And so you exchange your username and your password for a Kerberos ticket granting ticket. It's a bearer token of sorts. And I put that in a box because I'll be showing it shortly, and it was mentioned to me that I need to explain what this is so that when you see the command run, you've got an idea. You get back a ticket that you can use to then access a service. Now, the second step that happens with Kerberos is that for every service you access, you don't hand it your ticket that represents you in all forms. You hand it one specifically to a particular service. But it's got the same details in it. It's got, there's A short for Andrew in the ticket. Now, if all of this may well still be too complex for you, so all I want you to really remember is that big red line, which I left as big as LibreOffice seemed to want to draw it by default, because the file server absolutely trusts that signature on the ticket. It does not have any back channel back to Active Directory or the KDC in pure Kerberos. There are some, and so it never does a double check that this ticket is valid in the Kerberos protocol. And understanding that, it helps explain why some of these things happen. Now, Kawaiicon and Kawaiicon love a good exploit, so I wanted to continue in that fine tradition. So the dollar ticket attack looks like it's been with us some time, and here is a still open security issue. Not quite a 0 day because I told everyone back in November, and then again in blog posts, and then in Sandboxing XP a few weeks ago. But people still haven't got around to fixing this in all the parts. So I went and then did a video, and I sent it to my friends at Red Hat who involved in some of the software here, and they say they're going to try and make some more progress on it. Now it's all public. But hey, it reproduced as of last week, and I'm not aware of any fixes so far. So hey, go home, exploit. So the setup. I started with a fully patched Windows 22 Active Directory DC. I went to the great pains of installing certificate services, which was more painful than I expected, but not as painful as it could have been, because I needed LDAP-S support. I took a Fedora 36 client, and I fully patched it, latest SSSD, and I used the realm join command that comes with it to connect to the domain. And so that's the command I used, that's all I did. I had installed it, I had enabled the root account at install. That's the only other change, the only other sort of, choice. So, here I have the machine I'm starting with, and I cane it as Andrew. I put in Andrew's password. Okay. Now here you can see I've got a ticket, and it's there as Andrew. Local ticket, it's not an administrative account. And you can log on to the Windows system as Andrew. This is perfectly normal. It's a normal, I've come in with Kerberos. So that the GSS API is, in this talk, another word for Kerberos. And I see I'm a normal user, perfectly normal. We've got single sign-on, yay! Okay, let's do something else. Let's check a little bit about what this Andrew account is. So I've looked at the account. Now, if you know Windows, you'll see that the groups that I'm in is 513 is domain users. The numbers at the far end are sort of what matters. And I've also gone and looking here, I'm trying to check if I'm a member of any other special groups. Primary group ID is just domain users. Nothing up my sleeve is what I'm trying to show here. Okay, this is not an administrative account. Yes, this is Active Directory. There's so many other ways I could hide being an admin, but you just have to trust me. Trust me at Kawaiicon. Anyway, so I go to and use add computer.py from InPacket to create a computer. Now, you may have noticed I've chosen a curious computer name there. So it gives me a password. And the steps that this thing takes are not particularly complex, but it was easier to run their script than to get the exact right. I was actually going to paste it on the screen, but Anyway, so I've typed in, I've done knet as root, using the password that I've got there. Oh, bother. Again, no keys, nothing up my sleeve. This is Kerberos Authentication. Who am I? If I can spell it correctly. Yes. Oh, bother. So yes, we have indeed logged into the Fedora machine as root. Now, you might be smart enough to have configured your system to allow now a Fedora machine has no password authentication as root, but allows key authentication as root with the default install I had. But you might have not done that, and you've got a user account that is privileged instead. So maybe that user account was A Bartlett. So I can create a machine called A Bartlett. Again, you put in the password. And again, you can log in. Okay, so here I've got my A Bartlett credentials. Okay, and you'll be able to log in to the system as that user. So we see here we SSH across as A Bartlett, and so there, and that could be the account that has sudo rights, a bit like the Ubuntu user that you get. Again, I've logged in using only Kerberos. There are no keys involved here. This is not, as you saw earlier, those numbers, if they were Active Directory accounts that were coming in with SSSD, they would have had much higher user numbers. So, so how did this happen? Just add $1. So, as I say, fully documented Kerberos features that cause such mayhem. So this is in the public specification, MS-80TS. It says, when you're doing a client principal lookup, if you don't find the account, add $1 and try again. This was added for app compatibility, as far as I can tell. We actually found an Oracle application that was using it, and so we added this to Samba to match. Oh! You can now see, I go and look at how these accounts, so these are the accounts that were added to Active Directory, and as you can see, they're the awfully suspicious usernames with $1 at the end. And so they don't duplicate against, they don't appear on the system as Active Directory accounts without the $. They're there with the $. And so you can exploit this mapping, the fact that the name doesn't match exactly what's in Active Directory. You can have some interesting games with. And you can therefore make the system fall back to looking for local system accounts. So what happened here? So the Kerberos protocol specifies this behavior must happen. So if you look up and ask for a Kerberos ticket, the KDC must return that ticket with exactly the same username that you typed in when you asked for it. So if you've got an alias, that doesn't matter. You still return the ticket with exactly the name the user typed, because that's what the RFC says. Except Microsoft added an extra feature called canonicalization, where they said that, we'll allow you to have a ticket come back with a different name. So it's optional, but it's turned on by all Windows clients. And this actually creates a real problem because most developers don't understand Kerberos. Most users are as scared of it as they should be. And so everybody just goes, okay, that seemed to work. Okay, let's get on with life and run away. So the target service, you're developing it and you're testing it with your Windows clients and you get the user's SAM account name exactly as printed in Active Directory and you go, okay, yes, that's what I need. I can match that. It's all good. So it hides the possibility that it could be any other name, any of the other aliases from the developer. Because all you have to do is not specify a bit when you ask for it. So this impacts all sorts of services. It impacts NFS ID map. So only NFS Ganesha has a mode to use Samba's lookup via the pack, but everything else is very common to say, okay, I want to map my Active Directory users to local users. I hear a lot of university systems where there's the university Active Directory, and I'm required to use that for authentication because it's got the single passwords, but I don't really trust the university ITS, so I run my own local Unix user store. That's just, this kind of stuff falls over horribly in that mode because the names can't be trusted. SSH, as seen, can fall over. Apache Modauth Curb, likewise, you can get various names in there that you weren't expecting. Maybe you've got a Drupal or something that has an admin account. That account won't exist in AD. I don't see why you couldn't create an admin $ account in AD and have it matched to it. It all depends on what mapping rules you've set, but these things, unless I talk and other people talk about it at places like this, we don't know that these are issues that you have to think about hardening for. The biggest issue is that most Active Directory integration on Linux and beyond is repurposed integrations for MIT Kerberos in the 1980s when the assumptions were that the much simpler. It's all perfectly safe if only administrators can add and modify users. Kerberos and the Kerberos protocols were all set up originally with the blessed administrators, the blessed sysadmins, doing the administration, and they're not going to be silly enough to start adding accounts with names that match other names. But Active Directory, well, we hope. But Active Directory, adding names and selecting names is not privileged. All users, because of a lovely feature called Machine Account Quota, can create a user with any username as long as it ends in $. They can rename that account to match the user principal name of another user as long as they put $1 at the end, but then you can alias against that. Or your help desk staff, they can create a SAM account name that matches their user principal name, and so block the other account or take over access that might have been. It'd be a bit hard to do that, but you can make life miserable for the user with the user principal name. So, except for the 20-character limit, if I had an Andrew.Bartlett account for my friendly login to AD, someone with low privilege could create a Andrew Bartlett account with that SAM account name and stop me logging in. Or potentially get into some other service that was just like PAMCurb5 kind of very simple authentication. So there's all sorts of flexibility in AD that is just not good. But the worst bit is the MIT-style Kerberos client. So this whole Unix ecosystem is just totally blind. Without Samba's libraries for parsing the pack, which only very few other bits of applications can use, the real username in Active Directory, the SAM account name that is the AD user, is just not provided by Kerberos. It's not in that ticket I showed you before. Most applications can't see inside that blue box I had. But you didn't come here to see me bust into Unix machines. You wanted to hear about busting into Active Directory itself. So, I got my name in lights. Thank you to the friendly folks at CERT who published this out. So this was November last year. Of course, I was eclipsed, not too much later by Log4j, but my small moment in the sun. And it's a small town. It's nice to feel noticed. Yeah, full domain takeover from any user, any service account, any computer, laptop, kiosk. You can become domain admin, download the full password database, and because I screwed up even on Samba. I didn't add that deliberately on Samba, that was just a muck-up. So, people have been asking, can you please explain this thing? I want to hear it in detail. I said, a lot of time in this talk, but, they've given me 45 minutes for my 25-minute talk, so I can talk a bit slower. Maybe they can fix the clock. So basically what you do is that using machine account quota, this bizarre feature in Active Directory that allows you to create, for some reason, I don't know why, for some reason there is an Active Directory feature that allows every user or computer to create 10 machine accounts. Now, years ago I noticed that every user or computer meant that every computer could also create 10 and 10 and 10. So I reported that to Microsoft 10 years ago, that infinite machine accounts was a thing. Anyway, so I've known about this feature for a while and ran away from it as far as I could, but then I'm not going to cause trouble, so it came back to me. So you can create these accounts. God knows why they thought this was a good idea. But you do that, and before November, you could also rename the account, and you could lose the dollar at that point. So I created this account, and I renamed it to DC. Now, my domain controller is called DC, and has an account DC dollar in the database. I then go and get a Kerberos ticket as DC, and I get back a ticket. As you can see here, I put the SID into the ticket to try and keep track of what accounts are what. So I've gone and logged in as DC, and I've got a ticket genuinely printed for DC, my machine account, totally low privilege. I then renamed the machine account out of the way, so it doesn't exist anymore. So it's called not DC. And then I've gone back to the domain controller, and I've said, pretty please, I would like a ticket to myself for any other user, using a feature called SVU to self. This is something you have in Active Directory, so you can run like an @ job or a cron job, but with the right users, with the right groups for your user, so they've got the right privileges. So even though the user hasn't typed in their password, you need to do something as that user. You want to know their groups, so SVU to self was done. And because it's only to yourself, it's safe. Well, the matching of my ticket, which I provided my proof, which still said DC at the top, and it said, well, I can't find an account by DC. Well, let's check. Oh, there's a DC dollar. I'll match to that. Oh, bother. And so it duly matched to that, and it came back with a ticket printed with whichever name I chose. So, of course, I chose the administrator, and I had in my hot little hand a ticket encrypted to the domain controller as administrator, and then I downloaded the password database. So, how did it happen? So, we've got a mismatch between two different eras of computer security protocols. We've got the historical Kerberos from the 1980s that's built around string names as authenticators. So it was just, it's this little bag of characters that is your name, and as I said, administered by highly privileged sysadmins. And Active Directory added complexity. It added delegated administration, machine account quota. It added aliases to that name, so suddenly more than one name could be you. It added canonicalization, so that more than one name could be then one name, but only sometimes. But most particularly, it added SIDs. And so you then had the thought that only the SID mattered. So these names were unimportant. It wasn't important to protect them, because all Active Directory and Windows ACLs are evaluated based only on SIDs. But then we find things where we didn't do that. So always take in combination. If you, in any security system, if you allow people to log on aliases, and they are awfully convenient, you must canonicalize and stick to that canonicalization. You must mark that I've canonicalized this name, and you must neither further canonicalize it, otherwise we essentially get what Log4j did with keeping on iterating through your expansions. And lock at your final user identity. Never allow the end user to choose what their internal identity looks like. So this is how we fixed it. So I say we, I think I've got a bit of time. I actually had the great pleasure of working with Microsoft to fix this. It took a while. We got some backs and forths, but I ended up started with monthly, then it was fortnightly, and then ended up being weekly phone calls with Microsoft's MSRC security team, with the product team, as we banged out fixing this, fixing all the other things that I found, begging for more time, or haggling over more time. So it was actually an incredible process working with them as we went through all the various things that went wrong. This is just one of the many things that I sort of found in this sort of set of issues. But actually it was quite fun, and I got to know the developers and engineers there quite well over the time. It was quite the process. And we essentially co-designed the solution, and we decided that the fix was to basically have the user's SID be always checked against the name. Now, there are good reasons when a name can change, very good reasons why names change, but in that case, just the ticket becomes invalid. You just need to get one again with the password. But otherwise, we just make sure that whenever the ticket is presented back to the KDC, that the name and the SID must always match together. And then the operations are allowed to continue. We also put in some mitigations for the MIT-style clients. So I was able to get Microsoft to add in an extra buffer into the Windows pack that's really easy to parse compared to the rest of it. That contains the SAM account name in just UTF-8, so the same character set that the one at the top of the header is. I think it's UTF. Anyway, it's easy to parse, and it's got the SID as well. So that's there. It's fairly easy to work with, and less effort than trying to pull apart NDR. But only Samba can, only Heimdall and with I think SSSD can parse this so far. The problem is that the MIT Kerberos community, they've been doing Kerberos since the 1980s, and honestly, despite the fact that we are 20 years into Active Directory, there's still a really strong feeling that Windows is on their turf. And so there's a really strong pushback against doing things for the vast majority of the clients out there that are trying to interact with Active Directory Kerberos domains, because Active Directory really is the interloper. So it's become quite difficult to try and come up with mitigations that you could drop into software and say, I patched the software, we're done. And even working with, chatting with some of the Red Hat folks, they tried to turn on some of these mitigations and it broke networks, and we are in an ugly spot. And so I've done what I could to try and lay the groundwork. The Active Directory DCs now provide enough information that some of these attacks can be avoided, but unfortunately the client side has been rather slower than I'd hoped to pick it up. So that's why I'm giving talks about Kerberos at places like this, because some of you will be able to get people much more motivated to fix these things after shells pop. So here's the good, the bad, and the ugly. The good is this. So you'll notice the date on here of the 9th of December. Despite publishing a very detailed set of security advisories on our side, and Microsoft similarly, on the same day, and even crediting Andrew Butler of Catalyst, and some even mentioned Catalyst and the Samba team, it took a full month before security Twitter realized that we had released the same bugs on the same day at the same hour. And of course, that the security researchers, having noticed this, then very quickly realized that our ones came with source code and tests and all those other good things. But yeah, we did a lot of work to drop our releases on exactly the same day. The bad was not being able to save world. So I agree with Microsoft, the release date of the 9th of November 2021. A day that I was exhausted by the time we got to that point. About a month later, some other developers, good, talented security engineers, raised with Microsoft what they now call certified, which Microsoft eventually released in May. I'd also raised essentially those same issues with Microsoft, but I couldn't wait. My year was already a ball of stress, and it was a sort of, we have to fix this much. This much was bad enough. And not having that plan for the MIT clients really gutted me, because I really do prefer to solve for everything. And having to say, actually, I can't get the MIT community on board with doing something was saddening. But my own sanity had to come at somewhere in here, and I couldn't keep. Also, my employer was incredibly generous with my time, but there are limits. And the ugly. So we need advocacy to get change. So we need people to actually push that. For example, we maybe don't get a ticket granting ticket unless you type the name exactly right, or you ask for canonical eyes, because that means that the right name will always get to the target server. Or always send the pack to the target server so that at least it knows that it can go and pull it apart and find the correct name, or some other combination. But I basically need people in this room to actually go and take a look at some of this stuff and break some networks, sadly. Hopefully with permission and pen tests, but I can't control that from here. This stuff's been public since November, so now I'm just wanting to actually raise a stink so that we can actually go and get some defaults changed, and for people to realize that things need to be done here, because a lot of the problem is going to be we can fix real SSSD on Fedora on new installs, but so much more of Kerberos integration is hand-rolled stuff. And getting to that means making talks that people go, oh, let's avoid the dollar ticket attack. Let's actually think we have to change these settings, or we have to be careful. So finally, I want to say a big thank you. A thank you to the Samba team who supported me through the release process. I had more developers working together on this and the related issues than I've ever seen working on a Samba issue before. I had people from about 5 different companies. I even had a Samba developer who works for CIMAS, the open LDAP company, came back to doing Samba development to try and work on an access control list feature. We didn't end up releasing that as part of it, but Nadia Ivanova was provided, even when she didn't work on Samba, back into this effort and greatly reduced my stress. Other developers at Red Hat, at SUSE, and elsewhere, and Cernet in particular, all stepped in to make the big release possible. Univention, who are great friends in Germany, they chipped in with some coin, which is always very, very much needed when Catalyst was covering the can for 3 engineers who were working on all this. Here's where you can contact me. That's my Catalyst address, Samba address if you want to talk generic stuff, Catalyst if you'd like to talk work. LinkedIn, because apparently people talk security on LinkedIn, which I found very useful. I'd love you to hire my time through Catalyst, because that's how I get to do more cool stuff like that. Understand we also have security engineer jobs available, so have a look at the Catalyst jobs site. But yeah, and thank you so much to you as an audience and to Kawaiicon for having me here. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Andrew. Our last speaker for today is a little bit of a treat to close out the conference for today. A lot of you probably know them because they're quite famous, especially last year when they were found to be hacking the Prime Minister of Australia. So it's an absolute pleasure to introduce to you our next speaker, Alex.
Thanks, Erica. Hey, everybody. We've had a lot of fun today. I thought we could just quiet down and talk about computers for a little while. So my name is Alex, but you can call me Alex in the double quotes. You may be wondering why the double quotes. It's very simple. A few years ago, some journalists wrote about me, and they referred to me as a hacker who goes by the name Alex in double quotes. Alex is also my real name, and so this is my hacker name now. More recently, thank you. Yeah, no, it's my whole life. More recently, some journalists wrote about me like this, and they referred to me as a, air quotes, hacker. So I'm a fraud now. I'm a poser now, I guess. Also, I'd just like to address this. More than a couple people have asked me today, like, oh, hey, Alex, so have you, have you hacked any more, celebrities? Have you targeted any more, prime ministers? It was one time, and, this is not my regular thing. This is not, yeah. Okay, that's all. I also used to help out with this other conference called PurpleCon, which is a conference that instead of looking like this, looked like this. And we really liked it. We had lots of fun. We did it alongside Kawaiicon and everything. And I can kind of feel in the air people asking the question, will there be another PurpleCon one day? Will there be another PurpleCon adjacent thing one day? And I think that's such an interesting question, and I think you should stay curious and keep asking questions like that. So professionally, I work at Atlassian on the red team there, and people use the word red team to mean a lot of different things. So please let me be very, very precise about what I do mean. Also, this says PurpleCon still. One sec. That must have been confusing, me saying PurpleCon and there was red team up on the sides. Jeez, how did you keep up with that? So never mind about this. So yeah, and it's very simple what we do there. There's 3 steps. Step 1 is to hack Atlassian exactly like a real hacker would. Step 2 is to then share everything we find with Atlassian, because real hackers don't tell you what you missed. And finally, we then sell the stolen data on the dark web for big money. And no, not really. We don't actually do that. We don't really sell on the dark web. One time I was doing this exact slide, and there was a glitch or something, and the big red X didn't appear. And it was at work, and I was like, no, you got to believe me. It was rough. So for today, I want to talk about something else that we're doing called Icarus Labs. They let me name that. The content we're talking about today was brought to you by Icarus Labs. So what that is we get people who work in security, or anywhere really, to spend 3 months doing security research of any kind. And the goal is to advance the state of the art, so try and do something new that wasn't there before. And one of the other goals is to not fail from a lack of ambition. So we want everyone to, go hard on it. And so this is about what I did in my 3 months of doing Icarus Labs. It all started when I was talking to my teammate, and they asked me what I thought it would take to not get caught for a year. And what I mean by not get caught for a year, I mean that, you hack someone's computer, probably their, actual personal computer, or their work computer, their laptop, and you put malware on it so you can remote control it, and then that malware keeps going, and it's still running on that computer 1 year later. And one necessary thing for that to happen is for you to not get caught, and so for nobody to notice that there is malware on that computer 1 year later. And I was like, okay, that sounds interesting. Also, you should all know this talk is about macOS specifically, because those are the kinds of computers we were targeting. So this is about doing all this on a Mac computer. And so I was like, how do I actually do that? I guess I need to find somewhere to put the malware on the computer that's sneaky, that no one knows it's there, but also if I restart the computer or it goes to sleep or whatever, it'll keep running. It'll keep running the same malware over and over. And I don't want to do a cron job or something. Everyone does that. I need something new. And then I was like, actually, what should I do? Because there's a lot of places on a Mac. I don't really know that much about Mac security. And then I realized that people don't actually run a Mac exactly like it's fresh out of the Apple store, on the actual day-to-day computer. they like they get this like beautiful, pristine, actually fairly well security engineered thing, and they're like, oh wait, I need to develop software. So I better install like Homebrew, and I better install a cool terminal, and I better also install another cool terminal, and I'm gonna need Docker, I think, for some reason. And I don't know if you've ever set up a Mac to develop software, you have to click install on this and type in your sudo password on this like a lot of times before you're ready to develop software. And I was like, surely instead of trying to like hack macOS, or instead of trying to find somewhere to persist malware in macOS, I do it in one of these things, because everyone who's developing software has all these things as well. And then I was like, actually, which one should I do? Where do I even start? And I asked myself, well, which ones of these execute code? Actually, they all execute code, so it was really easy. But I ended up going with Docker because I was like, Docker has like the most features, and people try and do the most stuff with it. And if you don't know Docker Desktop on macOS, you get this cute little whale icon in the corner, and that's how you know you're doing Docker. And so I hear many of you asking, what is Docker? I don't know, actually, really, how it works. It seems really complicated. It seems like there's a lot going on there. How do you use Docker? I know a little bit about this. I know back in the day when you wanted to get someone else's code, you'd like use Git, and you'd be like, please give me a copy of this other code. And then you'd be like, now that's what Git does. Git gives you a copy of the code. And then you're like, now I'd like to run the code. And you'd be like, okay, well, hang on, I better install the requirements. I better like read the file that tells me what things to install. And then you try and run the code, and it's like, okay, no, actually that's the wrong Python version. I better actually find out where that is. And then like eventually you actually get to run the code. And I think one of the problems Docker's meant to solve is you don't have to do that anymore, because now instead of just downloading the code, you also download the whole like computer needed to run the code. And so it has all the dependencies, it has the right operating system, and you just say run, and it will always run because it's the same thing as they run when they made it for you. So that seems convenient, that seems useful. How does it work underneath? I don't know, actually. It seems really complicated. I know it doesn't use virtual machines. Who would do that? Actually, it uses these other things which are called containers, which is a lot like virtual machines, except that I think one of the differences is like instead of having like a whole virtual CPU and a whole virtual RAM and everything, it uses your real CPU and your real RAM, but it's still separate from the rest of your computer. But I actually really don't know what I don't know. There's a lot going on in there. And so then I was like, okay, time to try and hack this thing, or time to try and make this thing run malware for me. How does this work? Let me just Google, how do I read? I didn't want to read any docs about Docker, any documentation. And then I was like, oh, okay, that's a lot of words, actually. I really don't want to read all those words. So I was just like, let me just search for like execute, or like execute code, because like something somewhere's got to execute something. And then I saw this nonsense. I don't really know what this is. This is a bunch of like something about running stuff, but the important thing is that it has like a path in there, and it says like, Docker will execute whatever file is at that path, and you can change the path to be whatever path you want it to be. And I was like, that's good. I could make Docker execute something that I chose. That sounds great. So I was like, wait, what do I put there? Maybe I should put malware there? Yeah, no, I should do that. I will put malware there. And so then I did that. And so I replaced this path with like the malware that I just already had lying around. And then I was like, cool, I guess I better check if it runs. So like time to run, I'll just run Docker and it'll run my malware too. And it did, but it also just did not like it. Docker just fully crashed because like, apparently whatever that thing that I was replacing actually did something. And so if you just replace it with just malware, it doesn't do the thing that Docker needs it to do. So I was like, that's so fair. That's actually so reasonable. So I was like, okay, what is this thing? I read it a bit more closely. It said, oh, it's my run C replacement. And I was like, what is that? I don't know what run C is. And I looked it up, and it's on GitHub, and it's some nerd thing, which is for containers or something. And I still don't really know what it does, but I do know that it's open source. And that's great for me. So I was just like, oh, I'll just like download the source and modify it to also include my malware, so it does everything it's supposed to do, and then it also downloads and executes the malware from earlier. So now we have to run Docker and do my fun bonus malware features. We already talked about it. And so I did that, and I made my new version of it. And so here's what it looks like. I want to test it out. So here's what it looks like when you run Hello World without the malware, and here's what it looks like when you run it with the malware. And it's good. But meanwhile, on the other end, where I'm looking at my malware control panel thing, and I'm like, oh, cool, it's like a shell. It's cool, it's working. My malware's actually running on my computer. This is great. And then I was like, actually, hold on. Why am I running as root? I didn't run this as root, and my computer's not called Docker Desktop. And also, why is there Mac-like folders that are only on Macs, and also Linux-only folders? Also, what is this? What is host mount? What is this? Where am I? I want to go home. I don't want to be here. And I was like, oh, this is Docker. Maybe I'm like trapped inside a container. And I was like, no, wait, but there's Mac things in there. And like, maybe I'm trapped inside a virtual machine. Actually, it was much worse. There's this special thing called the Docker service container, apparently, and this is where the malware was running. And this Docker service container is, for some reason, inside a Linux virtual machine, and that Linux virtual machine is on your computer when you're running Mac. This took me quite some time to like figure out and also process emotionally, but it's true. And so I was like, I didn't ask for this. I thought I was just going to be running on my normal computer, but this is happening now. So I was like, really? I don't remember there being a virtual machine. Like, I installed Docker. Like, I don't remember there happening. I don't remember the part where there was a virtual machine. I think I would know if there's a virtual machine on my computer. And so to give you a little fun exercise for how that worked, let's install Docker Desktop, and you see if you can spot the part where we install the virtual machine. So firstly, it's really simple. You just do brew install Docker, except just kidding. No, you don't. You can't do that. You have to go to some website, and you have to Google it, and you have to be like, which version do I click on, because which kind of Mac do I have? And you have to be like, is there any virtual machines here? No. OK, seems fine. And then you keep going, and you're like, OK, time to, on macOS, to install something, you have to drag and drop it into the applications folder. That's the way to do it, so they give you a nice picture to do it. And then, cool, I'll just wait for that to happen. It takes quite a long time. And then it's like, oh, you need to give me I need to give you my password. This is a bit, what's this about? OK, I'll just type my password into this. Seems good. Every time you do anything on macOS, you have to type in your password, and it says, oh, it's trying to install a helper tool. You like helper tools, come on. Like, as far as I know, this is real. This is legit. This is not a security problem. This seems to be fine. This seems to be some other Docker-related thing it needs to do. And then there we go. Now we're running Docker Desktop. That's it. It's in a little whale corner. Did anyone see? That's it. The end. Did you like it? Did anyone see the part where we installed Linux virtual machine? I didn't do that. I didn't do that. But it's there, because if you look on your computer, if you look at the running processes, there's this com.docker.hyperkit thing. I googled hyperkit. It's some very, very special, very small Linux virtual machine meant for this reason. And I was like, why is this happening to me at all? Because I didn't, ask for this. And so I was like, it turns out the answer to this question, to answer this question, all we need to do is answer one question very simply, which is, what operating system does Docker run on? What operating system can it run on? And the answer is, Docker runs on Linux. That's it. That's the end. However, there's a lot of people who have Mac and Windows, and maybe they would like Docker to run on their computer because, maybe I don't use a Linux desktop. Maybe it's not the year for that. And so, but I'd like Docker to be there. And so, the problem is that Docker on Linux is working, but it doesn't work on Mac and Windows. And maybe I want it to run on Mac and Windows. But that can't happen, because Docker relies on these special features that are only in the Linux kernel. At an operating system level, they can only run on Linux. And I guess the people at Docker were like, well, there's one way we could make it run on Mac and on Windows. We could just, make Mac and Windows also run Linux inside them and have an entire operating system, an entire Linux inside your Mac computer or inside your Windows computer just to run a container, just to run Docker, which you use to run containers, which are not virtual machines, but which now do require a virtual machine just to run them. This is good, I guess. This is how we do it. Possibly I don't understand how this works, and this is actually a very smart way of solving the problem, but I don't know. So here we are, we're living like this. But the problem, you might be wondering, hey, if we're trapped in this virtual machine, jail, babushka situation, I want to get all the, if I'm running malware on someone's computer, maybe I want to look at the files they have on the computer. I want to see what's in their home directory. But I can't because I'm in this, I'm in this container which is in a virtual machine. So how do I get them? Can you get them? Am I just trapped in here? Don't worry, there's a feature in Docker for that. Docker has this thing called file sharing or file system sharing, where you can give it a bunch of directories on your local computer and it gives Docker access to those files. And that makes total sense, right? Because if you don't even know you have a virtual machine on your computer, if you're running Docker on your computer, you would expect to be able to see your own files, right, and be able to mount your own computer inside. And so it very transparently does this, and you don't even realize you have a virtual machine running because of this. And this list that you see right here is just the default list of the directories that you can mount in there. You can just add more. You can just add whatever you want. You can just edit this file anytime. You don't need to be root or anything. It's just there for you to use. So thank you. It's very easy. So that explains why we had all these random macOS directories in the container, because these are the ones that it's sharing by default. So you can mount these into your Docker containers. So now our malware can read and write files attested. They both work. So that's good. That's something. Maybe we can do some actual crime from within this little malware jail. So then I was thinking, well, what about getting caught? Can they just run PS and see what malware I have? What if they have, is there antivirus for Macs? I don't know. What if they have some sort of software that's monitoring? Can they see what I'm doing? And the thing is that what the host can see, the host computer, the Mac computer, can always see the running processes it has. But there's just one big virtual machine process, that hyperkit one. There is only one process that is this virtual machine. And then there's all these virtual processes inside, but it doesn't know about virtual processes. That's silly. And then there's the virtual machine process. So to show you an example, here's what happens if you were to run the malware without doing any of this. If you were to run the malware the normal way, your malware's a bash script, I guess, and you can see, the bash script is doing stuff, and then it's got stuff underneath it, and those processes have sub-processes, and you can vaguely see what this malware is doing. Probably you don't want that running on your computer if you see that. But if you run exactly the same code using this crazy Docker container babushka doll technique, all you see is the same, like all of that code, all of those processes are contained within this one, which is just running the Docker service container, the malware that I'm running, also every other process that every other Docker container is running on your computer. They're all shared by this one big happy virtual process. So you can't really tell what's happening in there. And so then I was like, oh, so if you're running PS, it can't see you. If you run Docker PS, there's no extra container or anything. That container's always running. It's not like a bonus one, so they can't see you. And so then that means that whatever antivirus thing you have can't see you. You can do whatever you want. This is great. So that was the beginning of this 3-month thing. Let's skip ahead several months, which I spent trying to refine this and make it better and figure out what it could even do. And here's what I came up with. What can you actually do with the malware? You can still read and write files. You can access the local network, so if they have like an internal VPN or whatever, you're on that network too, and you share the same network. Like, yeah, it looks exactly as if any other Docker container is accessing the local network or the internet, because that's what they all do. You can't tell that it's not a Docker container. It could be anything. Also, it keeps going when you reboot or suspend, because it's like part of Docker now, and Docker keeps going when you reboot or suspend. Also, you can prevent Docker Desktop from updating, because if Docker Desktop updates, that will remove whatever malware. That will remove your malware setup, because like your malware is stored in Docker Desktop now, so you can be like, please do not update. Also, I realized that so far we have not actually had the ability to execute a shell command on the host computer, only inside this container. And like, probably you don't need to, because you can access the internet and the files and everything. But what if you really want to? Like, what if you need to like kill a running process on the host or something? So I made this crazy way of like, you can backdoor this Docker executable on the host to make like a bind shell, and you can like talk to it on localhost if you really, really need to execute a command on the local machine. But I figured that might be too risky, so it's like optional. You can turn it on if you want to use it. I said you can prevent Docker Desktop from updating. How does that actually work? It's very simple. First, let's talk about Docker Desktop updating. This is real. This is a real screenshot of Docker Desktop. You can install the update, or you can skip the update, but that's Pro Edition, and that costs money or something. That's not how it works. You can't make me update. It's already on my computer. You can't like force it to be downloaded. And I can skip it. I can turn off the internet. I can click this X button. Like I don't understand how this works. So I guess I'm sorry for showing you how to pirate Docker is what's happening now. I found out there's this random XML file inside the Docker app, which is this info.plist, and it has a lot of content in there, but I realized that the way Docker decides whether you're ready to update is with this bundle version number, which is like the build number. And so what happens is the Docker server in the internet somewhere says, hey, it's time for a Docker update. Oh, there's this new version available. Is the new version higher or lower than your version number? If the new version's higher, then you should download the new version. But if you already have the new version or a newer version somehow, then don't worry about it. So I'm sure you can see where this is going. I was like, oh, okay, well, what if I had just... So yeah, then if you do that, you just ask them, you'd be like, oh, hey, is this version okay? And like, oh, I think I'm going to be good for like several years. I don't need a new version. So sorry, I guess, for teaching how to pirate Docker. Whoa. That was cool. This is what I came up with. Maybe let's figure out how can you detect this happening to you? Can you know whether this has happened to you or not? Is there some way to find out? And I was like, wait, I actually don't know. How would that work? Well, I guess you could check what running processes there are, but actually, no, hold on, we can't see that. We can only see the one big virtual process. Okay, that's not going to work. Well, maybe we could monitor the syscalls maybe we could monitor the syscalls that the Docker virtual machine process is doing, and that way we can see what files it's accessing. But actually, no, a feature of macOS is that you can't do that. The feature is the system integrity protection, meaning you can't really monitor the syscalls of other processes, sorry. But there's not like there's no way to do this. The problem is that you can't see the running processes or the syscalls, but there is a way to see the syscalls. There's this new Mac OS framework thing called Mac OS Endpoint Security, which is like an API they give you, which is like, you can see the syscalls now. You're allowed to do that now. So you can do this yourself, or I assume if there's some sort of like endpoint response software or like antivirus software on macOS, it needs to use this so it can see the syscalls that the Docker virtual machine is doing, so that way you can know, I don't know, maybe your Docker process shouldn't try and read your SSH keys or your AWS credentials, or maybe it should, because maybe your Docker containers do that. I don't know, but this seems to be the best way I could think of. So can you prevent this from happening to you? Can you prevent someone from modifying your Docker setup like this? And I was realizing, not really, no. The only way to prevent it would be to not have Docker in the first place, because the problem is that there's a virtual machine and that hides everything, and you can't not have there's one way to not have the virtual machine, but it involves not having Docker in the first place, and maybe you would like to have Docker. So I don't really know how to prevent this. I tried to contact Docker about this and tell them about it last year, a long time ago, And they did respond a couple of times, and I was like, hey, I'm going to publish this blog post. Do you want to read about it? Do you want to review it? Is it okay? And they were like, but they seem to be okay with me publishing a blog post. They didn't like sue me or anything about it, so that's good. And so I did publish a blog post. And so if you want to read about it, here it is. It's all on the internet. You can just Google the name of this talk. And this has like much more detail than I talked about today, because I did not have time to talk about all the nonsense I had to learn doing this. So in conclusion, Docker Desktop is a virtual machine. The hubris of build engineering knows no bounds. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Alex. And that's it for today. Just going to go over just a wee bit of housekeeping before you all head off. For those of you who want to stay back, perhaps aren't really wanting to go out tonight, we will be streaming the Andromeda strain tonight. So the original 1970s version. So come hang out with us. We'll be playing on the big screen. It will be awesome, and it kicks off at 7. We don't have any other official con events. As you can imagine, it was hard enough for me to fight our way into this venue this year. And it's just not possible for us to fit all of you safely in any other venue in Wellington. I think this is as big as it gets unless we go to TSB. But there's plenty of other stuff going on. Lots of people in the community are organizing small little things. So check out our Twitter page if you want to find other ways of finding other people to hang out with. And aside from that, stay safe out there. If you're feeling a bit crook in the morning, just maybe do yourself and your brain a favor and sleep in a bit. And you can watch on the live stream. We will have, and we do have rat tests on hand if you wanted to grab one. Completely free for you all to pick up. And doors open tomorrow at 8, and we will kick off at 9. So I will hand over to Vex, who will close us off.
Hello, where are we? Ka whakai rei ta tapu, kia wātia atiara, kia turuku whakataha e, kia tunuku whakataha e. Hui e, tai eke e.